Welcome to Sunday morning, Pembroke Cricket Club. It's a cup match. It's the quarterfinals of the Leinster Senior Cup, which will see Pembroke's first 11 entertaining or welcoming or just hosting the Hills. An important game for both sides. The Hills, Andrew Kavanagh, James Cusack, Mohammed Yassin Sharad, Matthew Weldon, fine player, Thomas Rooney Murphy, who's been on the Hills side forever and a day, and a good lineup for them. And on the Pembroke side today, Balbirnie in, JJ Garth, Joe Prendergast, Daniel Murray, Jack Tector, Mark Berry, Paul Lawson, Sunil Gupta, Sam Murphy, Blake McDonald and Andrew Bolton. I can tell you that that is not the batting order. However, we will be starting with, as expected, Andrew Balbirnie and JJ Garth. This 50-over game, the Leinster Senior Cup. And to face the first delivery today will be Andrew Balbirnie. And we see people arriving in with their deck chairs and such like, so good support from the Hills here today. Niall is off putting up the other camera, James is off getting coffee, Graham is off helping the scorers, and so you're left with me, Craig Senior, here on this Sunday morning at Sydney Parade. Now the rain has stopped, I think I might actually take down some of the gazebo walls in an effort to see more of the pitch, so I'll be back in just 1 second. Well, play about to get underway. As you can see, Andrew Balbirnie will be facing the first delivery. The umpire at this end is Pat Carthy. The other umpire is Varam Wellier. And we wish the officials all the best today. Ada Lawson is doing the score for Pembroke. And I suspect the traditional scorer for the Hills will be there as well. Now joined in the commentary box by one James Cresswell, suitably coffeed up. James?
Morning Craig, morning all. Yes, absolutely. Got the fuel needed to go on this marathon session today.
Yeah, well, as I was saying, Graham's here as well. Charlie will be joining us later on.
Excited about that. Haven't seen Charlie behind the mic for a few weeks.
Haven't seen Charlie full stop for a while.
But
sight screen's just being adjusted, which will suit Niall because he hasn't put the camera up yet.
Yeah. Now, luckily the rain that we had a bit earlier has moved on, allowed the game to begin.
Sean McNichol will open the bowling for the Hills.
Graham's trespassing on the pitch.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course, you can see.
Wasn't quite sure what flavour.
No, perfect, absolutely perfect. Vanilla and salted caramel, that should contain enough sugar to get me through.
Right. First ball about to be bowled. And it's just played away. Bit of cover region for a dot.
The irony is that Andy Balbirnie is getting more cricket playing for his club than he would be if he was up in Breedy. I believe there's more rain in the air in Breedy, and we'll keep an eye on that during the day. And
but from a spectator's point of view, it's been very exciting to have Andy Balbirnie back in the domestic cricket.
It's great to see him back, and that knock he had last time out
sensational, wasn't it?
Absolutely amazing, perfect stuff, and you could see how much it mattered to him. I think Graham it was who came up with the stat that he hadn't scored a century for Pembroke since 2017.
Wow.
No, we're giving you the credit here. So if it's wrong, you get that as well.
No, it was a sensational game to watch, and I'm so happy that he achieved that milestone. It's a big deal on any level. Anyway, second ball to be bowled.
Sliding across the body, and it's the first run of the day for Pembroke as it goes down the leg side. Yeah, miserable weather this weekend, James.
Yeah, well, yesterday was something you'd rather forget about. No cricket played yesterday around the province. Everything was washed out. So gave everyone an opportunity, I suppose, to keep back and watch the rugby later on in the afternoon. And
wasn't it great to see Leinster pick up
finally.
First time in 5 years, I think?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Balboni getting one off the inside edge, squirts down behind square on the leg side. They will take a boundary. It's a strange day here. There are clouds in the sky that sort of threaten rain. There's a bit of blue around, and there's some white clouds, and it's bright enough, but you get the feeling it could turn dark any moment.
Well, that's it. The forecast was saying that it was going to be overcast, but no rain, but that's proved to be sort of inaccurate, but I guess that's what a forecast is. Yeah, we could have, I think we're going to have a usual par for the course that we've had the last couple of weeks. We're going to have a bit of everything all day. It'll be blindingly bright 1 minute and then it'll be raining. But I think there'll be short spells of rain. Anyway.
JJ Garth facing his first delivery.
He just defends it down on his feet. Getting a nice bit of bounce out of the pitch. They've already had to put some sawdust down there for the bowlers.
It looks, if you were to put down the right amount of sawdust, I suspect it would look like a carpenter's room, carpenter's studio.
Yeah.
And you want little bits of offcuts around the place as well.
Just a trip on.
Called the stumps, I suppose, today. McNichol coming in, just 2 off his first 3 deliveries. Another one that gets, that's going to be horrible.
Yeah,
that's 5 wides. My goodness, didn't that go wide? It's ended up at the garage.
Yeah, whatever he did there, he got a fraction more movement than he anticipated. I don't think that'd be too brutally. I mean, obviously it's a horrible thing to happen to you, but it's kind of like, well, I'm moving the ball nicely.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too nicely. Defeated, deceived everyone.
Yeah,
but it's a good movement.
Good start for Pembroke, though. Puts another 5 on the board. Up to 7 now. 1 off the bat, 6 in extras. This is like a women's thirds game, James.
That was
they do have a high number of extras.
Yep.
It's factual. I'm not slugging anybody off.
This one down the leg again.
Is he getting too much movement?
It looks like he's got a plan, but it just hasn't quite got that radar yet. Maybe he is too much movement. But at the moment, it's expensive.
I mean, Niles, when we get the other camera up, one suspects that
you'll be able to see some good
you'll be able to see
there.
the movement then. Oh, graphics. That would be an idea as well, Craig.
Nickel to continue. That's a bit better on the offside this time. JJ Garth goes to the big drive, but misses the ball. Always that stroke that you always wonder if there's a nick on that. Lots of encouragement from his Hills teammates. It's a big game today. This one defended nicely, just again to his feet. Top ball.
Whoosh!
I'll look at the next one. I'll remember Brad first.
Seems to have found a bit better line in the last 2 balls. He's got the off stump now in his sights.
Do you think he needed more of a warm-up before the game started?
Could have been. Or maybe that's a better ball.
That's
good
much
length.
better. Well, that is the end of the first over, and what an over it is for Pembroke. 8 runs coming from it, no wickets down. And that was Sean McNichol, the bowler. Sean McNichol was the bowler. 8 coming from his first over. You can feel that there's just a little bit of moisture on the grass still. Yeah, you can't see the mountain, which is never a good sign, and suggests that rain may be on the way. However, the flag is blowing the other way. It's swirling around down here.
It is.
It's a mix of the sea breeze coming in over railway and the weather coming in from the west.
Yeah, they wanted there's just enough moisture on the grass to make it a bit greasy for the ball. You'd have to think it would be.
Thomas Rooney Murphy to open up from the nursery end. A very good morning to Simon. He's airing out his bathroom at the moment, both windows open. I'm sure he sat downstairs in front of the TV, waiting for us to let him know when Sean's arrived. More movement of sight screens, delaying things slightly. And yes, there's a few people down. I see the Balburnies down.
22 people on the grass.
Yeah. Down to watch.
A few people in Con's Knock. Con's Corner.
Yes, the Hills do like Con's Nook. They often set up camp down there. It's amazing when you see visiting supporters, they tend to go to the same place each year, and the more we're doing this commentary, the more you're noticing. But the Hills love the viewpoint from Con's Nook.
My first ball to be bowled now for the second over. It's a good ball, just defended by Balburney. Dot ball.
It looks like banners from here. However, I'm looking at him through 2 layers of nets. Plenty of chat in the field from the Hills, as you'd expect, the first over of a quarter-final.
Exciting day.
Now Bernie just letting that one go through, and why not? 50 over game, plenty of time, James.
Well, yeah, just want to have a look at the bounce, what the ball's doing. He seemed to be a bit of a flick of his wrist as he let that one come through, so maybe it's moving away from the batsman. So, yeah, plenty of time to have a look. He knows that there's first slip, so obviously they're trying to manufacture an edge. There is a man down here. Wide third man. He's onto that one quickly. He hooks that one around the corner, but there is a man down there in the deep. Backward to square. They just pick up the single, but good shot.
It was one of the things we noted of Andy's innings last time round. Anything short on this wicket, he was just whipping it away.
Wasn't he ever? He was so quick on get through the line of the ball. Got quick hands.
Very much so.
Well, as you expect from arguably one of the better batsmen in the world.
Well, yes. And not only that, certainly the best batsman that Pembroke have ever produced.
Without a doubt. This one comes in.
Garth, lovely shot, glided, pushed, stroked to the boundary. Cyril's way collecting that one. And it never really went at any great pace, but it just was relentless. It was not going to be stopped.
Well, it's just beautiful timing, wasn't it? It's just got on top of that ball, kept it down, split the field, and it just shows a bit of the form that he's been in all season.
My note-taking.
Yeah.
Different colours mean different things. Little pink dots for boundaries. So we've seen 2 of those so far. One was wide, and that shot from JJ Garth. First boundary of the day, and what a boundary it was. Pembroke have now moved on to 13 without loss, and 1 ball left in the second over. The wind it's just swirling around you. You just don't know what the weather's going to do today.
No, I think it's going to be...
Which makes it different from every other day in Ireland.
Yeah, I know.
How? Niall's still working away at that straight camera, and we will bring you that view as soon as we have it. Garth just plays one out in the offside. Sort of clunky off the bat, really. Wasn't off the middle. And that is the end of the second over. And the score 13 without loss.
Yeah, nice start for Pembroke there. They don't seem to be too worried about anything, just having a good old look. The Hills as well, getting some movement, obviously. They're getting... The first over was a bit shaky at the start, but he found his line, Nickel. So I think we've got a bit of a good contest coming up. What's interesting, I was just thinking about JJ in particular, but also Andy Balburney. It's just so nice to see batsmen who are in form, because they just make it look so effortless and graceful when they have their shots.
Yeah.
Even the big power shots, they look like they're going to put their back out. It's just timing.
No, if I try and play that big shot...
I'll be in hospital getting my back looked at again, you know.
Yeah, twisting discs all over the place.
Well,
but these guys just... And the other thing is how much time and how well balanced they are in those shots.
Yep.
Whereas I have neither of those things.
No. There you go. That's a beautiful one.
See that? Just without effort, without thought, just clipped away, 4 more runs. And he's warning the bowler, don't be coming across me like that because it will disappear. 3rd boundary in 3 overs.
Good morning.
Good afternoon to the Balburnies. Candy's still on her crutches. I think she's another 2 weeks. And then she'll be released back into the wild.
No, that was a beautiful shot. Again, just follows the ball. The ability just to keep their eye on the ball and make it and play it so late.
Now, if you're the Hills captain, the guy you have behind square on the leg side is in front of the bar, and you've got nobody down by the dressing rooms or Dale's garage. And anything that, especially with the bowler bringing it across the right-hander like that, anything that Andy can just get a little touch on round the corner. And in fact, I think, is the fielder moving now?
No, he's not.
He's just
but
backing
you're right.
up.
But even if he gets a leg by, it's probably going to run down that area anyway.
Yeah.
So I think he needs to move a good 20 metres to his right.
I certainly would have. Well, let's see. We do have a 6-3 field, do we? 1, 2, 3 in a line there. Only 2 out. 1 at 3rd man, 1 at long leg.
It's a good ball, just played out to the covers for no run.
He's down by the Willfield Road advertising.
And again, the amount of adjustment he's got to make to
Even to
just
back up. He doesn't seem to be in the right spot.
No. Now, as soon as he moves, though, there'll probably be a ball crashed to
Then the
square
bowler will
leg.
drop one in short and it'll go exactly where he's standing. It's just the way of the world, the way of this game that we love. Nicely played away on the offside. Nice straight bat.
He's bowling a lot better line at the moment. This is actually good for the Hills. Searching for that. Obviously, got a lot of movement in the first over, but this one, just probably hoping to get a bit off the seam, just to move enough to get through the first slip. Well, they've got 2 slips there, haven't they? Got a first and a third almost.
Well, there's a big gap between the 2 slips.
Yeah. 1 and 2.5. Oh, that's beautifully played out.
Wrists. Did you see his wrists?
Yeah, that's
just
what it
broke
was.
his wrists, and the way it flew on the offside, it will be picked up inside the boundary. It's a long, long boundary out there. The first 11 do like to play to the railway line.
Picks up 3.
And a very handy 3 as well. Just punched through.
Again, another graceful shot. Didn't look like there was a big heave. It was just get the hands out there quickly. Just flick them.
It was the flick of the wrists that got me. The white gloves, of course, when you're wearing pyjama cricket outfits, the white gloves can stand out, and they certainly did on that shot. Cracked away, 3 runs through the offside. It's almost all the way to the covers there. You can see the covers across there from our vantage point.
Well left there by JJ. It was a good ball. Tricky length to play, and he let that one go through. So after 3, Pembroke are 20 for none. This has been a really good start for Pembroke. They'd be very delighted by this. Very delighted, very happy. Either way.
Very delighted. I think that's a nice phrase. He wasn't just delighted, he was very delighted.
Yeah.
The emphasis working there. Rooney Murphy for his 2nd over from the nursery end. Pembroke just picking up a boundary in each over and then picking up whether it be an extra or a couple of runs off the bat.
A bit short. Oh. Got through everyone.
Well,
there's an appeal for... I thought he got bad on that.
Buys didn't hear anything apparently.
Yep.
Appeal for LBW, but as I say, a boundary comes up again. Another one in the over.
I'd love to have seen that one
straight on.
Stump, straight on, but not to be.
We'll say that quietly because Niall's not here at the moment. But poor Niall let us down there.
Yeah. Bad form there. Yeah.
Wait till he watches it back. We'll be in so much trouble.
Lucky he never watches them back. Thank goodness. Yeah. Bowler's a little bit disappointed by that. Anyway, he's got to get on with it.
effort ball that time. You heard the grunt coming out of the bowler as he really went down on that front foot. So that's the first 20 balls, and Pembroke 24 without loss. And we say this time and time again, and I'm not talking about fielders on the ring, but wickets in hand.
Yeah,
absolutely vital.
Certainly is. We'll fix it up in a second.
That's a nice shot just down the ground.
Yeah, played a mid off, no run. And we may have to get a new headphone sponsorship soon.
No, it's not the headphones. It's this, because I'm having the same problem as you. It's okay. Oh, no, you've done it there. There. Yeah. That's okay.
New desk sponsorship.
If any sound desk has a loose connection or a broken solder, and
still not quite right, but anyway, we'll soldier on. That's just tough guys we are.
We'll have to put Sherlock Walsh on the case, because he'll have to take that apart.
Oh yeah, you have to unscrew the hole.
Yes, he will.
Or maybe time to upgrade.
Yeah, it could be that what we actually need to do is swap the Dougals to those ones and us to those ones.
Yeah. Anyway.
However, that's all technical stuff we'll worry about at a later stage.
And people at home have no idea what we're talking about, but it's just the mixing desk that we have in front of us.
No change there.
Rudy Murphy to continue. Good ball there, but played straight back to him.
Very good ball. Right up. Good length.
You got him in the face a bit there.
Yeah, it seemed to run up his arm and be stopped by his chin or something.
Yeah. Nice way to lose a tooth. Hope he's okay. Doesn't seem to be in any trouble at the moment. Good encouragement by his teammates. That's what they need. They need to keep this energy level up. If they can squeeze a breakthrough out early, well, I don't think they really care who they take out at this stage.
Well, both of these batsmen are well capable. That was a bit aerial. It just got past the hand of the man in at mid-wicket, close mid-wicket, and it's gone out towards the covers. It has pulled up in front of the rope, and they will take... JJ Garth saying no. Well, JJ actually was keen for the fourth. Andy Balbirnie, with the voice of experience, saying, I'm not running four. If you want a four, hit it there.
Yes.
You only get three for that.
But you're right, it's only probably about a foot away from the mid-wicket's hand.
And it was in the air.
It was in the air, so that was encouraging sign.
Yeah. Camera now being raised, I can see. It's like watching sort of like the raising of a bridge or something, isn't it?
It is.
The Severn Bridge.
You keep talking for a sec.
Yep, I'll keep going there, and here we go now.
Sure
You've just turned up mine.
Sorry.
So it's come down this way.
Oh, yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, oh, gee, yeah. So ears are bleeding. Yeah.
It's the one on the end.
Okay, thank you.
You can adjust it to your own ear bleeding temperature.
You got too much. A fair bit of treble on here. Okay.
So single from the first ball. Pembroke well underway. 28 without loss, and we're only in the fifth over. Still plenty of this power play to go, and you get the feeling that these two batsmen, well, itching to get at it, really.
And it's a bit lighter out there all of a sudden. Some darker clouds have moved away, and this one's dug in short, but JJ gets up on top of it and just plays it away to the cover region. It's a dot ball, but well played.
How's it looking up there on the other camera, Amanda? Yeah, you see, Noah won't do anything while the bowling's at this end.
Congratulations. Got to put it in the pitch.
Yeah.
You forgot to put it in the...
Sun's out, guns out. Nobody quite brave enough to come down in shorts yet. Or maybe Timmy has. Timmy Crow's just turned up, and he is traditionally in shorts. Is he? Oh, yeah. The weather forecast is such that even Timmy Crow forsaking the shorts today. There's a few kids in the nets here. I say kids.
Young adults.
Young adults. Young offenders. Isn't that the phrase these days?
Stars of the future, maybe.
Yeah.
Not with a ball like that, though. Yeah, hi, Simon.
Give us a wave, Simon.
This one's...
Nicely fielded.
Yeah, played out to point, but fielded nicely. Dot ball. He's bowling really well now, Nickel. McNichol, sorry, not McNichol.
Nickel McNichol. Sean, the preferred first name. Simon Heaney in grave danger of falling out of that window. Nice ball again. Good line, good length. One to come in the over. And it's been a good over, just one from it so far. It's the first over we haven't seen the ball cross the rope.
No, it's been good. He's been impressive, McNichol, in this over.
I just hope
Really find a good line and length.
I just hope that Garth retains his patience.
Yeah.
A maiden now or an over with just one off it, no problem at all. He is. And what I liked about JJ's batting was the last time we saw him, himself and Balbirnie put on 102.
Yeah.
But Garth went through some horrors against one particular bowler. And it was a real case of having to fight his way through. And he did. And he came out the far side and ended up scoring a lovely 40 in the partnership. Steve Wood has turned up. Steve?
Yeah, at the end of the over, 6 down now.
Steve Wood has turned up, accompanied, I think, by his parole officer. And 5 overs gone
Five
now.
overs gone.
28 without loss. And that's the quietest over so far, the best one for the Hills. But Pembroke's still delighted with the way this is going. And Balbirnie again, he sees that short one. He's on it, so if anything, on it too quickly on that occasion.
He sort of just towed it down there to mid-on, where he's trying to actually get it.
And the bowler was thinking, oh, I was just millimetres away. It was a miss hit anyway.
Yeah.
So, yep.
The Bolton family in Sydney are watching.
Oh, that's great to see.
Say best of luck to Pembroke today.
Well, we can certainly tell you.
Commentary.
Well, thank you, Bolton family.
Yeah.
Always good to have you tuning in.
It's the AB FC.
That's right.
Andrew Bolton fan club. In Sydney, are they, Amanda?
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Again, just played away. You can't be short and wide, the Test captain. He will put that away all day. 4 more runs, another boundary.
Yeah, this is replay of the shot straight out of the middle. That's a lovely shot. It's cracked. Unfortunately, we don't have a roving camera operational just at this moment. But you'll see everyone like that from a Pembroke point of view. The Hills weren't so thrilled, but there you go. This one a lot better online there. Just defended back past the bowler, no run.
And Andy having the experience to go, well, he bowled a loose one that I put away. Is the next one going to be loose too? I'll have a go. And he didn't. He just played it on its merits.
Can you see it? I don't know what I'm looking at here. It's all fuzzy.
Oh, that camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
He's still working on it. Okay, we're still working to try and get you other
Okay.
angles from the picture.
Well,
This one's an attempted Yorker. Well bowled, but well kept out.
super piece of bowling that.
Super stuff.
Oh, there we are saying the AB fan club.
Yep.
And of course the NS fan club are also online. Kate Hurley and not to be outdone have joined us as well, and great to hear. We've got more viewers in Sydney at the moment than I think anywhere else in the world.
Fantastic stuff.
I don't know what the numbers are at the moment.
They should be making their way to Dublin soon.
Yes, they will be.
Oh,
great
well
piece of fielding in the ring. We'll keep that to a single. That's definitely 3 runs saved there, James.
Yeah, that was a great dive there in the covers. He had to move quickly to his left. Massive dive, just got his fingers on it to stop the ball getting past. Great effort there. Unfortunately for him, he can't go back and watch it, but he knows who he is.
He'll do that later. He'll do that later.
He's gone back to defence now. JJ Garth on strike. This one played out to mid-wicket for no run. Another good over there for Pembroke. 33 off 6 for no wicket down.
And time again we say how important it is that there is no wicket down. So Kate, the NSFC, is NS with you? That would be the question. It'd be great if Nick was tuning in as well. They'll have to watch Blake perform today. And certainly we expect Andrew Bolton to continue along the fine form that he's in at the moment. He's done some fabulous work.
He has indeed. It's been a great joy and honour to have him here. We hope he enjoys his season, the way it's going. Hopefully it just keeps getting better and better. But Nick Stapleton, I think that was 2 of the best years that Pembroke have had in a long time.
Well, certainly in the all-rounder stakes, he'd be right up there. Oh!
Oh, you're joking.
Well, the fielder, trying to throw it back to the wicketkeeper, has hit Garth right on the upper arm, and
I think it's on the elbow.
it really has just caught him in an awkward spot, and he's in a bit of difficulty there now. It couldn't be he needs a bit of spray. We do have a first aid kit inside. I wonder if there's any spray in it.
Sure.
I'll go and have a look.
Right, you run off an old one. Well, that's a nasty blow there. Not intentional, of course, but just a bit clumsy. And unfortunately hit JJ right in the very sensitive area of the elbow. A bit numb, a bit stingy. They have to go and key his car later on. Anyway, he's going to continue. It's the second time he's been bashed in the arm this season. He had a game there where he took 2 in the forearm at pace. Some very, very attacking bowling, and that put him out for a week or so. But anyway, and Nickel to continue. Oh! And that was a good opportunity. It was a great effort there and slipped to catch that one. It was down low. His fingertips just got underneath the ball, but he wasn't able to hold it. And I wonder if that's just the result of JJ's arm not feeling quite right. He went for the big hoik, if you're not
Well, that was
slash hard.
It was the previous delivery that's got that chance, because Garth not playing perhaps with his normal caution there, and edged it, and the slip made a super dive, but it just evaded him when he landed.
Yeah, well, we say 4.
And this time he just lets it go through to the keeper, and that's possibly a wise decision there.
Yeah. I think until the numbness and the stinging starts to go away.
The adrenaline comes up next, and that's what makes you go for those big shots.
Yeah. May just...
Jonathan B, hello from Ransbury in Wiltshire, although he's spelt it slightly differently.
Wiltshire or something.
Oh, it's up in the air. There's got to be somebody there for that.
And no one went there.
What happened there?
Went straight up in the air. It should have been the keeper's, or it should have been first slip. No one called it, and that was the most softest let off I have seen on this level, I think, ever. I mean, talk about going your way.
Is there a
judging.
reason why nobody went for it? Was it because there was no call? Was it because they couldn't see it?
I have no idea. It was like no one actually had to
And there's
move
no
more than about 5 feet.
But there's no recriminations either. There's no sort of, that was yours, that was, they've just, I'm wondering if there was a reason. And
That's a good
so often happens on these occasions. The very next ball just disappears off to the boundary, Garth punching it down the ground. That was the strangest.
So weird.
I mean, that's one I'd like to see again, and I will later on. No, you're grand, you're grand. It was just bizarre.
Bizarre's the word.
There we go. That is the word. It took me a while to get there, but I finally found a word that fits.
I mean, that's 2 let-offs for JJ.
This over.
Yeah.
And now things returning more to normal. You can see JJ was intent on, right, I'm getting forward to this one, and the bowler was intent on, you're not hitting me for 4 again. So between the two, we managed to get there, and at the end of the over, 38 without loss.
7.
Simon's gone back down to the TV.
I mean, that really should have been 34 for 1. I'm still a bit sort of staggered about that over. That was really... Anyway, I have to move on because nothing to see here now. But yeah, like you say, there was no one sort of saying, "Hey, what the hell was yours?" Anyway,
another couple of messages coming in on the chat this morning.
just
trying to run that down third, wasn't he?
Yeah, just didn't quite get them into the bat, and it's got an inside edge and goes right to the point region for a dot. But the Hills should be encouraged by this. They've had a couple of opportunities come their way. Just got to keep working hard. Going to get that magic ball every now and again.
Nicely pushed away. Nicely fielded, because that was not easy to take.
No.
With the mat there as well, you get an unusual bounce, and managed to save the single there.
Yeah, it's tough to be in the covers at the moment there with the
mat
artificial
there.
mat.
Yeah,
sort of
just in front of you.
Yeah,
I always preferred to go and stand on the mat. I might not walk in as far or as much, but you're taking out that strange bounce. Again, just played away.
the bowling's been good in the last couple of overs. It's been now that the nerves are settled down and they've found their line and length. It's been a lot more controlled, as you'd expect. And that run rate just sort of been pulled back a little bit. Still over 5.
I think Pembroke will still be the happier of the two teams at this stage.
Well, especially when you had a few lives given to you.
Yeah, the Hills really needed to take every chance they could get today. Not the case on this occasion.
That was a good ball, just a bit of bounce into the batsman's body, but he was able to navigate that one away to the offside for a dot. Just defended nicely.
Jonathan B, he's corrected his spelling and apologised for his fat fingers. As I said, it was either a mistype or he's having a really bad holiday.
Yes.
You don't spell Wiltshire with a T like that.
No. Oh,
Just past the edge of Balburney's bat. The bowler exasperated.
and even Balburney was down on one knee there, knew that he did everything he could to hit it, nick it, but quite lucky he didn't get an edge. It was a beautiful ball.
It was a super delivery and a very good afternoon to Nick Stapleton.
I wonder if Graham just needs to stop helping Niall. That
Might speed things up.
Sorry, Graham. It just looks that way.
That's nicely just played away. Balburney more getting the shot that he wanted.
Yeah.
And he's getting bat on ball. And the first maiden of the day, Thomas Rooney Murphy, keeps the score at 38 for no loss after 8 overs. Only the second over without a boundary. And, well, Pembroke, again, will just be happy. I mean, I get the feeling after those first initial overs, things are just settling down now. We've had the little sparring and we've given a chance and we've not taken it. And, you know, it's just been looking at how each other are going.
Yeah, they've been eyeballing each other for a while. Oh. You know what it looks like now? Since it's been hit on the elbow, Garth just looks a little bit out of sorts still.
Just recovering from that still. You get the feeling that he's a little unsettled by that.
Yeah, unsettled is the word I suppose I'm looking for. Oh, thank you.
He hasn't been the free-flowing batsman that we know he can be.
Obviously the bowling has improved since the first couple of overs. We've mentioned it before. And it's enticing a lot of chat for the Hills fieldsmen. They can sense something is potentially going to happen again.
Yes, you just get the feeling there's a bit of pressure building here now. Oh, he's got away with one there. It is going to run to the boundary.
There was a great Yorker and he went for the big drive, missed it and missed everyone.
I think he
Bamboozled everyone. I think he just probably got a lot of swing at the very end and it went past the keeper who was probably expecting it to, don't know what he's expecting.
Expecting to go the other way, I think. Well, it's 4 more. It's gone into the bushes down by the scorers. They may be there for just a minute. 42 without loss. Garth now starting to get underway. I think Garth has only dealt in boundaries so far. There have been 7 boundaries scored in this score of 42. Both batsmen into double figures. And this partnership building nicely now. 42 without loss. That's nicely played back down the ground again. The fielder will get to it with a fine dive, but they still get through for the single.
Yeah, it's a good shot there. Just punch it down for a one, get off strike. Being Balburney. Balburney hasn't been on strike down at the nursery end for a few overs now. So. Yeah, that's right behind that one. Just defends the back
Solid
of the bowler.
defence there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where, as a bowler,
To get coffees for the scores.
Okay. Very loud shoes. Go for ground. 5 penalty points.
oh, in fairness, Graham needs the shortcut. That's a nice shot. They will just take a single.
Yeah, just played out there mid-off or
think
quite wide and quite deep.
Everyone accepted. Oh, Amanda, could you just ring Graham and ask him to get me a match number?
Good over there for Pembroke though. 6 from it. And
44 without loss. It's almost a repeat of the Irish Senior Cup game, isn't it?
it is.
Yep. Then I can do some graphics.
Got a bit of breeze coming through, which may mean a little bit of rain.
Oh my word, thank you so very much. Thank you so much.
Oh, fantastic.
Lovely cut away. There are fielders out there who will stop the boundary, but Balburney, despite looking for a second, is sent back or chooses not to go any further. Tim Tams.
Yeah, one of Australia's favourite biscuits. We just had a delivery from
Andrew's aunt.
Andrew's aunt. Yes,
Yeah,
didn't
so-
quite catch her name, but thank you very much, and that's very kind.
Love an old Tim Tam. Won't be long before I'm out there getting them from the source. It's in the air, back past the bowler. That will be down to the boundary.
Nice shot in the end, but he makes a
Oh,
valiant
great
dive,
effort.
but almost just goes straight in the hedge.
And it's just all these boundaries, a boundary and over.
This one just was in the air, but there was just wide of everyone. Bit of luck.
Lovely shot, lifted though,
Yeah.
but into space. And that's the, and as I say, Garth seeming just to deal in boundaries today. That's another one for him. He's moved on 17. Andrew Balburney's on 21. And Pembroke going along very nicely. Again,
So
if you go
short.
short to Balburney,
Well, it's
or
actually
to either one of
either
these
one.
batsmen. And Garth on this occasion, punching it out into the leg side, out to mid-wicket, no fielder there, and they get through for another 3.
Yeah.
And that is the 50 up for Pembroke.
That was a lovely shot. I like the way he rolled his wrists and really kept that one down. There was no catching opportunity there. He didn't even really middle it. I mean, it's a very deep boundary, but it didn't race to the boundary, so they were able to pick it up. It was a lovely shot all the same. No, they picked up 2, was it?
That one played down behind point on the offside, but a
3.
nice bit of fielding. Means there's no run taken. 8 off the over already. A good over for Pembroke, and this is the last over of the power play, of course.
Well, they'll be delighted if they can come out the other end without losing the wicket.
It gives the whole team a lift when you get a half-century opening partnership.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good Yorker there, but well kept out.
You're going to have to be a bit more guile and deception to get past there.
Balburney's defences. Wind is picking up here. We expect they'll probably have a little bit of a shower come through maybe the next minute or 2. You never know. But it's got that feel about it.
Good crowd down at the Wheelfield Road gate and the trees down there.
Oh, that's a glorious shot. That's going to get...
It gets there. It was nearly a fine bit of fielding on the boundary. Full length dive, got his hand to it, but the momentum carried it on. Another boundary to end the over. 10 coming from that over. And that's actually the first over. I keep going on about how we keep scoring a boundary, or Pembroke keeps scoring a boundary every over. That's the first over we've seen 2 boundaries in.
No, very good there to finish the power play. I'm just going to jump off for a second. Should we put side up?
Is it starting to rain
Yeah,
there,
I can feel a
Amanda?
bit of moisture in the air. 1 second, folks.
We'll be back in just a minute.
While Craig's doing some renovations at the moment, just to keep a bit of moisture out of the media centre. Looks like we're adjusting the sight screen now, and there's a change of bowling coming up. 56 for no loss after 10. Good start. Good start for Pembroke. The Hills have had their chances. They could have had JJ Garth a couple of times. And I wonder if they'll regret that as the game goes on.
Do you want it up all the way, Amanda?
Yeah, because I want to zip it in the corner.
As you can see, we're trying to put a bit of protection around the gazebo. We're just playing a little bit of havoc with the pitches, but you get a bit of a breeze, and all of a sudden that comes up. So you might want to just drop the front down a tad. That's it. That'll be good. It's about the best we're going to get.
I just don't want anything getting wet.
Yeah, it's a bit stronger, as you can see in the trees in the background. It's a bit blowy. The uniforms of the team members there, it's really coming across to quite strong at the moment.
So at the end of the power play, 56 without loss, and Pembroke will be delighted with the way it's going so far.
I think we might need another side.
It's hard to tell, yeah. By the time you get it up, all of a sudden the rain will be gone.
Sunshine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the camera up, but it's crooked.
Slight delay on Pat Carthy and the Hills, and I think this is a bowling change, James.
It is a bowling change, yeah. Just waiting for the bowler's details to come up onto
Sean
the screen
McNichol
there.
having bowled 5 overs to get the Hills through the power play. Well, it's all gone a little bit quiet. You can see the umbrella up under the trees on the far side.
Looks like the sight screen is adjusted now.
You may pick up some.
Yeah, it's not for me, it's for my friend, but he bought some.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
All right.
Ahmed.
Ahmed, yep.
Yes, Ahmed. He'll be bringing on his particular brand of deliveries now. And as I say, Pembroke through the power play without the loss of a wicket and with a good scoring rate of 5.6. I always love the 10 over mark. Even I can do the run rate there.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Still a slip in place.
Well, you know, they're coming up for some friendly advice there, but they're still setting their team, setting their field.
3-0,
3-3.
3-3.
Thanks, Will.
There we go. We now will have some graphics, James.
Terrific stuff there as the Bellburnies go past.
Lap 2 that we know of. Still a slight delay in play here.
Yeah, just a fair bit of time to tweak their field. They want to get it right.
We now have graphics.
We do. Happy days.
Well, field has been set. The umbrellas, we now have 2 umbrellas over on the far side. They seem to have bought them in the same shop. One from the boys' side, one from the girls' side. Amanda now trying to zip up the 2 covers.
Here we go.
Left arm over.
Happy with that line and length there. He runs all the way down to JJ Garth, maybe to wish him well.
Just a morning greeting.
Yeah. So he opens up with the dot ball. Maybe just asking how his elbow's feeling.
Yeah. How is that elbow now? I'd say it's fine now.
Yeah. Always feels better when you hit a 4. Or any type of boundary.
There's a nice flowing bat from Garth, just playing it away on the offside.
No, are you okay?
No, still struggling
Graham, You might just give Amanda a hand by holding the zips together. It does make things easier.
I'm still having a few challenges in getting the other camera, stump-to-stump camera, to work. It was a bit difficult when it's on top of a pole and blusty conditions and little moisture in the air. This one played away on the leg side. They pick up a single. Well played. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but the batter's well and truly home.
I'm peering out the side here, James.
You
I'm
tell
like
us
the
what-
dog in the car,
Yeah.
with the tongue out the window.
I'm meant to continue.
Lovely
Pitching
shot.
it up. Yeah, lovely shot there. Just played away on the offside. Turns blind though, but
What?
no, I know. The Irish coach have a word to him about that.
What happened there? Did you get something in his eye?
Yeah. Picks up two. And Craig, you're about to get yourself tied up there.
It'll go down at the very bottom, Craig. I don't have a system. It's the very bottom.
This one just played away to point.
There we go. That's grand.
No run.
Alright.
Bowling quite well.
Thanks, James.
Bowling the good offside line there, just making it difficult for the batters to score. But so far, they've still picked up 3 from the over.
They're in there. I did see that earlier.
Can they finish with the dot or a wicket? That's the question they're asking for. And can Pembroke pick up that trusty boundary?
Yes.
Still contest between these two.
In the corner.
Ahmed, come down. Oh, that's lovely. Just dabbed down
So
behind.
much time. Absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, just lets it roll off the face of the bat there. Picks up a single. It's a good over there for both teams. 4 for Pembroke. So 60 off 11 for no loss. Yeah. Sorry?
Just talk about it.
Oh, yeah, cool. So here's the scorecard now. As you can see, great start there for both opening batsmen. Andrew Balburney, 28 of 38. Jonathan, or JJ Garth as we know him, 21 from 28. 11 extras. That's telling, but it was a bit of a shaky start and we've had a few byes go through, so hasn't been really any wides and there's definitely been no balls. Anyway, we'd like to, for the first time today, welcome Graham Mooney to the box.
Good morning, all.
How are you, Graham?
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad to sit down after all the running around I've just been doing.
Yeah, he's done well trying to
Technically,
do his approach.
top boy. Okay, sorry, maybe not running around. Okay,
Figuratively, yeah.
there was less running, more there was movements.
Looks like another change of bowling. Renaud.
Yeah, you just had in between watching and doing technical and coffee runs, etc. You kind of you'd have to be happy if you're Pembroke with the batting start, but if you're
Yeah.
the Hills, you have to ask, how do you not take that catch?
Well, that was astounding. It really was.
The weird.
Um,
I was watching it though, but before it even was bowled, I was in my head. I was going, sit down, JJ, because earlier in the season he got hit with a ball twice.
Yeah.
And he got out soon after chasing it, and that shot reminded me of that because, he was nearly trying to bat his way out of the pain or the trouble. And I was like, no, so let's sit back, maybe even sit down. But he's lucky to still be there.
He is lucky. And I wonder if this is going... Oh, this one's lifted around the corner. It's in the air. Is there a person down there? Can't see with these...
We're just blocked at the moment. We see what you see.
Yeah.
We've no panoramic view with the cover, with the side of the gazebo up.
Picks up 2, though. Very aerial. A bit lucky there, maybe. But
I'm just going to say, the fielder ran about 30 yards, put in a one-handed diving attempt at a catch. It was a brilliant effort.
Yeah.
It was almost. There was a man down there, but
This one
again,
just played away on the leg side to the mid-wicket and there's no run. I think this is good by the Hills to bring in a spin attack.
Oh, no, yeah, definitely. Some pace off the ball. Look, it's trying conditions for the batsman, very much so for the fielding side. It's a slippery grass area out there with the shower we had just before the start of play.
Yeah, make the ball quite greasy.
Yeah.
You'd have to imagine. Hard to keep that grip. And
Tough for the spinner getting his fingers wrapped around that ball, but
so far so good. He's done well.
the advantage, I suppose, the 2 balls, you get 1 dried.
Yeah.
They are using the 2 as in the league. But yeah, it's not easy for anyone out there at the moment.
This one just played away on the offside there. Out past the covers. They pick up a single.
Just out to the man at deep cover, patrolling that boundary along the wall.
So it's 12 down, 63 for none. They pick up 3 from that over. And
Yeah, you feel it, as they always say with a boxing match, they're sparring at the moment.
yeah.
Little jabs here and there. You definitely on points you'd be giving it to Pembroke at the moment.
Well, having all the
Re-
wickets in the shed,
Yeah.
you know, this is a great foundation. If they can go along and do this for a few more overs or quite a few more overs, then everyone coming in next is so relaxed. You've got a great foundation and it takes so much pressure off you.
Well, like that, this pair put on a 100 opening partnership last week in the All Ireland. They'll be looking to do something similar.
And
to
now
give
we
that
have
pace.
the camera, stump-to-stump camera is up and running, which is fantastic. It really changes the dimension of the game.
Obviously, give the viewers a bit better view of the action that's happening. Well done, Niall. Yeah, not easy conditions. The wind's blowing in for the technical staff. There'll be a bit of movement here as the
Yeah.
perfectionist that he is tries to get it just right.
A bit of an earthquake going on, but that's okay. This one,
The porridge is just right.
you see what he's doing with his
Yeah.
hand there? He's just trying a bit of a cutter or something there. Just picked by the batsman. He just lets it go through to the keeper.
I know, a bit early. Get that ball up there and swing it. The conditions still allow for it. This ball would only be 6 overs old.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just still get a bit of movement. Get it up there. Get it coming back in. That should be his natural action as a left arm over, bringing the ball back into the right hander. Oh, that's too short.
And that's going to be, is that 6? Yeah, crashes
Into the wall fence. That's just Andy Balburney all over. He picks the length so quickly.
Well, we were saying earlier that anything short to Andy and he just basically pivots on there and hooks the ball or pulls the ball away to the boundary more often than not. Okay. And now it's gone night time. So
bad light stops play. Not quite. We're just on the wrong button here.
Anyway, it's giggity.
We've decided to go BBC Worldwide Radio Service.
Yeah.
And we're back again.
It's all happening here, folks. We're just
Scores.
We're learning things every moment now.
7 from the over so far, just 3 balls. So pressure on this bowler.
Well, that's not the length
6
that you
and
want.
1. Yeah, no, you can't bowl that to
You're not fast enough anyway.
No, yeah, and the pitch is obviously with the weather. It's not a mid-July hard. You know, there's some good bounce in it, but not that good.
Yeah, and he pitched that one on the leg stump there, and it's just played away nicely by JJ. They'd love the ball there every day. That's just easy runs. So it's just, he's really is struggling to get his radar, but he did well in the first over, so maybe just keep it simple.
I think you get a stock ball and just bowl it, especially when you're searching for a wicket. If you can just try to build, 4, 5, 6 dot balls.
Well, if he's going to bowl this line, I wonder why they don't put a slip in. You know, I mean, if you're going to go across the face,
yeah, well,
of the batter,
he should be coming back into the batsman. So I can get why no slip, especially.
I know, I understand that, but you kind of think you've taken LBW out of the equation by coming down that line, essentially. And then why don't you just have?
I object. I hate when people say that.
No. You got, okay, it's a full toss, fine, but most of them are pitching outside of leg, so he's not going to get LBW.
Well, if he pitches at middle and
I know, but he's not though.
No, I know. Yeah.
So if why don't if you're going to try and the only logic to me seems to be that I'm going to try and drift it across the face of the batsman.
No, I get
so
you.
let's get a slip in.
Problem is, and again, though, the breeze isn't going to do the way he's bowled from this end. The breeze is coming left to right.
Well, maybe it's just a bad plan all around,
St. John's Road end, seems to be coming left or right. So I think he's hoping the batsman makes a mistake.
Yeah.
I think they're into that. Hills are into that middle over period already, where they're trying to contain and hoping for more of a mistake than the attacking. They end the track.
Yeah,
It's lovely use of the feet from Gartz.
What I like about that shot too was that he came down the track but didn't try to be hoik to cow corner. He just actually let it open his wrists and let it run off the face of the bat down
Played it on its merits and got just the one, but
out
that's
to the
again
cover region.
Balbirnie back in strike. And just a gentle push. Straight to the fielder this time.
These two have done well. It's almost 5.5 and over that they're going for, which is the
Yeah. Oh, if you're going to
fantastic
if
start.
5.5 in the first 15, 20 overs is a great start.
Oh,
Balbirnie in two minds there. He went forward, he came back, nearly
Yeah.
found the edge.
he did well not to hit
Yay.
it.
we can see again.
Alright, yeah, don't pull it down too far.
The little hint of rain has gone away, so we
This
brought
one's-
the sides of the gazebo down so we can see.
Cracked out to the covers, but there was a
Everything
man in
again.
deep cover there and picks it up for a single. Good arm.
Yeah, I'd need two from there, three maybe.
It'd be relay for me.
Relay, definitely. Yeah, what's an Uber? I can't afford an Uber in Sandymint. D4 prices, no thank you.
Just tried to run that down to pass point, but
Just so you know, I was not that person in Swords who won the 500,000 on Friday night. They with Swords, yes. I went to the wrong shop.
anyway, 73 for no loss after 14. And this is looking like very much a big problem for the Hills now. What are they going to do
Yeah, this
to
is
try
where
and pull this back and make a breakthrough?
this is where the captain earns his money.
Well, the trouble is they've already done that, and they missed up their two opportunities. One was an
Oh,
incredible
that's-
difficult catch in first
It would have
slip.
been a spectacular, but then followed the sublime, followed by the ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it
is
was.
all you can say.
But so that they've kind of it's their own fault.
Yes. Now, granted,
But they need to
they
find
need
another way to do something like that again.
Well, again, they're hoping for a bit of magic. That little bit of indecision from a batsman, a little mistake. Again, that's a good line. Just
Yeah,
bowl six
that's
of them. 6 of them. The only hope you could have at this point is both bowlers bowling in tandem. Try and build some pressure here, and that's where you go back to your stock ball and get some dots rolling.
Yeah, you have to.
Difficult to do, obviously, with these batsmen in such good form and seeing the ball so well. But at the moment, with the pace of the bowling, you would have to say that's their best opportunity. Well played from Balbirnie, just off his hips, tucked away nicely for one into the leg side.
Well, that's a challenge in what you're saying there is the fact that these two are just happy to work singles if they need to. They know they've got a great start. They just need to keep chipping away. There will be a loose ball, so they've got the patience to wait for that. So it all comes to what are the bowlers going to do? Can they build pressure, or can they set traps? I mean, the only time you're going to try and probably catch these two out is getting them down, hitting to cow corner or to the long boundaries, like there. Oh my goodness!
Garrett attack. Well, again, but these batsmen will be looking to attack because they are on top. They'll try to be press home an advantage.
Well,
but this is where bowlers can sometimes make the mistake of chasing a wicket.
Well, if you're going to slash hard, and he got away with that one again, it was always going to be a
nobody's
tough.
catching.
Yeah, no one's catching that. But
no wicket keeper's getting that one. Not even Sam Murphy from last week.
well, maybe Kevin Ryan, but that's about it. But he's the only one I'd put money on.
That's because he normally stands at second slip, isn't it?
No, it's just best keeper in the club.
I know. Don't be angry at me.
I thought that was going to be an edge on that. He did well to miss it.
No, again, that's a good line.
That's a great line. That's probably the best ball he's bowled. That should give him great encouragement. Look at this. It drew him into the shot. He did well not to get an edge. I thought he had an edge for a
that's
second.
as a left-hand bowler, that is just what you want.
That was
Where pitch and going right across. He had to play at it. And, yeah, the only thing that didn't go for the bowler was getting the little nibble.
Yeah, leaves that one go.
Yeah, well watched because he can just leave that one out. Once it's pitching outside off, he doesn't seem to be getting the ball to come back in, so Balbirnie feels safe leaving that. Yeah, the only thing that could have gone better for that bowler is if it pitched maybe a bit more in line. Brought DLB into play. if it came back.
Getting some encouragement there by his teammates, and so he should. He's bowling well at the moment. If he can just get another magic ball like that, maybe they can get this breakthrough. But not this ball. It's played out there to
just looking at his
mid off.
Just looking at his run up, you'd need to work on that a little to put some pace into his delivery.
Now at this stage, just look at the partnership there. 75 from 90.
They've never looked better.
And
those selfies.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Graham Mooney and
so we just
Craig
see
Senior.
the partnership 75 off 90. Really, from an opening partnership, you can't ask for more. Balburney 40 from 57, Garrett 24 from 33. Happy to be there with a couple of chances he's given, but the important thing is he is there and he can continue on down the track. That isn't where he wanted it. It's going to go to a fielder. Taken in the deep cover. Garrett looking to go straight down the ground. It came off the side of the, sliced it off the face of the bat, and the Hills have the breakthrough. They needed that big time. 75 off 15 was what Pembroke were on, and Garrett's just looking to press home this great start Pembroke have found themselves in. Coming down the track, as you see, and you can just see not where he wanted it at all. And then straight down the throat at the fielder at deep extra cover. Took it above the eye line, hands up. And then you just saw at the end there, after the successful catch. So just to prove it was taken. And yeah, to follow the first wicket, Craig, you've come in just at that point.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Was that you jinxing?
JJ Garth, he departs for 24. It's a good partnership. My apologies for the graphics being on the screen as JJ took his shot. And that will bring Blake McDonald to the crease.
You'll enjoy coming in with 75 on the board.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah, always good.
As long as you're not coming in second ball, isn't it? I mean, anything after that you tend to be more than happy with.
When you're number 3, if you're coming in 15 overs plus runs on the board, you're a happy man.
I see Luke Murray is at Biarritz Airport watching us today.
Yeah. Coming back from the recuperation treatments, I'm sure he just sat on a bed and did nothing but keep his leg,
I'm going to
stretched.
I'm going to guess what the score was in that over.
75. It was 75 at the start of the over.
No, not this one. The previous one. So we'll just give them the benefit of that anyway. But the first breakthrough for the Hills. 75 for the loss of JJ Garth. And, JJ had been on and off top form. He had been dealing mainly in boundaries.
He's such a clean striker of the ball.
Yeah.
When he hits it, it stays hit. Fortunately, that time he just didn't quite get where he wanted on the bat. Well bowled, well kept out by McDonald. Just died on him a little. He managed to get the bat down, squeezed it onto the leg side, straight to the fielder. And that completes the 16th over.
16 gone then. A good time for the Hills. Finally making the breakthrough they'd been searching for. No news on what's happening with Breedy at the moment, what things are looking like up there. Hoping that the guys get to play. Last home game for the summer. 6 games, 3 ODIs, 3 T20s. And for all the ODIs to be rained out, well, it's not ideal.
No.
Yeah, I knew if I spoke about this, you'd be torn between finishing a donut and wanting to say something, and you're now left with the situation that you've got a half-eaten donut in your left hand, and the jam, as he holds the donut, squeezing the sides together, the jam's starting to escape, and so it had better be worth saying, Graham.
I was just going to agree with you, Craig.
In that case, it was. Well, another good ball. Ahmed back on from the St John's end.
No, at least with Breedy, they're getting plenty of net time with the facilities up there. They are very good. So at least they're getting some practice in.
It's not what they want. Wouldn't be ideal.
No, Breedy's an absolutely wonderful ground, wonderful facilities.
Just the weather.
It's just the weather.
It's in the wrong place.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Caribbean would be nice.
Oh,
My goodness.
that's beautiful.
That is a top-class stroke. Just pushed back past the bowler with enough pace to beat both mid-off and mid-on, bisecting them. He was very lucky he didn't crash it into the stumps. It was that straight.
Yeah, I play at least 10 of those in my dreams at night.
Well,
It's the only place I can play them.
Balboni moves into the 40s, and I noticed the arrival here of Charlie. Great to see, and Bill Whaley as well. Oh, that's a cracking shot by Balboni. Don't bowl there to him. Didn't get all of it, and probably a good idea he didn't. It fell short of the fielder on Cyril's way. He picks up another boundary. Great to see you, Charlie. How are you, sir?
That actually could have been brilliant for the bowler and heartbreak for the batsman. He almost got enough on it to get to the fielder.
Charlie's just arrived, and the first thing he noticed is the double pack, the family pack of Tim Tams. Andrew Bolton's auntie brought them over for us.
They're Australian.
Well,
Straight from Australia.
yes, they're
Oh, you have to have a Tim Tam. Oh, you haven't lived till you had a Tim Tam.
very, very special.
We love a Tim Tam.
Surely there was bat involved there. I heard at least two noises.
Yeah, oh no, there was definitely bat. In fact, if I want to be in the good books, I want to bring them home to the wife.
Well, tough.
Ah, come
If
on.
you want to be in the good books, you earn your own way in there, pal. Take her to Australia and then
I
let her eat
did.
Tin Tams.
I did 20 odd years ago. And she
Well,
wants.
it's time to go again, Graham. The Ashes are on. Go to the Ashes.
Yeah, I was there the last time when I was brought home.
The only convicts to go the other way. Talking of which, I hope Kieran's joined us today. Plenty of viewers in Australia between Kate and the Nick Stapleton fan club, and now we have the ABFC as well. Carol Bolton.
Hello, the ABFC.
Yeah. So thank you so much for tuning in. At the moment there is around 70 people tuned in.
So obviously Tim Tams are the Irish or the Australian version of Barry's tea.
Well, actually, I think they're the Australian version of what
Tato?
penguin.
No, I just mean what goes in it.
No, but that's the equivalent.
Yes.
It is the stereotype.
Yeah. When you send the care package,
Yep.
they send the Tim Tams, we'd send Barry's tea or
Well,
Tato.
when Boris Johnson, Alexander de Pfeiffer Johnson, was talking about trade deal with Australia, where basically they gave Australia everything, and one of the things that he mentioned as being an Australian product that should be available on the shelves was Tim Tams.
Yes.
They are world renowned.
Oh, absolutely lovely.
Shot nicely through on the offside. Two fielders trying to get to it, and between them they do. One throws himself on the grenade, and the other one picks it up and throws it back.
Oh, that's what
Steve
teamwork.
Wood has gone for a very lurid, vivid. Not colourful, but
He just can't
get him. We'll get him on shot here now, because that is a t-shirt and a half. It's the Puma.
You can't hide with that on.
My goodness.
Yeah. But he's used to bright colours out in the
Are
middle.
you afraid you're going to lose him in a car park or something? You know, it's like putting something on top of the car so you remember where yours is.
If lost, please return to. Yeah.
Nicely punched through, taking on the fielder. It's a good throw, and somehow a stump came out. I think it was the bowler's hand came through and took that stump out as he went to gather the ball.
Should have appealed. The umpire would have given it. They're all blind. Yeah, the finger would have come up.
The views of Graham Mooney are the views of Graham Mooney, and of Graham Mooney alone.
And only because the umpire standing
Graham
beside
Mooney
me is
will
white. Yeah.
accept any subpoenas or summonses to court directly to his house.
Yeah. It's well known at this stage. It's like HR.
Or coming down the track. This time he does hit one a bit too straight, does Blake. He manages to hit the stumps at the far end. It's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 83 for 1 after 18. And what do you think, Graham? Do you think we've got time for a bit of graphics?
Go for it. We're coming on to a fast bowler. Well, a seam bowler.
Let's go with.
I'd still.
We showed the batting team earlier, so let's have a look now. Now, no, sorry. Can you go out by the rope?
Yeah.
Can you go out by the rope so
that
we
way
can
we
get
see
this
you.
properly?
Yeah, we never see you.
And let me just let me clear the screen.
Don't worry, we'll get you wherever you are in the ground. There's no hiding.
83 for 1 then. 18 down, just 2 overs now. Would take us through to 20. And of course, what we're looking for is 25. So used to doing 40 over games for drinks, but on this occasion it's going to be 50 overs. This the quarter-final of the Leinster Senior Cup. Do you know who's sponsoring the Leinster Senior Cup these days?
It's the head coach of Phoenix.
LWH?
Is it a coach?
LHW.
Sorry, a coach of Phoenix. I don't know who head coach or blah 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 title, but it's somebody who was coaching Phoenix. I don't. Yeah, you may have heard of him.
I think it's a good thing as well that Louis remains
absolutely.
in the game.
Oh,
there was a fear that,
Yeah.
I mean, the man has so much experience and one of the finest players Ireland's ever produced.
Yes, absolutely.
And to lose that knowledge, I think it's great that it's being passed on to a new generation. Now, you can't gain experience by listening to somebody, but
No, but look, a voice in the dressing room who's been there,
who's
done
been
that,
there before,
bought the T-shirt, has the medals.
punched away through to mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there, sort of square leg more than anything else by the time it had stopped going.
Although I did joke with him a couple of weeks ago. In fact, Gabby has an All-Ireland, he doesn't.
Well, the All-Ireland wasn't really around when Louis was in his pomp.
No. 84, 85 was the first year, was it?
Yeah,
83 maybe?
that's YM would have been there or thereabouts in those days. But of course, the strength of Irish cricket back in the early 80s was in the northwest.
Absolutely, yeah.
The Donna Manners and Strabans of this world, as that one's beautifully clipped off the hips, it's going to run away, and the fielder.
He caught his
thought.
knee.
Do you know what? He thought the ground was wetter than it was.
Yeah, he caught his knee.
And his knee dug in, and it tumbled. Do you remember Sid Lawrence, English bowler?
Yeah.
He did that.
Yeah, and do you remember actually
It's one of the most dangerous things is not sliding properly.
Yeah.
It's when I knew I was getting old was when I tried to slide and
I never tried.
I didn't have the guts to go down on it anymore.
But
so
you know, the one of England's best, I think, swing bowlers, Jones, the Welsh,
Simon Jones.
at the start of the Ashes first test.
Yeah.
After the feint, they put Australia into bat after winning the toss. But one of the things that hurt England, everyone forgets, in that test match was Simon Jones going over on his ankle.
Yep.
And
look, there's plenty of test matches where somebody remember McGrath standing on a cricket ball. Standing on a cricket ball while they were playing football, and everyone blamed the football.
Yeah.
That's what got me. He stood on a cricket ball, lads. But he was playing football. Why do cricketers play football before?
Why was there cricket ball on?
Because it's a nice, easy way of warming up.
Yeah.
It makes absolute sense.
Plus,
Anyway, Ahmed, back to the game. Ahmed now back in. No wicket as yet to his name, but then again,
he's been a little
his team.
unlucky.
That's a cracking shot through the offside. A Better Tomorrow was on the YouTube chat earlier, and he was saying what nice batting there is, and that's so true this morning, or this first session rather, early afternoon. It's been some lovely shots played.
Look, the punches down the grounds, cover drives. Of course, we've had the big height pulls for the sixes, but for me, those cover drives and that have been played. Now, it's a huge boundary again. The last few weeks, Pembroke have gone for the big boundary out to the railway line, so they're not quite getting there.
They're keen on that large boundary, has to be said.
We know why. The spinners like bowling from the nursery ends.
Absolutely. Play with as much space as you can, and also, play with as much space as you can. If you're going to have a run around the paddock, have a decent run.
Once, twos, threes win you game.
Ball thrown in, Pat Carthy's going to have to bend down and pick up the bails again.
He'll remember that for the next innings.
Yeah. Anyway, end of the over. 91 for 1 off 19.
Best line from a umpire I ever heard, or has given it back to a fielding side. It was a Hills member actually back in the day, and he was umpiring the game. He was telling me, and the fielding side were questioning some of his decisions. So he eventually got fed up with them, and he turned around and said, "Do you know something? You're right. I'll start giving them in the second innings."
Kevin Ryan, you've killed me.
That hurts.
That's comment of the year. That is. I'm writing that one down.
Yeah, thanks. That's going on the awards night.
If you are watching on YouTube, worth popping into the live chat, whether you contribute or not. And remember, you need to subscribe to contribute. And we thank all of you who do. You give us such moments. And Kevin Ryan, that's going down as quote of the year so far. And Graham, I think you'll accept that that's quite funny.
It's hurtful.
In these woke days, I should
I
be
can still-
admonishing him.
I fully support his right to say it.
Yeah.
I fully support his right to make the comment. I can still be hurt by it. And I'm going to watch what I say now from now on.
Oh, glad I didn't have a mouthful of coffee when I read that. I love the way he's quite willing to put it out on YouTube as well.
Yeah,
It could have been a direct message.
Well, luckily for him, I wouldn't stand a chance in a court of law of saying that's libelous.
Yeah. I think facts are on his side as Andy Balbirnie pushes one away on the offside and picks up another well-deserved half-century.
Just
I
72
remember
deliveries.
there's a few years ago now we had an awards night, and it was when Andy was playing a lot of international cricket, and he wasn't featuring much down here in Sydney Pro, didn't get many games played, and in fact he got to the situation whereby he he had more appearances than runs.
Yes.
So it is absolutely delightful to see what great form he's in now. End of this over, we're going to move.
Yes.
You can take a break.
Get Charlie in.
And go and wipe your tears from your eyes.
The Tracks of My Tears, one of my favourite songs.
And another single is taken. And it's just a nice handy over for both sides. 4 runs coming from it. 95 for 1 after 20. Graham, thank you very much for your first stint. And we'll have you back in 5 overs, or yeah. And now you can go and ring Kevin. You can go and ring Kevin now.
You all lucky I'm very nice about this sort of shit.
Yes, we are. But it's only because we know how nice you are that we get away with it. You give us the leeway to do it.
And I only let certain people get away with it.
Yeah, and one of those is Kevin, obviously. James, welcome back to the box.
Thank you, Craig.
Did you think that was a pack of cards?
No,
Pack of playing cards.
I
and
thought that was a
interesting look, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean,
looks like another change of bowling. We're going to see the 5th bowler.
well, they got that breakthrough that they needed, and it's great to see Balbirnie get to his half-century.
Yeah, all the good stuff happened while you were away, James.
No, yeah. you
Isn't it
move away
amazing
for
how
5
often that
seconds.
happens? Yeah, turn your back for a second and cricket is at you.
Well, the Hills desperately needed that breakthrough.
They need another, don't they?
Oh,
It's going to fly away as a leg by. It was definitely going down the leg side. You can see how dark and sort of changeable the weather is out there at the moment.
yeah, it is, mate. It seems to be like every over, it's a different
Yeah.
feel and look.
Different season.
Yeah. So challenging conditions, but it's not blisteringly hot. So in some ways, it keeps the temperature down. This is a nice shot out to behind cover, but there is no run.
Still good to see the enthusiasm amongst the fielders. Sometimes if, the other side are on the brink of 100, they've only lost 1 wicket, it seems to be going their way. It's so easy sometimes just to see players' minds drift. So great to see the enthusiasm still there in the field. Everybody walking in with the bowler and then fielding even the simplest of things with speed. Good to see. Good
Absolutely.
from the Hills.
No, it's good that momentum, they keep the intensity up. New man relatively at the crease at the moment.
Yeah.
So they'll be hoping that they get him cheaply.
Shazad, right arm over. The 5th bowler used today. They seem to be bowling to a formula. First 10 overs were 5 from each end from the same bowlers, and the second 10 were 5 from each end from different bowlers. And now they've got Shazad on, and what will happen? Will they continue with one of the change bowlers, or will there be a 6th bowler already?
Good question. Maybe another spinner. Who knows? But we'll soon see. One thing he needs to do now is not bowl anything short.
Yep. I think you're absolutely spot on there. If he drops anything short, these two batsmen are just far too good.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have the pace to.
No, he's not quick enough at all.
To get through. He's relying on accuracy.
Yep. So don't change what you're doing here.
That's better. Just outside off, driven away. Fielder in the field doing his job. Bowling to your field, that is. 21 overs gone then. The score has moved on to 97 for 1. And at this stage, I shall take my leave of you and leave James with the note-taking. And James, I'll leave you with Charlie.
Fantastic.
Welcome back.
Oh, welcome, Charlie. It's been a long time no see. Great to have you back in the box.
Good afternoon, James. Good to be back.
Got a lovely shot out there to deep cover, but there's a man on the boundary who fields that really well, and they just pick up a single. No, it's excellent to have you back in here.
Are you going to maintain Craig's notes?
I am.
Okay, cool, because I'm going to watch and learn how to do this.
Okay.
I think I've figured it out.
Yeah. It's just, there's a bit full, that one, and it's driven out. Extra cover.
What I've seen other guys do.
Yeah.
And this one seems to be the one that's working best for me.
It seems pretty clear. I'm pretty sure I could resume doing it. Taking over to here to get up to speed. So my first question to you, James, is it says here on this box of Tim Tams that there is no substitute. Is that indeed the case?
Absolutely. Once you've tasted one of those, mate, there are a few imitations out there in the marketplace, but they're just garbage.
Okay, so there are kind of Tim Tam.
Yeah, spelled with 2 M's and a silent Q.
Sure, or Tom Tims.
Yeah, Tom Tims.
Yeah, Tem Tams.
All
so
that.
Lots of options.
Yep. It's played out well now to the offside there. Doing well to keep this bowler out. He's getting obviously a bit of movement.
And I'm also noticing that the Health Star rating is a 0.5 on the Tim Tams. That seems low.
It does. This one brings up the 100 for Pembroke. So scatter the applause from the crowd out there in the clubhouse, your teammates. So, 22 done. That's now 100 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And the Tim Tams, there are 20 biscuits in the pack at
Do you
this
want to try
point.
one?
I think I'm going to have to.
I think you're going to
and a Health Star rating of 0.5. So those are all the critical stats here from Pembroke.
So all our listeners from Sydney will know exactly what a Tim Tam tastes like.
Yeah, so this is going to be like one of those YouTube videos where an English person eats American chocolate or something like that. As we see the return of Mr. Shirzad, who pulled his first over in the 21st. His first delivery is on off stump but blocked. I now have an open box of Tim Tams in front of me, but I'm going to... Ooh, okay, I see. They're kind of robed in irresistible real chocolate, as it seems to be described here on the package.
Yeah, what's on the tin is what you get.
Yep. And I see that the maker of Tim Tams, Arnott's, it looks like their mascot is kind of a toucan?
No, it's a parrot.
A parrot, right? And a swing and a miss there.
That's a big shot there by McDonald.
But this parrot appears to be holding a clipboard of some kind, as if she were keeping statistics on the quality of the Tim Tams. Maybe she's the one who records the Health Star rating. So we're two deliveries into this over from Shirzad. We await his third.
It's just tempting outside the off stump now. And he gets him. He gets in the edge, and that's the breakthrough there.
Yeah, Shirzad reacted immediately to that. However fine that edge was, it was clearly audible to the umpire and Shirzad and the wicketkeeper and maybe even the batter himself, as you see his head drop right when it happens. Once he knew he was caught, it was over, and the umpire's arm goes up slowly but surely. So that's the end of McDonald. Unfortunately, with all the Tim Tam talk, the Australian batter departs. Shirzad was hitting that spot pretty consistently, and he got his edge.
I didn't see what he was on. He was on 7 or something, I think.
I think it was 12.
Or 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the second wicket here. Just a couple of over before drinks, which will bring up Pembroke's fourth batter.
This is Jack
Tector.
Tector, who is in the form of his life, and they'll need him to continue that today.
Jack
Now, just
Tector.
put a jinx on him. Sorry, Jack.
So I've heard a lot of the commentary here recently, James, and people have been talking about your prognostication abilities. So there was a American NFL announcer who they used to actually joke that he was a precog, like from that movie Minority Report, because he had precognition, because he was that able. And there was another guy, a baseball guy named Tim McCarver, who also seemed to just be able to say exactly what would happen before it happened. So you are Pembroke's resident precog. Shirzad's fourth delivery will be the first to Jack Tector. He hits the same spot. Tector strokes it away to the offside.
There's a man in the deep down there, so I'll just fit a single. But he's off strike and picks up first run of his innings. Always good to get off the naught.
So after a blistering start to this game, Pembroke slowed down in the second 10 once the power play ended. And the Hills have earned some wickets here, bringing this contest back into balance. Shirzad's fifth is again on fourth stump, and that's driven away for 1 run.
Yeah, driven out there to the mid-off position, or wide mid-off. Picks up a single.
So one more delivery in this over before I have my very first Tim Tam. I'm waiting for the break because I need to kind of describe it.
You'll need to take...
And I don't want to take away from the cricket.
You may need to take your microphone off while you have it, because they are quite crunchy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Jack in his distinctive red helmet. Lets that one go through quite wisely. Good ball. Well, good over there from the Hills. The breakthrough that they needed again. So only conceded 2 off that over, but they picked up a wicket. So the score now after 23 is 102 for 2.
James, what's a chocolate Montel?
Sorry? A chocolate Montel. I actually don't know. I've
Another
been out of the
Australian
country
delicacy.
too long, I think.
So my first reaction to holding the Tim Tam is that the chocolate is not melting when I touch it. So I think that's good. Feels pretty solid. Looks like there's 2 kind of biscuits in it that are attached together, and they're kind of overall enrobed by a layer. I'm going to leave the mic on because I think people really want to hear the crunch.
Okay, knock yourself out.
Well, yeah, that's crunchy.
There is a rumour that one you used to be able to use it like almost like a straw to drink your tea through with coffee. So you bite the corner, then you flip it and bite another corner. So
That's very good.
oblong. Yeah.
Oh, I see it.
Oh,
yeah.
And you suck your tea through it.
Well, I'm very grateful to this parrot with the clipboard who's maintaining the quality control of the Tim Tam.
This came from the Bolton family. So we're very grateful for them. And we have Jay Cusack now. Is this his first?
This looks like Cusack's first over.
Yep. Change of bowling again. This one just dabbed down past.
They're going to go for the second here as it evades the fielder's
That's good
grip.
running.
And they come back for the second fairly easily, but it was well spotted by the Pembroke batters to be able to take the second.
Yeah, there was no one down in the region, the sort of gully region. Balburney just worked the ball down there. Picks up 2. He now is on 56. This one just played away out to point.
So, James,
No,
are you familiar with the kind of food science concept of mouthfeel?
No, can't
So it's
say.
kind of when you think
It
about
comes up in conversation very often.
when you think about kind of foods and literally how they feel in your mouth. So the feel of the Tim Tam's quite nice as we see the third delivery. That's driven away to the offside. Through the ring, they run the 1. There's a fielder in the deep. We'll throw it back in. So you think about certain foods, whether they're mushy or kind of grainy or whatever, but the Tim Tam's kind of satisfying, kind of coating my teeth. A little bit of almost like they are enrobing my molars and
Yeah.
incisors.
It's a biscuit that keeps on giving.
Sure. A lot of wet mouth sounds on the broadcast today.
You might want to hit mute, folks, for or not. Jack to face this guy for the first time. Jack Thatcher in his distinctive red helmet, as we've said before.
Cusack delivers. That one's on the stumps and poked away, blocked away by Tector for no run.
Still got a good chat out there in the field by the Hills, which is always good to see. Keeps the energy levels up and makes sure everyone's in focus. This one just worked away on the leg side now, and I'll just pick up a single. Good rotation of the strike.
So speaking of a single, how many Tim Tams would be kind of a reasonable serving? Like 2?
Well, it depends on what you've been doing prior to having a...
This is a family pack of 20, so let's assume a family of 4, so 5 a serving. That delivery is out wide and called up.
Want to have at least 2.
One of at least 2, right. Well, I mean, I could easily see myself working through that one. It's kind of, let's just await the last delivery. That one's driven away to the deep fielder on the offside.
He's getting a fair bit of work out there at the moment, but he's doing a good job protecting that boundary. And I'm going to now...
Yeah, get involved in these Tim Tams. They're made with irresistible real chocolate, and we've learned that there is no substitute from the parrot with the clipboard, who I'm just going to call Arnott. So I think maybe the American equivalent might be kind of a sleeve of Chips Ahoy or a sleeve of Oreos, where you open them and they just all seem to go. There's no sense of what a reasonable human being serving is. Because now that the Tim Tams have well and truly been opened, I can see 10 Tim Tam slots and 4 are empty as we welcome back Shirzad to face Balbirnie. He pokes that one away. Oh, good, well fielded within the ring just to prevent the run.
This is the over before drinks, so Pembroke will be hoping not to lose the wicket here.
So what should I have then? Should I have tea? Should I have coffee with my Tim Tam?
Tea is traditionally the way. You can have anything.
I'm a little bit Ted Lasso with the tea, I will admit. Like, I do need the coffee. Shirzad comes in for his second. Again, slapped down.
Sort of back with a point there and no run. He's definitely bowling to a line in the plan.
Yeah, Shirzad's been on target, assuming that target is 4th or 5th stump. He's
on the offside,
been where he needs to be. And he's, gotten the wicket earlier in his previous over and been quite stingy so far here. That one's driven straight back for no run.
It goes down the mid-on. No run. He's actually bowled very well, I thought. I think they'd just be happy to see him off, get the drinks, reset.
But what bowler number was Shirzad? Is he 5? Yeah.
He's 5, yeah.
Right. But he's having some success here as he steams in for his 4th. That one's cut away, backward a point.
Yeah.
The deep fielder is cutting it off. The second run is thought about, but then they stop each other and choose to just stick for the safe 1 here before drinks. Probably the right call.
Yeah, just a fraction wider, that ball, and it's dealt with accordingly. That's okay. It wasn't too expensive. Just a single.
Yeah, if you're going to make a mistake, that's a fairly inexpensive price to pay for it. Shirzad's 5th is fuller.
Yeah,
it's
full
taken
toss.
on the full toss and clipped away on the leg side by Tector for 1. Yeah, it was so full it was a full toss is what it was.
Yeah, absolutely. He was, I think if Tector had been there for a few overs more, maybe that would have been dispatched in a different way. But he's happy just to get on the ground, get the drinks, reset.
Balbirnie taps his bat, awaits the final delivery before drinks, and he drives that one straight to the covers where it's knocked down for no run. So after 25 overs, Pembroke are 2 for 110. I reverse that for all the Tim Tam fans out there.
And we're just going to,
After a very hot start, slowed down by the Hills, and we'll see where they come back.
So we'll give you a break there for a while to go and get your own cup of tea and maybe crack open your own Tim Tams. And we'll do the same, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
Have to. Me? Yeah, go on.
Yep, welcome
Yeah.
back all. It's Graham and Craig back in the box. A couple of boys have headed off for their drinks break. So we've come back. A very, well poised match, Craig. 1-1-0. I'll keep the 10
That's a
pounds.
fair swap, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll take the 10 pounds, thank you.
Charlie's silly enough to leave them. He goes, they're really nice, and then he left them with you, Graham. Well,
I'll just ooze my way into the packet, will
oh, here we go.
I? It's our word for the day. I'm hoping Kevin is enjoying that lovely bottle of whiskey.
Kate Hurley saying she prefers an Arnott chocolate Monte and might even bring some over in July. All gratefully received here in the commentary box. The score now 1-1-1 for 2.
As long as she brings some of the Aussie
Nelson,
weather.
feet up in the air.
Quickly
Played
off
away.
that.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Balboni moving on to 60. As I heard James say earlier, Jack Tector, he's in some form. He's really a couple of innings that have really done well for Pembroke. He did well in the Irish Senior Cup, but
this competition, in the last rounds, his 100 against Adamstown.
Yep, it was vital, absolutely vital.
But it was at the right stage. There was been a little wobble in the Pembroke batting order. A few wickets had been taken, with not a lot of runs on the board, and Tector came to the crease and dominated, really. Played the perfect innings.
And that one played around the corner to the fielder. The misfield allowing Tector to get down for another single. Brings Balbirnie back on strike. Halfway mark. It's always too early to ask Niall what he thinks the final score will be. Niall likes to wait until about 30th, 35 and see how many overs are remaining.
Yeah.
And but where do you think we are today?
262.
Very specific, 262 from Graham.
I'm gonna really go out there and say for 8.
Oh, naming wickets as well. Well,
I've not got one right this year, so that's. As I said, I didn't win a lot of somebody else did, so I'm not great at numbers.
I'm going to go for a more sort of
ambitious
275.
Well, we all know the key here. If Balbirnie converts this 60 into some magical numbers, you are talking 270, 280, 290, especially with some of the hitters to come at the very end. There's some.
I'm not swayed by the Tim Tams arriving or anything, but the way Adam Bolton's been batting at the tail end of an innings.
With Luke Murray.
That last game we saw him play where he scored 16 from the first 3 balls. That changed that game, in my opinion.
Well, I think the Hills have made at
least... Tector called for a very quick one there and got through, despite the dive pass of the ball towards the stumps.
Well, one important... I don't know if it's just playing here a lot for the Hills, or compared to Estonians. Estonians bowled the last over to the wall, which is never smart. And where the last over, the 50th over today, will be bowled to the railway line on the leg side.
Big difference.
Big difference. So Bolton was able to manipulate, and he beautifully did, manipulate the ball to the pavilion, which is the shortest boundary there is here, if you're not hitting straight.
Certainly from pitch 4 anyway, which is where we are today.
Exactly. So at least the Hills have smartly decided the 50th over will go to the railway tracks.
Slog sweep certainly on here. Nobody out in that position, which in the level of cricket that we actually used to play in, Graham, it was almost your first and your best fielder.
Always.
Out to cow.
Yeah. And he'd still drop the ball. Expletive.
4 o'clock now.
Am I looking at the wrong watch?
There's a message for you on the YouTube, Graham, as Balbirnie clips one away behind square on the leg side, down towards the pavilion, and they pick up just an easy single. Graham, just for your information, I think, Kevin has bought a new fridge because the ice maker was broken and the whiskey warranted it.
Oh.
I was
told it was a decent one.
Well, there
My
you go.
apologies.
No, he said it warranted a whole new fridge because of the bottle you bought was that good.
Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Shazad now 9 for 1. Into his 4th, or just about to close out his 4th over. Balbirnie and Tector. Oh.
Again, we're back into the sparring of heavyweights here. Jabs.
They did a super job.
Oh, well played again from Tector. Just again.
Tector, of course, finding his way at the moment, just early on in his innings. But these two together, they came together in the 23rd over, just before drinks. Always a dangerous period to lose a wicket. You can lose 1 or 2 before and 1 and 2 afterwards, and the whole innings can change. But Pembroke have avoided that at the moment, and after 27 overs, the score now has moved on to 118 for 2.
Well, they're manipulating the ball very well, just taking the singles that are on offer. Nothing crazy. Obviously, Tector anxious to, get a few more deliveries under the belt before he needs to go into explosive mode.
I know. I mean, there's still 23 overs to go.
Yeah.
3 5-4.
Wow. Okay, Niall is going crazy. We're going crazy. We're going big. Go big or go home from Niall. That's a crazy. That's a crazy.
I mean, if these two are together at the end, then it's eminently possible. Or, and perhaps some of the big hitters come in for the last three overs.
Yeah, the last. Well, I've seen a few games on the twos this year where they have put on 50 in the last 5.
Oh, 70 in the last, 74 in the last 7 was a good one.
Yeah.
But again, 22 in the last 1 was quite good for the senior team in the Irish Senior Cup. The Bob Kerr. Next round of that will be in Clontarf.
It's a double-header weekend in Clontarf.
Indeed. They play in the league on the Saturday and then the Bob Kerr on the Sunday. So it'll be interesting to see, the team selected by both teams on each day.
I'm renting rooms on the north side for the Saturday night. People don't want to go back and forth across the river.
Attacked, giving himself some space just to play that one straight down. On another day, it would have been, or another over perhaps, it would have been hoiked out to cow corner again. There is a man sort of square mid-wicket on the leg side. And he'll be brought into action here, exactly here now.
I don't think that fielder would want the replay there.
Well, the Nigel Poff. No matter where the ball is hit, you dive. Because if you've dived, you don't have to fetch it. Forever known in my world as the Nigel Poff rule. And Nigel, I hope you're with us today.
The Nigel Poff manoeuvre.
Oh, that one just nearly popping straight back to the bowler. It was almost, do you know what that would have been? One hand, one bounce. The rules of school.
Off the wall, one-handed, everyone's out.
Yeah. We had some good ones back in the day. Yeah. Local rules.
Street cricket. With a tennis racket. So, Cusack. Decent over from Cusack.
Arnott has sent me, Andy Arnott has, well, my goodness, a book on his family history.
Sorry. Yeah. Kidding, Andy, kidding.
He has
I'll save it for when I'm on the mic.
Yeah, I will show that to you then. Andy Arnott joining us.
Not me.
Sorry, I'm just going through all my messages now.
Sad.
Many congratulations to South Africa on their test win.
Brilliant win. So Shashad really is bowling a great line here. This is into his 5th over and just the 10 runs from him. He's doing the job the Hills needed, tying up the Pembroke batsman.
Kieran Sharp is a font of information today. I should check my phone more often. Phoenix were the first Dublin team to win the All-Ireland.
Yeah, 1985 or 6.
Alan Lewis never got further than a semi-final.
Yeah, hence why Gabby has one, he doesn't.
And
although, actually Gabby mightn't because she didn't play in that final.
Kieran was saying that we were talking about Sid Lawrence earlier.
Yep.
He now has MND.
Oh.
Here are so many sportsmen with MND.
Oh.
And
Just shows they're human.
The outdoor life, or perhaps, I don't know.
Look, it's they're one of the. Their number comes up. Your number comes up.
Very harsh.
No, there's no. But there is no.
Balbirnie cracking one straight. We've seen that shot more than once today, and if anything, that's straighter than the others.
Yeah.
The cracking four that is takes Balbirnie on to 69.
Just a little over pitch from Shazad and Balbirnie quickly onto that.
126 for 2. And that over was going so well for him with 4 dot balls, but then Balbirnie just pounced. It's waiting for your ball, isn't it?
Again, he is bowling well.
And again, a bit loose side off. It's played out onto the offside boundary, down to the railway line, and Jack Tector, always willing to take on that extra run, does so. They get 2 for that. 6 off the over. Ideal from a Pembroke point of view. 128 for 2.
Now, the Hills have been doing well. The run rate was going, as we said earlier, at 5.5. It's now 4.5. But again, Tector's finding his way. You just wonder at what point they decide to take on one of these Hills bowlers and try to punish them.
Here is the batting card for Pembroke thus far. As you can see, Andrew Balbirnie, 71 not out, and Jack Tector 9 not out together at the moment. They've been quite disciplined. Only 12 extras in 29 overs, and we saw 5 wides in, I think, the first 2 overs or something.
Yeah.
So they really have tightened up on that side of things. So they're doing well there. We're going to see another change of bowling now.
No, Cusack is still.
Cusack back, still on.
Still Cusack.
He's
discussing something else.
3 overs so far.
Sunday dinner plans, maybe.
Well,
changing the field a little.
You see that sides are learning quickly. Bring your spinners on at the nursery end because the pitch is big enough out that side. One thing I will say about the Pembroke bats is a large number of them do like hitting straight, and I think they learn that because they've grown up in Sydney Parade, where straight gives you value for money. Now, obviously, not the case with Jack Tector.
You can't go wrong with straights.
There we go. Again, just playing straight down the pitch. Another single to Jack Tector. He's just feeling his way into his innings, and he's done that on each of the last few occasions. And in fact, Pembroke couldn't ask for a better partnership to be here at the moment.
Well, Jack definitely knows the more deliveries he faces, he doesn't need to do it all in the first 10, 20 deliveries.
And it gets through the fielder, doubly exasperating for the fielding side, and then they take 2 as well. Well, Balbirnie basically just chipped that one up towards the fielder, didn't he, Graham?
Oh, just in front of short mid-wickets. Very
skin
unlucky.
Of his teeth there.
The dive put in from the fielder and just bounced in front of his fingertips.
Oh, my goodness.
That's just so unfortunate for the Hills' point of view. Balbirnie, glad of the life. And then follows up with a cracking shot. That's for naught. Just shows the cricket. You get 2 from a bad one and get naught from a good one.
I said this in a recent broadcast that it's such a cruel game at times. You can play the most classic off drive and it goes straight to a fielder, or you get this slash and it goes past over keeper and slips.
Yeah.
And you get 4 for it, or an inside edge that flies away.
Yeah. It's a horrible, horrible sport.
It can be, but again,
it keeps us coming back for more.
It happens with the bowling as well. You get 3 that just miss the off stump, top of off stump by a whisker,
and the pie,
and then you bowl a full toss, and the batsman just helpfully just cloths it into somebody's hands.
No, absolutely.
Another wicket gone, 30 gone now, and I shall now take my leave of you. And Graham, best of luck. Will you take notes?
I'll take notes. Well, you know how school went for me, so don't expect any good notes.
And I'll join you again shortly, but in the meantime,
so we're going to have
the return of Charlie.
Change of bowling from the Hills. They've decided to take Shazad off. Obviously, he was bowling well those 5 overs, only going for 16 runs. And he got the breakthrough with the wicket of McDonald's, but the Hills are bringing back McNichol.
MC?
Yeah.
Is that him there?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he was on before.
Oh.
McNichol's first of the over.
This is a change of bowling. So he didn't bowl that over.
Oh, okay. Maybe that
should be an S.
Clerical error. Yeah. Okay.
But he's back for his second spell. He did open the bowling from the St. John's Road.
SMN. Maybe that's in, Sean McNichol. Yeah. So this is the return of McNichol as he leaked a few early on in the power play, Pembroke's fast start. Let's see if he can tighten up here. His second delivery, that one's out wide and high and cut away, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, again, the Hills, I think, just going to rotate the bowling a little here, trying to get that breakthrough. Obviously, they're very conscious. Wickets will slow any run right down. And they need to try to break this partnership. Ideally, they'll want Balbirnie first, but they'll take any at this stage.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they want to stop Tector before he starts, because once he gets started, he will roll on. And
lots of experience there. He knows how to build an innings, and he knows how to play it at the end.
McNichol's long run up ends, and that's blocked away by Tector, but he's taking a quick single as it gets past the bowler and straight to mid-on.
Well run, well called. And again, the bonus of having your partner at the other end trust your call. No little errors or mistakes.
Yeah, Tector's got some wheels on him, and Balbirnie's no slouch either, obviously. So they're communicating well out there and taking the runs where they can get them. Here comes Balbirnie again.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Straight to the fielder at deep cover. Crashed away out there. Got to him quickly, and hence why they could only take a single. It got to he hit it so well. It got to the fielder so fast.
Yeah, you read my mind. The sound of it off the bat and the speed off the bat. It got to the fielder quite quickly.
Yeah.
And couldn't do any more with it than that. Sometimes you're undone by how well you hit the ball.
Well, especially if it's a fielder with a good arm.
Yeah. Yeah, good fielding, good arms from these Hills fielders today. Big appeal.
Bats on that. But now, obviously, the bowler may feel it was pad first. Umpire is happy that there was the bat got involved before the pad.
It sounded bat.
Yeah, well, there was definitely bat. Which you hit first? Yeah, it was bat onto the pad, clear inside edge. Great key umpiring. But I was nobody has an arm like Bo. You watch back on the clips of Bo.
And great camera work here from our director, Niall, to very clearly indicate what happened there. McNichol steams in for his final delivery. That one is straight through.
Too close to him for that shot. Yeah, if anyone out there wants to see a great throwing arm, look up on YouTube Bo Jackson.
Oh, Bo Jackson.
Oh, yeah, some of his throws when he was at the Royals.
Yeah, he was throwing from the warning track and getting it straight to the catcher without a bounce.
And it felt like it was going 100 miles an hour at least.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just another... He would have been a Hall of Famer in two sports without injury.
A dual code athlete.
Yeah.
For NFL and Major League Baseball.
That ad in the 80s, Bo knows.
Yeah, very famous ad campaign with Bo Diddley, the blues musician.
Ian Rush got into that ad.
Really?
English soccer player in the 80s.
Don't even know who he was.
Yes, we see Americans wouldn't.
Wouldn't even know.
Yeah, but he got in that ad.
Yeah, yeah. Well.
So
that'll bring Balbirnie back up as Cusack continues from the nursery end. The first delivery is drilled over the head of the inside ring of the fielder. Inside fielder's head, and that's gone straight for four, straight to the pavilion.
That's a great start to the... Oh, look, we've got panel vision there with the cover. Looks like one of the old movies.
Yeah, we've switched to 70 millimeter stock here.
Yeah.
Our IMAX camera has been brought to bear. Cusack's next delivery is driven, but not quite as well, but it'll still beat the fielder and still make it. So two deliveries, two boundaries to nearly the same spot. Second one not quite hit quite as hard, but Balbirnie is targeting that short boundary. This is a replay of the first boundary.
This is the second shot.
Oh, no, he said that was the first.
Oh, that's the first, okay.
That's the first. Yeah, a little bit through the air. So we deal with a spider in the booth here. Our Australian listeners would mock us for our fear of the size of that spider.
Oh no, I've dealt with it.
That one's clipped in off the legs, past the ring for one run for Balbirnie. That'll bring Tector on.
Nothing like when you're sitting on the couch of an afternoon and a huntsman comes out from behind the fridge to an Irish boy who's only fresh into Australia. Oh, the sweep.
Tector
Gets away
sweeps,
with
it's
it.
over his head, and it's going to run away to the boundary. The fielder is giving chase, but he won't get there. That's going to go for 4. So not particularly hard hit with that kind of aerial sweep, but it went straight back behind his head.
Half sweep,
And
scoop.
Yes, a
No, he didn't
sweepy, scoopy.
He was going for sweep, but he didn't get all of it, so it turned more into a scoop.
You'd call that a chip shot almost. Like it was very golf-like in terms of how it flew and then released when it hit the green. I imagine a golf commentator would call it. Very expensive over for Cusack, and he's still got 2 deliveries. Tector dances down and drives it, and it'll just be for 1. That'll bring Balbirnie up to face the final delivery, licking his chops. So far, 14 runs off this over against Cusack. And let's see what Balbirnie can do. That's driven. It's stopped by the fielder in the ring.
Just be a 1.
Just be for 1. But the damage is done.
15 runs.
15 runs here in the 31st over. Pembroke were excited to see that bit of spin.
You're starting to get to the field. They've had the chat, and this is the time. They're going to look to try to push that run rate back up towards the 6 and over, and past. But again, you take each over as it comes. That over offered it, so they took what was on offer.
In your batting career, Graham,
I love how you put that. Yeah,
when you get close to a milestone, be it 50 or 100.
We'll stick with the 50.
Okay.
Stick with the 50. Yeah.
Do you, as we look at the Manhattan chart, which is called the over by over.
Nerves?
No. Would you tend to kind of want to go more or tighten up before a milestone?
I can. Oh, just short. That hurts. You can see the grimace. I can safely say I was not good enough to have a choice in how I play differently or not.
So Balbirnie, who's been feasting on short bowling all season, was not quite able to get around on that one, and it popped up and it hit him in the hip.
Just didn't quite latch onto it. He picked the length and just missed one.
Here comes the second delivery from McNichol. That's better delivery, but it's just run softly off the hands down to third man for 1 run. Soft hands. That's another really good cricket cliche.
Oh, we've
soft hands.
If you think of the English language, there are so many terms used around the world
Yeah.
that come from cricket that people don't even realise, and they use them, and they have come from cricket. Obviously, one of my favourites will always be sticky wicket.
Yeah. Even Americans know that one. Yeah. As McNichol steams in for his third. That one's another, again, soft hands. That's blocked down by Tector, but won't attempt the run as the fielder was charging in from point. Shaping up to be a better over now for McNichol after the bloodbath of the 31st. So maybe that'll be, we'll look for that pattern in the next few overs if we see the kind of stinginess of the pace from this end and then the spin from the other. McNichol steams in for his 4th. That one is short and out wide. Tector takes a swing, but he's not able to make contact.
Beaten for pace there, Tector. Look, I think Pembroke, if they look at the overall average, say this over and the last, you're saying eight runs and over. So as long as they're picking them up somewhere, I think they'll be happy. Obviously, they'll look to punish both ends, but sometimes that isn't on offer.
Long run up from McNichol begins. He strides in, delivers. Ball in the same place, but Tector's able to get a bat onto it this time, but not much pace, no run.
Yes, well bowled again for McNichol. Again, though, the only downside here for the Hills is this is his 7th over. So one of your openers at this stage only has 3 overs left. They will have to, start thinking about who's going to bowl at the death.
And they're hunting for a wicket here. They need one to hang in here. That's pushed away by Tector. Fielder picks it up with one hand, but not able to prevent the 1 run.
Yeah, that finishes the over. Just 2 from it, so a good over from the Hills. They'll be happy, but still, you would say that is 9 and over in the last 2. So
I lost something in my ear.
My left ear went dead.
Yes.
There.
Oh, what happened to my left ear?
My left ear's gone.
And it's back. Oh, this is the
technical
the
expertise.
Millennium Falcon of soundboards here. Apparently, we have to a Wookiee has to knock it in order for it to work.
There's a great movie, The Longest Day.
Yeah.
and they're on Sword Beach, and the guy
Not Swords Beach.
No, Sword,
Different one.
Yes,
yeah. Next to Gold.
next to Gold.
Yeah.
And
Near Omaha.
Yes, yeah. And the character playing obviously a real life, he bashes a tank that had gotten stuck coming out of the water, and it starts it up again.
So this will be the return of Mr. Minaj, who came in the 12th over. What a handy note-taking technique, Greg. Thanks for this.
Seems to work for me.
Yeah.
Graham went with 262. What do you think the final score's going to be?
Oh,
I'm changing that now.
I can't even predict.
Yeah, I know. It just shows you the ebb and flow. It's looking more towards the 300 at this stage. If these two can stay together for the next 7 overs.
Well, Minaj has bowled well, so he's bowled 6 overs and given up just 15 runs.
And the wickets.
And the 1 wicket. So I would say this is the real time where we're going to see if the Hills are alive. With the sound of music as Minaj delivers his first. Tector dances down, doesn't quite get all of it, but drives it away to the offside for 1 run. Will they climb every mountain, Graham? No?
I wouldn't say I'm, well.
Balburney pushes that one away.
I'm
to
not
third
as
for
up
no
on
run.
the sound of music as you.
Okay, so no musical theater to know.
I have a little.
Okay, so we'll go till then. Thank you.
I've watched plenty of, oh, that's a great shot. Down on one knee, lofted sweep to backward where there's nobody anywhere near that. But even with the big boundary, he gets the 4.
That's a lovely shot, and that's the kind of shot that you are operating at a level that is beyond the average cricketer to be able to pull that off.
I just don't think the sweep shot is utilised enough by the modern players. There's nothing but a sweep really can get you out of trouble with a spinner. It's not used enough.
Yeah, maybe seen as too risky. Minaj's third is poked away for no run.
I think the difference is I grew up playing a sweep along the grounds. The modern players, all their sweeps are in the air.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they would consider it maybe riskier.
And I grew up playing a sweep in Mary Poppins.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah. I was,
Good luck will rub off when I shake hands with you. Maybe I'll try another Tim Tam. The chocolate seems to have gone to my head. Minaj's 3 deliveries have gone for 6 so far. So already Pembroke scoring a little bit better off of him here in this over. Well, mostly thanks to that 1 sweep from Balburney as he awaits the 4th delivery. That one's a little bit faster,
again.
but he sweeps it again. There's a fielder out there on the leg side, so it'll just be 1. So the kind of zippier, non-stock delivery from Minaj gets a little bit of the treatment, but the damage not too bad, just the 1 run.
Yeah. So again, this is, you just feel these last 3 overs, Pembroke have tried to just move up a gear.
Yeah.
They're just trying a few more aerial, a few more risky shots, trying to get on top of the bowlers, not wanting them to settle down the track, and it'll be a 1. Good use of the feet from Tector.
That's another one. Use of the feet.
Use of the feet.
Yeah. You got to use the feet. You can't be static.
No,
nobody wants to be static.
We never use static.
No,
So
don't be static.
American.
Is that a very American expression?
That's very American.
Okay, can't be static.
No.
And particularly against spin, you want to get your feet involved.
Oh yes. So ended the over from Minaj. Minaj.
Well, either way.
Yeah, it is 158 for 2. Sorry, 15. They brought us back. No,
the score is catching up here with us.
Okay,
we are reliant upon the live scoring technology, and we're very grateful for it, and grateful for all the scorers who help us bring this incredible broadcast to you. This is not a typical club cricket broadcast. We're very proud of it, and we're grateful to everyone who helps us bring it to you. And we're grateful for all of you who are watching and joining us today.
We're having another change of bowling, going back to the left arm over the wicket bowling. This was the Hills' first change, so maybe they figure they need to keep McNichol back for the deaths, and they've gone back to Ahmed.
It's a very crispy sound off that one. That one came high up off the bat, off the yoke almost. Like that part, that part of the bat of the handle that is not that V part that goes into the willow, whatever that's called. But so Mr. Ahmed returns. He had his 5-over spell earlier.
Yeah, a decent enough spell. It was about 5 and over.
That's driven straight back down. Fielder's there. It's just going to be one run. Oh, he takes the attempt. He takes the wicket. The hits the stumps, but the runner's safely home.
Yeah. I think this will be where Pembroke, these 5 overs from Ahmed, he did go at 5 and over in his first spell. Pembroke will be looking to push that up to 7, 8.
I think they'd be looking no matter who's coming back out. I don't think it's necessarily a matter of if it's this bowler or that bowler. I think they feel like they're at the point, right? We're in the third. We're in the 35th over.
Yeah.
Now's the time to start pounding the pressure on.
Yeah, 8 wickets in the bank there. But they're definitely they're going to target. I think this bowler.
Balbirnie digs in, stares down his counterpart as Ahmed runs in slightly gingerly, picks up some steam, delivers with the left hand. That's driven, but stopped in the ring. Great play by the cover fielder to stop the run.
That's 1 or 2 saved there. That's the commitment needed from the fielding side.
Yeah, great hands, great roll, well played. Balbirnie be a little bit frustrated by that. He should have earned a little bit more from that shot.
It's a very rocky, rolly kind of run up, though.
Yeah. Well, whatever works. I mean, you see so many different.
Some could be,
they are.
But
the deliveries are, the run-ups and the actions are as unique as a fingerprint. They're fascinating to kind of pick apart.
Well, I would always go back to Paul Adams of South Africa. Anyone who would look at him going, you can't bowl like that, and he ended up being a test bowler for South Africa. He wasn't looking when he delivered the ball.
That one's in off the thighs, and that's tucked around the corner on the leg side. Balbirnie, the deep fielder, gets it, brings it in. It's just 1.
Keeps it to 1. Good fielding, good energy from the Hills out there on the. Not easy on a day like today. It is chilly, overcast, and to keep the energy levels up. Especially they had a long trip to Cork yesterday. In the league, and not a successful one.
That was one of the few games that was actually able to be played yesterday.
It was the only
in a different county,
especially at the top level.
Ahmed delivers his 5th. That one's driven to Tector straight to point.
Yeah,
blocked down.
They had a very soul-destroying loss to Cork County yesterday. Cork County winning in the last over by 1 wicket. So, yeah, that would have been a long day for them all the way down to Cork. Because, again, with the way the weather was, I'm sure traffic wasn't easy.
Yeah,
driving.
miserable. And to come back after a close loss. And to then have to make your way back to the north side of Dublin would be an extra trip.
Yeah.
Good over so far from Ahmed. Just the 2 runs off it. He's been assisted by some able fielding from his teammates as he steamed his for his 6th. And that one's blocked back kind of to him, but helped around a bit by his fielder. But just 2 runs. Great over here from Ahmed coming back. And the Pembroke attempt to start to shift gears is blocked as they're held back by the Hills for just 2 runs.
Yeah, no, that's a great over
interesting back and forth here. So we've seen a huge over, then a couple of stingy ones, and we'll see how that impacts the mindset of these batters who clearly have the intent to want to kick on and be a little bit more aggressive. But then when that doesn't come off, you start to get a little frustrated.
Well, obviously, Balbirnie has moved into the 90s. Tector, 20 now. So both batsmen, have faced enough deliveries that they would feel that they're seeing it, as you would say.
So Balbirnie on 91, maybe just beginning his kind of Seattle grunge era, kind of early Pearl Jam and Soundgarden. Who were some of the big hits of 91? It would have been the end of the 80s, maybe a bit of Belle Biv DeVoe.
Depends on what you're into. Oh, that Balbirnie goes big. That's into the clubhouse. That's 6 runs.
That's gone for 6. So clearly Balbirnie's musical tastes are going to move on to kind of 97,
that's
smashing
rock.
Pumpkins, trying to move forward through the decades. And it was a great shot from Balbirnie.
See,
stands tall, doesn't have to move the feet. The length was perfect for him, right in the arc. We come back to live action here. He pushes that one past for no run.
That's where you miss out being a Yank. You don't have all those terrible one-hit wonders that we had in the 90s.
Oh, we had our own.
Oh, you didn't get some of the classics we had.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Saturday Night, etc. Cut away from Balbirnie for the single.
Well, I put on sometimes, I listen to them with my daughter. She'll put on this is the 90s Spotify playlist. And it's just song after song after song of I've never heard this.
Yes.
It's just kind of UK, what was popular then and have no context for it. But either way, Balbirnie's on to 98, but his counterpart Tector is facing. He steps down, drives it away to the offside, but not very well hit. It'll just be for 1 run.
It was good fielding, though. Tall man McNichol was able to get down with his hands and stop the boundary. That's definitely 3 saved.
I do like it when a tall man, is able to get down with the arms. Balbirnie stands, cuts away, fielder in the deep. It's through the ring, but it'll just be for one run as they trot through.
But again, the boundary at the very start of the over makes this a big one, even with no more boundaries, because they're getting their runs every delivery. They're getting a single at the very least.
9 runs off it. They're moving around. They are rotating the strike. Menage's last delivery. Swept over the head of the fielder. The deep fielder gives chase. He may get there. It looks like he does, but they're going to jog back for the 2.
Just a quick, they might have pushed 3 at a later stage, but they're happy enough to take the 2. Again, perfect use of the sweep shots. Nobody anywhere near that. And that's a very good over. 11 runs from it.
So peaks and valleys here for Pembroke and the Hills. Some very stingy overs and tight bowling and great fielding from the Hills, and then they give up another over for 11.
Yeah. But again, ebbs and flows. You got to pick your right moment. Play the ball on its merit, and they have been doing so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is kind of indicative of the patience of Balbirnie and Tector.
Proper batsman.
Yeah.
You know, a 50-over match is still a long enough game to get yourself set and have different moments.
A lesson I have yet to learn. Here comes Ahmed for the first delivery of his new over as he ambles in. That one's blocked away by Balbirnie. They don't take the run. Balbirnie tightens his gloves, grabs his bat, bit of chatter. Come on, Hills, they're saying to themselves. As a kind of a slightly balmy wind blows through the field here. Yeah. It's kind of cloudy with sunny spells rather than sunny with cloudy spells.
Definitely the cloudy.
Bit more brightness out there.
Cut away. That brings up his 100. Back-to-back hundreds for Balbirnie. That's brilliant batting. Just a little push out into the offside, enough to bring up 3 figures as he salutes his teammates. Oh, one for... oh. I wonder if that was a significant little nod there.
And there's another milestone, Pembroke milestone for Andy Balbirnie.
Oh, yes, back-to-back hundreds. Last week in the Irish Senior Cup, this week in the Leinster Senior Cup. Brilliant knock for Pembroke. Tector down the track, but well bowled from Ahmed, just a little slower.
Yeah, not much for him to work with there.
Maybe some coming.
So Balbirnie has reached his milestone, and we'll see if he continues on. All indications would say he's in a good position to attempt to do that. Yeah. Tector's on strike. He's 23 off 38, been ably supporting Balbirnie for all this time, but taking his shots, and you'd think that he's going to want to eat here too.
Yeah. Oh, very much so. He'll be eyeing a 50, and then you never know beyond that if it goes your way. Of course, these two have put on 71 together.
Ahmed ambles in. That's driven away to the offside by Tector. Deep man in the field will just be 1 run. That'll bring Balbirnie back on, who signals to the bench. He's looking for a drop of water. 2 deliveries to come in this over.
Yeah. What do you think he'll go for? Vodka, whiskey? To celebrate, or just
maybe like distilled water. Has to be boiled first.
Flown in this morning from the Alps.
Or Fiji.
Or Fiji.
No, the Alpine water will go to the Hills because the Hills are alive. Yeah. Ahmed's 5th delivery as he comes in.
Cut away beautifully.
Cut away. That's past the point fielder. It's running away. They're going to run the second run, and they're going to look for 3.
Tector will come back for 3. He dissected those fielders beautifully, right between 2 close-in fielders.
But you couldn't have rolled it better. You know, if you had it in your hand, it was well bisected between those 2, and a very straightforward. I don't know if you ever call it triple easy, but it was a pretty straightforward 3.
Well, for these guys, it is. They're fits. They're used to running and calling. Yeah, I'd take a single there and be happy.
You take 2. You'd have to take 2. Tector back on, faces down Ahmed, and that's soft hands big off the top of the mat. Giant no from Balbirnie.
Well, that's the important thing. It was a quick no.
And that'll bring this over to an end after 37. Pembroke are 2 for 175.
Yeah, just a 5 from it. But again, That's another important 5. Kept rotating the strike. A quick little drink. A 35 for the 2 batters. Again, they came together in the 23rd over. So 14 overs together, and they've put on 75 runs.
I'm just taking my glasses off to see
what's in. Don't never look at the ingredients.
To see what the parrot is writing on the clipboard. I don't know if it's a clipboard. It's a white piece of paper that says Arnott's. So our Australian listeners may not know that the name Arnott's in Dublin would be the name of our kind of
famous
biggest North Side department store. So maybe not the class one would be Brown Thomas.
Well, that came. Arnott's was always there. Brown Thomas came years later.
Oh, okay, right. But Arnott's would be the name. Now, if
Switzer, for those old enough Switzers.
But if Arnott's, I think we have a little bit of history from a club member who has the same surname of Arnott. Maybe he's related to either the Parakeet or the store on the north side. We'll find out. Minaj is back.
Oh, well, balls draws. Balbirnie Ford beats the edge.
So I don't know if Arnott's here in Dublin have a mascot or if it's a bird.
I don't know.
If it is.
I did work there for 2 Christmases.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you wrap gifts?
Oh, God, no. I was lugging stuff around.
That one's cut away past the diving fielder. The deep fielder is running for it, but he's not going to get there. That's a boundary 4 off the bat of Tim Tector.
They wouldn't have let me near the actual pull.
Oh, sorry, Andy Balbirnie.
No, it was...
They wouldn't let you wrap the gifts.
I was more lugging stuff around.
Oh, okay. So you're more kind of back of house.
Yeah. It's either side of my trip to Australia. Money.
I think there's a lot of Dubliners who've done a lot of Christmas employment in some of those big shops.
It was good money for me. Helped get me to Australia, and then when I came back, helped buy me food.
But either way, no parrot mascot for that Arnott's. The parrot is multicolored. It's kind of a red tail. The wing is blue, red, and green, and the eyes are yellow. It's very colorful. I kind of want it to talk to me and just kind of tell me what's going on in the biscuit.
Pieces of 8.
You know what would be great is if where it says there is no substitute was in quotation marks, as if the bird were saying it.
Yeah.
You know, there is no substitute. You know, but this bird is not talking to me.
Oh, I would have assumed you're used to birds not talking to you.
Yeah, Balbirnie drives. And that's held up on the boundary for 1. Oh, that's very good, Graham. See, but that's not the word I would use.
Okay.
Because we don't use bird
in
the same way.
Okay.
That's not an attractive person who you'd like to talk to. No, we don't use that term.
Okay. Well, you should be using that term.
Tector's in. He drives it past his counterpart in the deep for 1 run. Just a couple of singles here off of that lovely boundary as we've been talking about the color of the Arnott's
The boundary at the start of the over opens up the over.
Yeah, it takes a bit of the pressure off and allows you to kind of settle in.
You can run the singles, and then anything else happens is the bonus. And again, little mistake, but they don't risk it. Little misfield, and they always say don't run on a misfield.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Definitely not.
No.
That's when you get the yes, no, maybes.
Yeah, the yes, no, maybe. So do you think a little bit of fatigue might be settling in there? You know, Balbirnie's been out there for a while.
He's been there since
the hands are a little bit slower, maybe. That one's cut away. It bisects the fielders there, but it's still only going to be 1 run. There's some coverage in the deep.
Smart cricket. The last thing Pembroke want to do is let the Hills back into this with a silly wicket. Obviously, they may lose one as they attack more, but you don't want to make it easy.
So after 38, Pembroke are 2 for 182. No, I just feel like looking at Andy Balbirnie and having watched him for many years, I just feel like maybe the hands are a little bit slower, maybe not quite getting, not because of his age or anything, just fatigue from the day.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, maybe being Father's Day, he would have been up early, getting spoiled.
Yeah.
You know? So, he's probably got,
French toast in bed.
I don't know. I did see
powdered sugar?
His card that he got, which was very humorous.
How many raspberries on the French toast? Maybe 7?
Oh, at least 9.
Yeah, 9 raspberries. You want an odd number.
Yeah.
It looks better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for the plates.
Yeah,
yes.
for the plating's very important.
With a bit of jus.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Ahmed returns for his 8th over. The first one is cut away Balbirnie. Oh, quick. The runner's called through. Tector is home safely, but it's kind of pushing it a little bit.
Just safe. But yeah, I say he posted his Father's Day card.
Oh.
It was a Darth Vader figure saying, "I am your farter."
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Classic.
I am your farter, Luke. Yes. Or sorry, Luke, I am your farter. Very good. Very humorous.
Tector faces Ahmed. See if he wants to add to this score. He steps down,
Oh,
good
beautiful,
drive, past
beautiful
the cover
shot.
fielder. Classic cover drive, taking a step forward from Tector, and that's going to be good for 4 runs.
And again, it's just at the start of an over. It's only the second delivery. And this is where the bowler really feels under pressure now.
So Ahmed's got some stuff running through his head now.
He's got 4 deliveries to go. The batter's on top in the over already.
Yeah, Tector's eyes are narrowing. He's salivating a little bit. Wants to score again here. Ahmed returns.
Slower ball, well bowled.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
Yeah, it was a good delivery from Ahmed. It
don't
came out of the hand and almost died like a duck, but the length was good too.
It was all
yeah.
about the length there. If you bowl a slower ball and the length is wrong, you're going to get punished. But you don't see enough bowlers utilising the slower ball in the 50 over game.
And as a bowler yourself, you would have been doing that.
Oh, yes. I often have this argument about using the bouncer and etc. So for myself, I use the slower ball more than a bouncer. And some would say every delivery. Before Kevin comments online, yes, every single one of my deliveries was a slower ball.
Yeah, I'll let you say it.
Yeah.
So Ahmed's come back from that boundary, that beautiful cover drive by Tector, and responded with 2 dots, one from the slower ball and the other from a very good length stock delivery. Tector digs in and awaits the 5th delivery from Ahmed, who ambles in his kind of unorthodox delivery, run up. That one's a bit fuller. Oh no! An attempted run out there. It came off the kind of thick edge of Tector and ran down to 3rd.
But Bernie quickly with the call. That was the most important thing. Tector didn't hesitate, trusted the call.
I wonder if that was more about Bernie wanting some of the strike rather than him wanting the run.
I think it's more just, again, we're coming into 10 overs to go. It's a case of every delivery needs to be at least a single off it. That's what these two will be saying to each other. No dot balls, because no dot balls equals at least 70, 80 on the board.
Well, they wanted no dot balls, and they won't get another one here as Balberti pulls that one away into the leg side, but it'll just be for 1 run. So it didn't quite get all of that, and you have to think for as successful as the partnerships have been for Pembroke so far, you'd be wondering, have they gotten all the runs that they felt like they wanted for the quality and for the duration of these partnerships?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But again, I think they've just set this up. They've set the table for the main course and desserts. We had the appetizer. We're into the main course with Balberni's ton, and dessert is about to be served in these last 10 overs. Now, whether it's a flaming mess of a baked Alaska or whatever,
or a Tim Tam,
I
haven't even flipped this package over to kind of look at what's inside. I would assume that Australian packaging is going to have a lot more kind of details, although there is this, health star rating of 0.5, which I quite like. I want to know what gets a 0.0. Is that air?
I would say any
water. No, water probably gets a 5.
American chocolate.
American chocolate would get a 0.0. Or do they go to a 0.1, or is it just half steps? 0.5, 1, 1.5.
I think that must be the easiest job in the world, though.
Health star.
Working in an American food agency, you don't actually check anything. You don't do it. You just show up, clock, go home. Show up, clock, go home.
So the bowler is Mr. Rooney Murphy.
Yeah, coming back into his second spell. Opened the bowling well at the start. Was very unlucky not to get some wickets in his first spell. But obviously they'll be looking. He has 5 hours. So the Hills plan will be he will bowl to completion at that.
Rooney Murphy cuts an intimidating aspect with his red hair and beard as he steams in. First ball is driven away by Balberti, but there's a deep fielder there, so it's just going to be 1. So using the pace a little bit, meeting it where it lands. But yeah, Rooney Murphy's a pretty intimidating looking guy. He kind of has this. Take a look at him before he starts his run up. He kind of crouches down a little bit, like he's really coming in like a bit of an MMA fighter in a way. I like that.
Not my first time seeing him.
Oh, okay, all right. A little bit of Randy Johnson, the old American baseball player, who they called the big unit, the intimidator. Rooney Murphy steams back in, full toss, slower delivery. Tector catches it on the full, but they choose not to run.
Good call. The fielder did well to put the doubt in their minds by coming across and diving.
You know that Seinfeld episode?
Yeah.
I choose not to run. The race with Mr. Bevilacqua. How have I not made that connection after 4 years of being in cricket? That's what I should do when I call. It's not a no. It's I choose not to run. Oh, Mr. Bevilacqua, the gym teacher in Queens, as Rooney Murphy digs in. He runs in for his third delivery to Tector. Tector steps forward, driven past Rooney Murphy, but it's just going to be one run.
Again, just play down to deep mid-off. The fielder running in to ensure it is only a single. It's like,
But just look at the way he holds his arms too. He's a muscular guy. You know, it's funny because you see cricket has room for athletes of all kinds. You get real bean poles. You get stringy spinners, and this guy he's power running at you. Here he comes again, slower ball, but Balbirnie waits on it and just cuts it away to the offside, just for one run.
Again, just the one straight to the fielder in the deep. Bowl, that is what you say, bowling to your field.
Kind of more slapped than cut. Yeah.
But again, all it takes, the important thing for Pembroke is they are almost getting a run of ball here. So a run of ball will bring the score up to the 250, 260 mark. But of course, in those death overs, you're hoping for a few boundaries here and there.
Yeah, I think you're going to want more.
Speciality finish, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you look back and
260 minimum.
We had this many partnerships, but we only put up a certain number.
They'd be disappointed. Oh, that's gone over the head. It's third man in the circle. That's going to bring 4 to Tector. Came down the track off the edge. You wouldn't say he was exactly playing for that. Maybe he was looking straight down the ground, but the fielder having to be inside the circle, it just went out. Yeah, he was looking to go straight, caught the edge, and you can see they're just over the flaying arm. But he had to be inside the circle with the 4 outside the circle in other areas.
That was a bit of fortune there for Tector. Rooney Murphy walked back a little bit frustrated.
There's nothing worse as a bowler. You bowl a half decent ball and you just lucky edge for 4.
This will be the end of the 39th. Tector waits on it.
Much
on
better.
1 foot, the old flamingo shot, driven on drive. It'll just be for the 1 run. So at the end of 40, Pembroke are 2 for 197, and we'll welcome back to take you home for the last 10 of these innings. We'll welcome back Craig and James.
Yeah, enjoy the last 10.
Wow, what a 10 we have coming up now, I would think.
Well, as they said, they'd had the entree, the starters. We do listen to them. 197 for 2, 10 overs to go. And all of us still in play, really, although Graham's 262.
Might be a bit short, really.
That could end up being a bit short. But let's see how we go.
Wow.
That's better.
Yeah, it was a bit breezy there. Let you know that the wind is still blowing, but we don't need to hear it.
Tector is definitely on the move now, isn't he? He's on 36, he's in, he's faced 50 deliveries, and you get the feeling in the last 10 overs he's going for it now.
Well, you can just tell he's going up the gears now. He's been a bit more fluent with his straight making, but also dancing down the pitch a bit more, using his feet. Trying to unsettle the bowler. Andy, who's been out there since the start. Comes in.
Oh, that's a cracking shot.
Yeah.
In the air over the offside. It's going to run down to the corner. If nothing else, it's going to bring up the 200 for Pembroke. It does reach the boundary.
And that's a lovely shot.
And that's a lovely shot. And not only that, but it has brought up the 100 partnership between these two. 102 now, you see there. And Andrew Balbirnie, 64 of that 100 partnership. Certainly in charge of things at the moment.
Indeed he is. And just want to, while we're having a bit of a pause in play here, just want to give a shout out to Noel Goff, who's here on the ground today. It's great to see Noel down here. He's with his sons Paul and Alan. Alan, who also sends a shout out to Sharpie, just says hello. The game continues.
Another cracking shot through the offside. This time it will reach the boundary rider. The other thing, of course, is what options do the Hills have left for these last 10 overs? Are we going to see 5 different bowlers during these 10 overs as they try and just fill in the slots? Kids in the nets.
Well, that's it. Because, I mean, you can't get batters who really find batters who are more set than these two at the moment. So what do? You're just hoping that someone makes a mistake or goes for the big shot and doesn't get quite middle it and gets caught on the boundary. Someone's being killed in the nets, as you might be able to hear there. This one.
Do you know what I'm going to do? Set Amanda on them.
Yeah, good stuff.
See, Gordy Clark is up in the other net.
Yep. I think you're at the Hills. You just be hoping, okay, firstly, no boundaries, or no more boundaries if you can. But that's always going to be very tough because they're in form and they're set.
Well,
So you have to bowl the best line if you can of your life. There you go, just like that. Just make it difficult.
you're going to have to use all the weapons to just try and keep
Yeah.
the run rate. If you're looking just to contain at this stage, Pembroke have 8 wickets left going into these last 10 overs, and that is, some would say, pretty much ideal.
Yeah, which basically means that they're one of these guys, and you'd have to think it's probably Jack Tector, is going to start swinging the willow pretty quickly. Maybe even wait to 45, I don't know. There's a slow ball there, but he's onto it, and it's whipped away on the leg side. But there is a man out there in the deep, the sweeper, and
A square leg pulling that one in. Another single to the total. Yeah, the opening partnership was 75, and that came up in the 16th over. And then there was a partnership of 25, which ordinarily you say is a decent enough partnership they got going. And these two now have put on 104 for the third wicket. Andy Balbirnie now on 118. It's only taken him 136 balls to get there as well. Jack Tector 38 off 53, and Pembroke just a run below 5 and over.
yeah, it's been a great performance, but that hasn't been seriously electric just yet. You'd have to think that now these two.
There, Phil.
Well played out there on the leg side, but there is a man just at the point region there, saves the one run. Yeah, they have to bowl the lines of their life if they want to keep in this game. You want to keep Pembroke under 250.
Yeah, I think at this stage, I guess
bit too
275 at the halfway mark. And I thought I was maybe being a little optimistic, but Pembroke's batting has been sublime today. And that
There you go.
again. Jack Tector has the ability to show me shots I'd like to be able to play.
Well, exactly right, because there wasn't much wrong with that ball, and he just shuffled down the wicket there, just made it into a half volley, and hit it straight over, back past the bowler, and picks up a 4. It's just a thing of beauty. And again,
This one a full toss
makes
on the leg side.
And it is amazing how when you're in that sort of form and you're moving around the crease, how difficult it makes it for the bowler. What do I bowl next? I can't bowl that ball again, so I'm overcorrecting. And
Or sometimes the bowler has the guts to say, OK, I'm going to bowl that ball again. And can you do that again?
and hopefully you get caught or something
and
maybe.
it only needs to be a centimetre off or a half a degree more turn or swing or just something to change, or pace.
Yeah.
He tries a different pace there. Balbirnie scoops him round to the leg side, in between two fielders. They do get to it. Sorry, Amanda, could I ask? Could you grab the bottle of Baileys inside? So, yeah, just scooped around the corner. They pick up another 2 runs, 209 for 2. And again, many thanks to those of you who have tuned in today.
Bernie's on 120 now. Oh, that's lovely. Just gets past the man back at a point there, and they pick up a single.
Again, it's just that delicacy of touch. He knew once, and the call from Tector was absolutely spot on. He was going no matter what, and even if the diving fielder had stopped it, I think he would have been safely through. Yeah.
I like this by Jack because it looks like, Andy, it's like you be there at the end. You've got 120 odd.
Thank you very much.
And it gives me license. It tries to go in a bit short. This one, it's just cracked on leg side there, and it goes all the way to the boundary. sort of to the deep cover region and deep mid wicket region, and picks up another boundary.
Well, these two just motoring ahead now.
Just having a bit of a refreshment break. So you'll be a little bit on the thirsty side after being out there for so long and going through those strokes that you're doing. And they're looking very, very comfortable.
They are. They're not looking in any danger now. The Hills are definitely in the second half of the league table, but they have had good victories this win, and you don't get to the quarterfinal of the Cup by accident.
Well, they're a good side.
They are a good side.
It's just coming up against batters who are in such good form. It's always going to be challenging.
Well, you've got the Leinster Lightning's JJ Garth. You've got Ireland Test captain Andy Balbirnie. You've got professional from Cricket Victoria Blake McDonald, and now we have Jack Tector as well. I mean, it's a conveyor belt, and we're missing players.
Well, that's it. There's no Harry Tector. There's no. Is Tim's away?
Tim's away. Gavin's away. Barry's away. Josh has been playing for Middlesex recently.
So there's a whole cohort that aren't there.
As I say, they were down watching the game last weekend, and you had the situation there that I counted 9 players, including the injured Greg Hollins, who weren't on the field in an Irish Senior Cup game. And it was quite incredible to see. It really is a golden age for Pembroke cricket.
Yes.
And let's hope that they go on to earn the plaudits they deserve. They certainly did last year. And that game against Merriam was certainly one for the ages.
Yeah, that was something else.
So another good season. Pembroke started the day, or in fact will end the day because this is a cup game, but in the league, they're third in the league at the moment. They did lose a game to the Hills in the first game of the season. Out in
the Hills, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, the Hills
now I get all the musical references between Charlie and Graham. The Hills are alive and all that sort of malarkey.
Sound of Music and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, we'll leave that to them.
We'll never speak about that again. Let's move on. Bell burning the face. It's been out there for a very long time now. Since the start. And that's a big 6.
That is a 6 and beautifully timed. And in fact, hits.
It hit someone.
It hit somebody on the back. I think it was Simon Heaney. Was it?
Yeah, I think he ducked and then ricocheted off the wall and hit.
That's not Simon though. But it
that's. Is that Ash? Is it Simon? He's sitting next to Candy. And it looked like it ricocheted off the wall. Here we go. Hit the wall behind him and... Anyway.
Oh, there you go.
He's still alive.
Big shot for Balbirnie. 128 now. Beautifully carved away.
It looks like Jack's going to take on anything that goes behind square.
Bat on ball. It's almost tip and run stuff, isn't it? Schoolyard cricket again.
Well, you might as well when you got 8 wickets in the shed and you only got 7 and a bit overs left.
And part of the problem for the Hills has been the number of boundaries that have been scored. It really has been quite high.
Well, score races on to 225 now. And it doesn't... This one has attempted a slower ball, but he waited for that and just moved it around on the leg side, and it goes straight to the boundary just behind square. And all of a sudden, is that a 54 Jack Tector?
Certainly is. It's come in 59 deliveries. These two have put on 129, and Jack Tector playing his part perfectly and reaches now his own half century. And he'll be looking to push on as well. There's still seven overs to go.
Well, I think he'll be taking, it looks like just from the body language and his straight play that he's taken on the role of, I'm going to accelerate here, I'm going to take risk. Yeah, Andy, you stay on the other end, you just keep doing what you're doing, but I'll put the foot down. But
guided away again to the fielder's right hand. And is there going to be an overthrow? No, there's not. Quite sensibly so too.
Wow, that's a good over for Pembroke. I think it's 14 from it.
The score at the end of 43 is 230, and you're quite right, 14 coming from that over.
And the Hills, they have a real problem now. What do they do to stop boundaries? I don't think there's anything you can really do, especially when you can play shots that actually just split fields and just go wider fieldsmen, etc. It's really tough. Here you are.
Okay, in answer to your question, 10-3, 14-3, 15-3, 15-3, 15-3, 18-3. So 18 fours and 3 sixes have been struck in this innings. But part of the good thing that they have done well is running between the wickets. You know, they haven't turned down singles. They haven't left singles out there. They really have gone after everything.
Yep.
Well,
They
Hodge coming in for his final over.
Oh. Did you get anything on that? Was it just...
Let's see now. I think the umpire's going to signal. He's got that look about him.
Yeah. I know.
There it is.
Yeah, wide. Yeah.
Yeah, he just had that sort of, I've got something to do.
So an extra ball to be bowled, an extra run to the total.
Oh, you're going 264. Oh, you have done, yes. It's Charlie that we didn't get that number from. Cracking shot. There is a fielder stationed there for precisely that shot, and I don't blame the captain. I'd have a fielder out there against Andy Balbirnie.
He's got some middle on that bat.
He does, doesn't he? You'd almost want to measure it.
That's a beautiful piece of willow.
I think he knows where to find that middle. That's the difference between him and I.
And most people actually.
Tector backing away, giving himself space. They go for the attempted run out. It could result in... It doesn't result in buzzers. But
No,
yes.
well, that's the thing. The way they're batting, they don't need to take crazy second runs. And Balbirnie's been out there a long time. And it doesn't matter how fit you are, it still takes its toll on your legs.
Fatherhood does that as well, though.
Yeah.
So he's got the best training, chasing after Luke.
Coming again.
That's a lovely shot down the ground.
There is a man out there again.
He doesn't fear the air.
No.
He's taking it on.
Well, they're kind of check shots. They're like punch shots. He's not really going for the big swing to try and get it over the fielder's head.
It's clear the ring stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that sort of vital thing to learn. Not every shot has to be pull your arms out of your sockets.
You'd also get the fresher batsman on strike or the aggressive batsman on strike. Here we go. This one's cut away, and I don't think anyone's going to stop that, and it goes to 4.
There's only so much ground one fielder can cover on that sideline, and he was in the wrong area to cover that one, that was for sure. 4 more for Tector. He really is opening up now. Down on one knee, it's the classic shot, isn't it?
It's a beautiful thing to behold. He was just encouraging each other there to stay in the game.
Well, only 6 and a bit overs to go now. Well, he got what he deserved for that. It was sort of retaliation by the bowler. Oh, I'm going to bounce you then. And it just sat up and asked to be hit. And Tector, he swung on it very quickly and very well. And he picks up another boundary. Pembroke are powering on now. Up to 2-4-3 after these successive 11, 13 off the over so far, James. Big over. He just seems to have lost his head a little bit, the bowler.
He does. I mean, and unfortunately, in Leinster, there's not very many bowlers that are fast enough to bounce these two. You know, Barry McCarthy maybe, Josh Little, yeah, fine. But
David Delaney.
Yeah.
Tyrone Kane.
Oh, yeah, those guys, you know, the international, but, you know, I mean, like on the club level.
You are talking about the big names.
The big names, but on the club level, it's kind of like these batters be hoping you do that more often. And look at this worm, and it's just starting to go north in a seriously big way.
You can see how they've done well, and it's not like it was a steady start to begin with. It's been a climbing worm all the way through, going well. And now, before I forget, leave it up there for the rest of the next over. We'll remove that, and it looks like we're going to see 244. Yeah, big over for Pembroke. 14 runs onto the board. 6 overs remain. Jack Tector 63, Andrew Balbirnie 130, not out. And we're going back to the opening bowler. He has 3 left, so he'll be bowling 45, 47, 49.
And then when you have Rooney,
He's got a few left as well, isn't he?
I think yeah.
I must actually try and bring up the bowling card at the end of the over, and we'll see who's there for the last 5. As Tector just slides one around the corner, square leg, going behind square to pick it up, but we'll do so, just a single. Well, I think
probably
my
be thinking
275 is now looking very conservative.
Yeah.
30 runs on 6 overs. I think they're going to score more than that, James.
Unless there's a collapse, but you'd absolutely think so, yeah.
See how he waited on that. It's well fielded, and they'll just take the single. But Balbirnie had his back in the air for an awful long time there, and then decided to take the shot on.
I'd have to think, if you're at the Hills, you'd actually be thinking, so far, these 2 balls, we've won those 2 balls. There hasn't been boundaries off them.
Yep.
There's good bowling.
If they could get to the end at a runner ball, they'd be delighted. I suspect that it's going to increase. In fact, the overall run rate in the last few overs has gone up because we're now at 5.55.
Slow ball again, and he's bowled him. Yep.
Oh, Jack Tector perishes for 64 with the score on 246.
And a fine knock comes to an end. Just trying to keep that scoreboard ticking over, looking for that next boundary, and he just played across the line there, and it was a slower ball and deceived him and crashed into the furniture there.
Well,
however, if you're a Pembroke fan, you'd probably think, if you're going to lose a wicket, do it now. It gives you enough time to sort of get the new batsman in and have a look, and he can kick on. But he gets good applause there from the crowd, as he deserves. It was a great knock.
As deservedly so as well. There you see the partnership, 146, just 4 short of 150, and both of them contributing, well...
Well, it's 146 off 132, so that's
over 100.
A great strike rate.
And now the new partnership comes up on your screen, and it's Joe Prendergast coming out to bat, coming out at number 5.
This is great. Joe's a very experienced and an aggressive batsman too. I'm glad he's getting these opportunities to play under first this season, a lot more than what he has maybe in previous seasons.
I think batting number 5 for the first is a good move for Joe.
Yep.
He, of course, has played on the first on account of his seam bowling.
Oh, yeah, no, he's been there up and down, but, you know, to be...
A captain of the seconds for a number of years.
Yes. He's got great talent, Joe. Let's hope that works for him today. This ball was his angle at the in-swinging Yorker, and it got him. Sorry, Joe. It's a terrible ball to get up first. It's the one that always skittles me. You know, you're looking for it, and it still gets you sometimes. And, well, he had some trouble to scorers, but there are wickets in the shed just to allow for this eventuality. And there's always next week.
Well, that's the way, isn't it?
It's a brutal game.
It really is. There are times when it will do your head in.
For a minute there, I thought he got this.
There you see Joe Prendergast's first ball. Now, looking at the rest of the names, who are you expecting out next?
I would probably say either Sunil Gupta, but I don't mind Darren Murray either. Keeping that's.
We'll see which one they go with. McNichol now, having picked up 2 in 2. I don't think it's changed the complex of the game yet. It's Andrew Bolton who's come out.
Oh, okay, good. He did so well last week.
Aunt Paula who supplied the Tim Tams.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you, if you perform,
yeah, you get your opportunity.
You will get your opportunities. And Andrew Bolton now finds himself coming in number 6, courtesy of McNichol having taken 2 in 2, having seen off Jack Tector for 64, and Joe Prendergast, unfortunately, with a great delivery. I mean, Joe, there wasn't much Joe did wrong.
No, it was just a top delivery.
This time, Bolton plays it out on the leg side. It beats the fielder in the ring. There is somebody else there. They will come back for 2. And Balbirnie home safely on account of the throw as much as anything else. But that's a good start for Bolton.
No, it's good calling there too, yeah. There was a bit of hesitation, but Balbirnie was comfortable to get through, just overpitched the
Not a
Yorker
bad
attempt.
ball. Not a bad ball to have as a hat-trick ball. I'd have been happy bowling that. At least you're giving yourself the chance of bowling LBW court. You're keeping all the modes of dismissal in play. But as it was, the bat middled it, and they picked up 2 runs. But McNichol, he'll have his tail up now. 2 wickets and 2 balls.
He's just trying to get that in-swing in Yorker right. That's a slower ball, and batsman does well actually just to get a little bit on it to keep it out. Good over there for the Hills.
Well, 248 for 4 now.
Unfortunately, you'd have to think from their point of view the damage has been done.
Yeah, there's been a few too many runs allowed.
Well, there's still 6 wickets in the shed. You're on the cusp of 250.
5 overs.
5 overs, even if it's
30 deliveries.
Yeah, 30.
Even 30 runs are going to get them up to 280-ish.
Yeah, that's going to be a total that Pembroke would be pretty confident they could defend.
Well, Andy Balbirnie had a long knock last game. He was in for a large number of overs in that one, scoring a century. He's at 130 today.
This one.
He's chipped that just back over the bowler's head. It will let him get through for 1, and they're going to look for a second.
And they're going to get there.
Well, that's good running.
Sorry.
Well, at least when we speak over each other, we use the same words.
You're just trying to do it in stereo.
Yeah. Shazad continuing. He's been going at just about 5 and over. So one of the economical bowlers for the Hills today. But this one goes down the leg side. It gets past the keeper. They're going to look for another 2 there. And the umpire has that look about him again.
Yeah. He's already signalled wide, I think.
He has now.
Yeah. So 3 wides.
So 250 up for Pembroke. We haven't quite reached the lowest of our guesses, which was Graham's 262. That's nicely played away, just over the. Oh my word!
That's just brutal
over
for
and
the
under.
Brutal for the opposition. It's just out of reach of the, extra cover fieldsman, and just splits the guys on the boundary. Just rubs salt into the wound. That
Gives
sort of
himself
shot.
space,
Look at
lifts it, and he's not following through all the way. He's not looking to clear the clubhouse. He's just looking to clear the ring, and that is such a class shot, and brings another 4 to the total. Oh, slightly more agricultural that shot, James.
But he picks up a single. Again, good start to the over. 10 so far, and still 3 balls to go. One of my 298 is in the hunt.
It's not too far off, James, I think. Another 40 runs from 4.5 overs.
This one is a very much needed dot ball, just played out there to extra cover.
There's already
No
10
run.
off this over.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like no need to feel bad about getting the dot ball at this stage. I think Bolton will think, well, I had a look at that one. Okay.
Now I'm
gonna
ready
put it-
for you.
Yep.
And he proves that straight away. James, the seer, works again.
Nice.
And
That's
it
a
goes
6.
all the way for the maximum. Cracking shot from Bolton, and he's on to 8 from just 4 deliveries, and that's why he was sent out.
Yeah. After last week's form and doing a similar thing, it's been a perfect choice. Good use of the feet there.
He's dug that out from underneath his feet. He's up under his eyes, and he's cleared the fence into the hedge. Super shot, that.
16 from the over.
Well, that's Amanda Dunlop's guess, is 264. Graham Mooney's has been passed. And it just goes to show how poor we all are at guessing how many are going to end up on the board at the end of the overs. But it's gone well for Pembroke. Andrew Balburney, now 138, 46 overs gone. 265 for 4. I mean, they did have that over last over, whereby they lost 2 wickets, but all it's done is brought Andrew Bolton to the crease, and we know that what he's capable of, and Andrew Balburney seems to be seeing it like it's a basketball now.
Well, Bolton has adjusted quite well to the conditions very quickly, and he's on strike, which I think would be good for Pembroke. Even he's 9 off 5, it's over 200, well, basically 200 strike rate. And you'd be thinking, what can we do if you're at the Hills?
Well, his strike rate may be slightly below that 200 you were talking about as of now. What do you think it will be after this delivery?
Yeah, well, that's it. Now, if I was this bowler, I'd just be trying to get those in-swinging Yorkers.
They've been successful for him so far, and it's what's needed at the death is to try and cramp up these batsmen.
Oh, just going for the wide Yorker there. It's not a bad ball. It's a good death ball, actually.
It's an ideal ball for the end of the innings. Out there at that blue line, Pat Carthy, the standing umpire.
Yeah, I think he's bowling well for his team. Bolton just making him wait. Comes in. Full toss, and it's going to be hammered down the ground, but there is a man down here just in front of the commentary box.
It wasn't really a full hit, was it?
No, it didn't time it.
And it didn't seem to come off the middle of the bat. There seemed to be a bit of a thud to that. More effort than timing.
Well, he's only been out there for 5 minutes, so...
yes, let's give him a break here, Craig.
That brings him on to 10.
266. 275 is the next guess of the commentators.
This one's
Driven down the ground, nicely struck shot.
There's the same man down here to save the boundaries, and he's doing a good job for the Hills.
He's saving certainly a few runs down there, isn't he? Doing a good job here today for his side.
I think that's Rooney Murphy, the opening bowler from the nursery end. He's doing a great job for his team. Balburney just, I think, looking for a drink in the break. Must be very, very dehydrated.
Oh, nice shot, lifts it.
Gee,
Just
cheeky
leaves
as,
the
isn't
bat
it?
there. This is the sort of batting we've come to expect from Bolton.
And that
Certainly
is
nothing,
magnificent.
nothing too orthodox.
No, but, talk about bowler's got a good plan, and then that just stuffs it up for him. It's
It's a pain, isn't it? The bowler, batsmen do that to you.
And the worst thing about it is it only dribbled to the line there. You think, can I pull it back? No, I'm not going to get that. A lovely shot, very effective. There you go. It goes wide on, gets the edge, big thick edge. Happy with that. Picks up a single. Somewhat toying with the bowler at this stage.
Now Bernie himself closing in on 150 now. 11 short with 19 deliveries to come, which would seem to be about his strike rate at the moment.
Yeah,
So I think he'll be fine. Let's see how he goes about it.
that's going to go down the leg side, and it's going to be another wide.
I think Andrew now looking at the clubhouse and sort of picturing just how far he would have hit that one.
Yeah, which window am I going to break today?
Oh, that's it.
Right, the bogey one.
Yeah. If I could mark one for him and ask him to break that one. There's one in the bar where the seal is broken.
Yeah.
It's not the clearest view through it.
One.
That one is just going to clear the fielder and scatter the crowd on Cyril's way. And that's 6 more for Balburney. That takes him on to 145.
Yeah, bowler just lost control there. You can't give him a full toss. He'll just put you away every day.
And there we go, with very little effort. Another over that's gone for 14 runs. Yeah,
Yep.
14 runs again. And it's not done with any great fireworks. That was just, well, just a bad ball pounced upon, and he took the 6 for that.
Oh, 279. 3 to go. 18 balls to go. And Bolton's on strike. I get the feeling it's like whatever you can do, I can do as well. Oh, great effort there by the backward point fieldsman. A big dive, but just couldn't get there. But there is a man.
I don't know if he got a hand to it or anything.
He's shaking his hand a bit there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because he landed on it or whether he got the ball on or both.
But wow, great effort. It's just carved away by Bolton without a concern as to where fielders may be standing. I think he just went big.
Yeah, at this stage, I think just
But
test your luck.
the fan club are going to be delighted with the way it's going for him at the moment. Another one pulled round to the leg side. There are 2 fielders down there. One of them will do the work.
Easily get 3 for 2.
And they pick up another 2. 282. Well, all the guesses falling down the wayside. Amanda Dunlop, James Cresswell is the next one up.
Well, I'm hoping my one's short from a Pembroke point of view.
Well, Niall said 350, so he's expecting to see 70 runs from the next 2 overs.
Still in the hunt.
Yes. But I think you might have this one, James. That's a nice shot, but again, the fielder does what he's out there for. Keeps it to a single.
He didn't overrun that one, just got himself in a good position, got the body behind it, made sure that he saved 3 runs.
Well, do you know if that had gone to the boundary, Andrew Balbirnie would have been on 151 off 150. Which would have been cracking. But it's Bolton facing now. He is going along at a rate of 160. And this one, just wide of the fielder. When it's not your day, it's not your day. And it does run to the rope, and Bolton picks up another 4. And he moves on to 20 from just 11 deliveries. And this is the explosive batting that certainly the Pembroke faithful were looking for today, even if it is off an edge.
Well, you know, you back yourself. Again, you're going to slash hard, have a go, get enough on it that gives yourself half a chance. He was a bit lucky, but, you know, all of a sudden, you know, move on and you get some runs and the run rate goes above 6.
Under a run a ball now on account of these late strikes from these bats. Andrew Balbirnie, 148. Andrew Bolton, 20. It's the partnership of the Andrews. They came together with the score on 246. They have put on 41 in basically double quick time. 3.5 overs.
Yep.
And there's more runs, or more run. Fielder in front of Dale's Garage does the job. That is the end of the over. 48 gone now. 288 for 4. James, your guess is looking... Again, I don't know why we doubted you. You are obviously the seer. You're obviously the little old gypsy lady in the tent with the crystal ball.
Although I think 10 of 12 is still going to be a little bit deficient. I should have put a 300 and something, 310 score, or whatever. But you never know.
There's 2 overs to go. You're certainly well within the ballpark. McNichol.
This one is a full toss and it's clubbed down the clout.
I think you could be in trouble though, James.
Yeah.
4 runs to Bolton, just pulled away on the leg side. It was a full toss.
Yeah, down the cow corner. No one was there.
And there is nobody down in cow. As we say, junior cricket, we may have 1 or 2 fielders patrolling down there at this stage of the innings. But senior cricket, a different beast to junior cricket, that's for sure. It's like 2 species of cat. They're both cats, but very different. McNichol then coming in from the St John's end.
Just needs to get that in-swinging Yorker again.
This one driven away on the leg side this time. The fielder's having to come in. They aren't going for two. They are going for two now. The fielder overrunning, looking to pick it up one-handed on the go. Whereas the batsman had sort of stopped at that stage. There was no need to go for the one-handed pickup.
No, and the other fielder coming in basically was too short of the ball. So they were able to, once there's a misfielder, able to run that second run. Bolton face again.
You could see him eyeing that up from a long way out. He was always going to go outside leg. And then when he saw the length, he went down on the one knee, waited for it and lofted it into the gardens. 6 runs to Pembroke, and that will bring them close to 300 and takes them past James's guess of 298, because Pembroke now, as you can see on your screen, 299 for 4. Andrew Bolton.
Wow, what a fireworks display he's putting on.
He's 26 off just 15 deliveries. And Andrew Balbirnie, screen showing him 154 from just 151 deliveries. Well, Andrew Balbirnie, they say your top score is usually contributes about half your runs.
But they put it to the wrong batsman. That was Bolton.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Bolton hit that, so they've re-corrected the score here.
Well, that's better. Well, we're going to see it come up for
Otherwise,
Bolton
it would have
now.
been a bit of a chance.
On 31. Yeah. But, again, Andrew Balbirnie's innings, you can't help but just praise it. It's half of the total score. He's been out there for 48 overs. I mean, I know he is the Test captain. He's the one batsman who should be able to bat.
It doesn't matter how
all day.
fit you are. It's exhausting work throwing the willow around for a length of time, let alone the whole innings.
I mean, this game started at noon.
Yes.
And here we are, 3.5 hours later. He's still out there and still scoring plenty of runs. Bolton goes big again. This time it's straight up in the air.
He's going to get away with it.
And another one that they get away with in the air behind the keeper. 2 to Bolton. 2 onto the score. 290 now.
I don't mean to laugh, and I don't mean that.
You're not being cruel with it.
I'm not being cruel, but it's just like sometimes when you have a day where nothing goes to hand, and the luck goes with the opposition. But you've got to make your own luck as well. And he's doing everything he needs to do with his death overs. Just get as much wood on as he can as a slower ball, and
that's going to be a wise.
Yeah. The bowler has a different opinion, but unfortunately, I think it's going to go one way, and he's just not happy. He just tried something different there. It didn't come off. Anyway, that brings up the 293.
Oh, yes.
Don't know what's going on with the scoreboard here, but it's...
another landmark reached. 293.
I think that's wrong.
Bolton this time, he gave himself room by going across to the offside.
Well fielded,
but ended up still hitting it out there, and they take a single due to, as James says, a fine bit of fielding. 300 up for Pembroke. That'll be 301 now.
And that brings Balbirnie on strike, and everyone will be hoping that he can get to the other milestone.
Oh, he certainly deserves it, that's for sure.
But
it won't be on his mind. That's the thing about Andy.
No. Comes in.
Outside the blue line. Carthy letting that one go. It is the end of the over. 303 for 4. Oh, hang on. There's still 304 for 4. Oh, many thanks to our live scorers. It's not the easiest as jobs.
No, it's tough.
After you, James, 298. You were the only one to go over 300. So on that basis now, yeah, you're nowhere near being close to this on 354. James is a lot closer at the moment, but it depends how this over goes, James.
It could be 6 no balls that all hit for 6. I don't think that's going to happen somehow. But anyway, it's the last over of the innings. And you think that Bolton is going to just about put his back out trying to get contact here.
Oh, it's gone down.
Oh, valiant effort by the keeper. couldn't believe that the ball had come through to him, I think. I think it caught him by surprise. He had a couple of grabs at that, and it just popped out of his hand.
He got it, and it just popped out, but it popped upwards as well.
Yeah, I think
he had
Bolton
a second chance, and Bolton had given up.
Yeah, I think Bolton ought to go down and get himself equivalent to a Tats Lotto ticket. People in Australia will know what that is. It's like our Euro Millions.
Unfortunately, you just see it there in the dark corner of your screen.
It brings Balburney on strike, who slaps around and says no. He's just feeling a bit stiff.
I think that could have been a hernia and causing injury. He's throwing the bat so wide there. He's looking for these 2 runs. Another landmark to be ticked off. And in the space of 2 innings, he really has entered the charts for the Ray Moulton Trophy and number of runs scored this year. Another one that goes wide.
That's got to be wide, surely. That was
Well,
pretty,
no, the umpire saying that the batsman went all the way across.
Yeah.
Andy feeling his hips.
Yeah,
Traditionally, he's had hip problems in the past.
Bolton coming down to give him some words of encouragement. He's looking a bit
perhaps
stiff
words
there
of
at the moment.
wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Go Andy.
It's out to the fielder. It's just going to be a single. 149. 2 balls remaining.
He's looking very ginger, isn't he? Gingerly on his feet there.
It could be, James, that you'll see a sub-fielder out for the second half.
Yeah.
His hips have caused him difficulty in the past, and he has been out there for the best part of 3.5 hours.
Yeah. They call.
Oh, well
yes.
done. And he's given himself the chance. He just needs 1 to reach 150, and you can see how much it matters to him that he'd take that by on one that went straight through to the keeper. Keeper didn't take it
There
cleanly.
you go. He was down the track, halfway down the track before the ball had even got to Bolton.
Bolton has done a super job. 37
he
from
has.
just 20 deliveries, but now it's all about Andrew Balburney, last ball of the innings.
And they get through first.
Oh, direct hit might have had him,
And
but
he gets
as it is,
150
he
undefeated.
gets to walk off the field undefeated with 150 to his name. A great knock from Andrew Balburney, 150 runs as Pembroke total up 308. Only 4 runs coming off that nervy final over.
It was a very good over at the end. Great death over from the Hills, but the damage had been done.
And the important thing is that Pembroke have reached 308 for 4 in their 50 overs. Great knocks by Jack Tector and Andrew Bolton. And I think our viewers in Sydney will be most happy with that. The Randy Peets, they always keep an eye on past members, and Andrew Balburney, one of those, and he has scored a fabulous 150.
Not out.
Not out. 308 for 4 will take you to the batting card, assuming that Niall has no replays to show at the moment. He gives me the signal of, go ahead, do whatever you want. That official signal of...
Yeah.
So first of all, we will bring up the Pembroke batting card. James, that's a delight to watch.
Oh, that's a beautiful thing to see. Look at that at the top there. 150, not out, off 155. He was there for the whole innings. That's some effort. And it's really, put Pembroke in such a commanding position. JJ Garth, 24-34, great support at the start. They put on a partnership of 75. Blake McDonald put on 12 with a small partnership. Jack Tector there, though, 64 of 67. It was a great night. That's the partnership that really cemented Pembroke's dominance. And at the end there, Andrew Bolton really brought Pembroke home for a quick fire 37 off 20. 21 extras, a lot of those were buys. So a bit expensive there, the extras, but it puts a grand total of 308. And I think if you had have offered Pembroke anything over 250, 260 today, it would have been taken. So we just go on and we'll have a look at the bowling card now, and Craig will take you through that.
Well, Sean McNichol, he picked up his 2 wickets and 2 balls. Other than that, he'd gone for 6.5, but 2 for 65 makes him the most successful of the bowlers today. And then Shazad and Manoj They picked up a wicket each. You can see from the economy rates, only one bowler managed to keep it under 6, and the rest, well, nobody went for more than 6.
No, in the context of the game, it's not a bad bowling card, really. No one is up there in 10. Yeah.
The consistency along the board there, absolutely fabulous. As you can see, the fall of wickets, well, the first wicket partnership of 75, JJ Garth and Andrew Balbirnie. In fact, I'm not going to mention Andrew again. He is with JJ Garth for the first wicket.
Yep.
And then he was with
Blake McDonald
for the second. And then that partnership of 146 with Jack Tector before Jack fell, and then Joe Prendergast unfortunately getting an absolute snorter of a delivery.
Yeah.
Saw him depart first ball, and 246 for 4 was then converted to 308 for 4 by a fabulous stand of 62
62, yeah.
between Andrew Balbirnie, who I said I wouldn't mention again, and Andrew Bolton. A fine total then. The Hills will be chasing 309. We'll just have a quick look at the worm, James, mainly because I just like looking at the worm.
I was about to do it just over your shoulder. I was just coming in. I could sense the
And
edge.
there is the worm, and you can see that last over,
Oh,
just
look at
4
that.
runs coming from it, makes the line tilt down, but before that it had taken off.
Really took off from about the mid-30s, didn't it? Sort of, that was a great progression up.
And it's a super total. Pembroke will be more than happy with that. And now we will take a short break whilst the players take their tea. And I hope you'll join us for the second innings of this quarter-final of the Leinster Senior Cup between Pembroke and the Hills in Sydney Parade on what is now a sunny Sunday afternoon.
Good evening and welcome to Sydney Parade.
To Pembroke Cricket Club as host governor, to the president David O'Riordan, to Dave from GM by choice for the groundwork.
The scorers Andrew Fox and Ava Wilson. And now, unaccustomed as he is to public speaking, to present the Man of Match Award, Mr. David O'Riordan.
The guy who changed the game, in my view, at the top of the order, and as a bowler, and it's JJ Garth.
And now it's an absolute personal pleasure to call upon Nick Stapleton.
If I just start off by thanking both umpires, Will and Frank, for officiating today. It was a great day. Dale at GM by choice, already said by Adam, but what a great ground it is. Great wicket for the grand final, so well done to you and the team. Really big thank you as well to our coach Connor Mullen. He's probably the happiest man in the world right now. We'll celebrate accordingly. And also, I think it was just appropriate that we acknowledge the Irish internationals and the representatives that have given up their time today after a test match last week. It's great to have you guys back and playing at this level of cricket, so thank you very much for that as well. Thank you guys to the stream team that put this put the video on every single week. To Craig, Amanda and Walshy, what you guys do is simply unmatched around the world, so thank you very much for the time that you
Senior Cup to Pembroke for 2024.
Stay there. Stay there. Where's the dead? Because you can't use it.
Go away.
Oh, he's too quick.
I have no idea.
Go on. Sign up. JJ gives a signature. Good banner. Thank you very much. This is brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Well done, JJ. Thanks. Appreciate it. So, well done. You one off now. Well, here, I'll give you mine.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Just about to start the second innings. See Andrew Bolton with the new ball, going the ball from the St. John's Road end after his little cameo with the bats. No rest for the wicket.
Well, Graham, you think that Pembroke are in the box seat here?
Runs on the board. You love them. You love them.
And 308 of them. It's a great...
Yeah. You look at it. They bite your arm off at the start of the day. You win the toss. You elect to bat. You stick 300 on the board. It's everything gone to plan so far for Pembroke.
I can't ask for more than that, really, can you?
And then Bolton starts a nice little, just on the length. Easily just played into the gully area. And then easy for JJ Garrett to pick that up. So, Horlock and Shahid opening the batting for the Hills. The Hills will be desperate for Horlock to get himself in and get some runs. A lot will depend on his innings today.
2 slips in place for Bolton.
Yeah, standard operating procedure for Pembroke. They generally like a 2-slip start.
So, what do you reckon? Paul Lawson at the other end, if you're going for formulaic?
I would say it's going to be Paul Lawson, yeah. They like an off-spinner start. Paul will be the main off-spinner in the side today.
The bane of so many sides' lives, Paul Lawson.
Yeah, he'll be inviting the shots to be played to the railway line.
They need over a runner ball from the start.
Yeah, again, though, it's shown so many times, it's not about what you do in the first 10 overs. It's about having the wickets and what you do in the last 10.
Well, that's it. Pembroke will be looking through for an early breakthrough.
Yeah, build that pressure more and more, but I'm sure the word before the start is just a nice steady start, keep the runs down. Obviously, wickets will be the bonus. And again,
getting the bat away from the body there on that occasion, Horlock.
Every over where you're going at 2 or 3 just builds that bit of pressure. Of course, in the side today, the seam bowling attack, you've got Bolton, Murray will be the main 2. Prendergast, well, he's had a few niggles injury-wise, so I don't know if he's
back in the side today. Came in at number 5.
Could have been for batting. I'm not sure if he's 100% for bowling yet, but we will see.
And there's the first boundary of the day. Cracking shot down the ground, and that is a fine way of doing it. Yeah, let's just start there. I should have gone there and there, but just start there and go down one at a time. So note-taking under Graham's nice care. 1 ball left in the first over. Horlock will be delighted. He cracked one down the ground and picked up the first boundary. I wouldn't worry too much about those now.
Yeah. A pretty shot.
It's more about comparisons than anything else, so we'll see how things go. But that is the end of the first over, and since he's just turned up to the ground, we'll call on you'll give you a new partner, Graham, and I'll see you again in a few overs. But for now, Will Houston.
Oh. Yeah, great to welcome Will to the box. Unfortunately, he should have been umpiring, but that other quarter-final today had to be cancelled, Will.
Yeah, unfortunate that we couldn't get out on the ground today. It was just too soft under foot, especially in the bowler's run-ups.
So, so Trinity and Railway will have to go to an alternative day.
Yeah, unfortunately there's no
reserve
confirmation as to what to do regarding a refix. So I'm afraid that's an OCC decision, which is above my pay grade.
Obviously. Yeah, I just hope they don't do something silly and say a midweek T20 or something.
Certainly what both captains were very, how should I put this politely, very guarded against having. They wanted to have as much cricket as possible, which is what we were trying to organise today, but it just didn't work out as we hoped.
So it is going to be Lawson from the nursery end to Shahid for his first delivery. And he is straight away trying, and Lawson though just a bit too wide, but Shahid's looking straight away to play Lawson, and he'll be delighted with that.
Certainly Paul will look for the batter and to play as many shots as possible, and certainly Sam's looking
intent.
Very, he's on point behind the stumps, and he's looking to get involved early.
He had a great game last week.
That's a lovely looking shot.
Oh,
well fielded too, though.
JJ Garrett, as ever, brilliant hands. Yeah, Sam Murphy with a fifer behind the stumps yesterday, or last week, again in the All-Ireland. Five dismissals.
Which is always a big number in cricket.
He's so quick. Yeah, there was a fifer for Mark Berry, who is playing today. Sorry, I forgot to mention him in the bonus stakes. Mark Berry as well on the same. And 5 dismissals for Murphy. So he's certainly in form behind the stumps. That's a lovely looking shot.
Should be comfortable too.
Pressure's put on Grud fielding now. Oh, direct hit, and that could have been interesting. But 2 on the board.
As usual, the standards in the field from Pembroke, especially the ground fielding, has always been impressive.
Yeah, they really, really work hard as a unit. Everyone who steps into the side knows the standards they need to keep.
Looks like one more. Yep, another comfortable single.
Because again, there's a few people playing today, stepping up, like Sunil Gupta, etc. Joe Prendergast coming back in for his first game on the ones in a while. But they all step in knowing what they need to do in the field and what level they have to field at. There's really is no weak links.
Very few passengers in the field, all right.
Yeah.
You and me have regularly had this conversation. Even if you open the bowling, open the batting, or whatever, you're still expected to
put the hard yards in. Yeah, it's an area they pride themselves on, and rightly so. It's they've won so many close games in the last few years. To win trophies, it makes all the difference. So Lawson just probing.
But because of they're known as such a strong fielding unit, I reckon they're 20 runs is the good at the start of any innings, because teams won't take sharp singles because they know how good the ground fielding and the accuracy of the throwing at the stumps is.
Yeah, we do love that clip on our YouTube channel. JJ Garrett's 4 dismissals in a game, and we always say, what were you thinking? The 4th guy after 3 run outs, and then 4th guy took him on.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That was against Marion 3 years ago.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and it was like film me what. Yeah. We'll take one to him. That's yeah. No, you won't. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think his 4th dismissal, he didn't hit the stumps. It was to the wicketkeeper who whipped the bails off. So
that's even worse.
So Bolton to continue. Shahzad seeing him for the first time. Or Shahid, should I say? Just one onto the pads. Little half appeal from somebody silly because it was nowhere near anything. Sun has come out to play, which is good to see for anyone down watching.
0's away, might get a few more during the innings.
Might few pop down. Of course, we had a few earlier. We had to leave it to go across the road. Our trees are playing railway across the road at 5. And a T20.
And the Bolton hard lengths, hitting the bat hard.
Yeah, once he gets into a rhythm, he can find that lovely length that it's hard to get away. It's just if he does slip off that length, he's sometimes punished.
He's at a pace where if you're comfortable against it, it can go around the park.
Yeah.
But as you say, if he gets on that length, he can be tough to get off it.
Exactly. If he doesn't give the width and he gets that length, it's such a good delivery. For a couple of times this year, a couple of batters at 1 and 2's level have gone after him when he's just slipped because of just a little less pace than some of the other bowlers. That's a nice shot. Down to 3rd man. Just be a 1.
Be interested in your commentary and talk about the left-hander's opening stance.
I literally just going to ask you, what do you reckon of his setup?
Let's just say it's not textbook.
Unique. It's not the weirdest one I've ever seen.
No.
But it's definitely an opener stance, more open stance.
Very open stance. Yeah. There you are. There's one for the comments on YouTube.
Yeah.
Strangest setup. I'll give you one earlier.
Yeah.
Trevor Bailey. Now we talked about it actually a few games ago on comments. Who used to play for Northants.
Yeah, that's
came
easily.
actually a very first class umpire actually.
He developed into that stance over the years. That's not how he started.
No.
But yeah, for me, that's the weirdest ever.
Shivner and Chandapol is probably an interesting one too.
Yeah, no, I get Chandapol's
That's
lovely
a beautiful shot.
Straight drive, always beautiful to watch a straight drive, but that's really lent into well. And that, again, as we were saying, if he's slightly off his lengths, it's just a bit more comfortable pace for
but
the
just
batter.
look at the batter. Okay, his setup is a little bit, shall we call it, strange, but on his contact there, and as the ball came down, still perfectly still.
Yeah.
Everything came through nice and straight, and the result is beautiful straight four.
4 beautiful runs, yeah. And that brings 3 overs, 15 without loss. You know, a nice start for the Hills. They'll be delighted that no early wickets, but it's a long way to go to keep up this pace. Lawson continues, just with the squeeze by Garrett there at short mid wicket. Yeah, Chandapol obviously, and he changed his stance as he moved in his career from when he first played for the West Indies until his later years. But no, Bailey for me, just the way he stepped right across. For me, that's the weirdest one.
For those of you who haven't seen it, basically he started about a foot or so outside leg stump, and as the bowler came in, gradually worked his way across.
Yeah.
Everybody thought that he was an LBW candidate, but
Never was.
I think on his record he was actually out LBW quite rarely.
Yeah, very rarely. He had obviously great eye for the ball. So I'd say Lawson will never be unhappy if Horlock gets a single. I'd say be quite happy with bowling to Shahid.
Every off spinner wants to bowl to a lefty.
Yeah. And again, just the way Shahid has shown, he wants to attack, and Lawson has the field set. He's quite happy with the batsman coming after him.
That's a lovely shot, mind you.
Oh, if he keeps playing it like that, he just needs to remember, keep it on the ground early doors. Don't get overexcited. But this is good batting from the Hills. You know, as we said, look, we're only into the 4th over, but they're moving the ball around well for singles already.
In and around the rate. Yeah. But as we well know, if in a second innings, if you're looking to score over one delivery from the start, even in the top 2 inches of the head, that's big problems.
No, but this is where it is won by these matches. We're chasing 300. They're won by the teams that do use the top 2 inches, because at this level, players should be able to get themselves in and get themselves set, and they do allow themselves that time to get set. Again, if you look at earlier, Tector's innings, he gave himself time to get in, and he reaped a reward with some big hitting at the end. Balbirnie, again,
Will you sign it for me?
Andy Balbirnie's, his 150 came off 155 deliveries. He got himself in.
But when you're batting for 155 from one end and producing, it allows the other end to open up.
Yep. That's great fielding from Gupta. Keeps it to 1. Pembroke are so blessed to have such fine fielders to step in. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get to see some of them bat as well. Gupta's having a good season with the bat on the 2s. Great guy to have, and he's played a lot of ones cricket as well over the years.
Speaking of which, I believe your 2s are going to have a nearly an enforced holiday coming up.
Yeah, pretty much a month off in June, but it's just weird the way the fixture list has gone. They had a T20 midweek called off. No other matches for a few weeks. Yeah.
Interesting one. I'll let the people who look after fixtures worry about that one.
Yeah, what's going to be the interesting one is the next round of the All-Ireland and the quarter-final.
Yep.
We are away to Clontarf on the Sunday.
That's correct.
our 2s are due to be playing that day.
Whoops.
Well, look, you get through the cups. That's what you want to get through. Pembroke should have a few more players available for selection. Obviously, minus any injuries, there are a few players to step back in for availability.
Available for selection.
Totally available for selection. It's one of the fun games here in Pembroke. Pick your best 11.
Quickly through, nice, well-judged single again.
Yeah. Again, end of 5 overs. Or one more delivery, should I say, to the end of the 5th. Again, just back on that nice tight line, tucking up the batter.
There's so many people say, I can't count to 6 without a clicker in my hand anyway, so it's fine. Neither can you, because I needed 2 balls to go, not just one.
Yeah, you got mixed up on the replay.
A likely excuse, Graham.
I'm not scoring today, so I don't need to keep count. I have the day off. I've got a busy week ahead of me.
No, looks like comfortable 4 runs coming.
Yeah, just drifted onto the legs and put away very nicely by Shahid. Yeah, I've got match Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, scoring or umpiring, and then Friday, watching. Thankfully, the ones are got a T20. Oh, sorry, I'm going to step out because James is itching to talk to you.
Does that mean they have to put up my dulcet tones for a couple of seconds then? That's fine.
Thanks, Graham.
Pour back on. I see you well.
How are you, Will?
Not too bad.
Brilliant stuff. That's a good start there, actually, from the Hills.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear your comments about the left-handers set up here at the moment. You'll be able to see him on strike here now in a second. The last delivery he had nicely clipped off the hip for 4 runs.
It was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
Certainly that setup will assist him with that kind of shot. But yet he seems to be playing very nicely through the offside too.
No, he's looking good. He just needs to be in there for a while now if they're going to have any chance of getting this run chase under control. But so far they're doing a great job. They're just working the singles, getting the boundaries when they can, and they're keeping that run rate at a good steady level.
I think I heard just as I was arriving, the biggest job that Hills have to do in these first 10 is make sure they're up with the run rate and no wickets down, or at the worst, 1 down.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. I mean, they want to get out of this power play without losing the wicket, ideally, and keep it up to the 5, sort of 6 run mark, like you say. So far, so good for them. Big journey they've got to go through. Well, it's a good bit of fielding there by JJ. Didn't take it cleanly, but he stopped the ball and saved a run. JJ Garth there in the cover position is probably, I'd arguably say, the best fielder in Ireland.
He's in the conversation.
He's
definitely in the conversation.
Yeah. Appeal for a couple of things there, but umpire's not having anything to do with it. Just big fresh air shot there and a bit of excitement. But he was firmly foot behind the line and he didn't hit it, so he watched the replay. Did move his foot a bit, but he got it back in time. And
still a nice hands from Sam.
Yeah, there's a great bit of fielding behind the stumps there. So after 6 overs, it's 28 for none. And they're in touch at the same time. Pembroke after 6 for 33 for none. So not a million miles away from it.
After the 1 and 2 bowlers have had to go, who do you reckon's going to have a 3 and 3 and 4? A few options out there.
Well, they've got Dan Murray.
Yep.
From the pace angle. I'm not sure what's his preferred size.
Mark Berry,
Mark Berry for sure.
Fancy a go.
Joe Prendergast is another pace option. Oh, that's a good ball.
First match after injury, or did he play play the Irish Senior Cup last week?
Joe?
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think he played. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm just trying to think back. I think he did play. Yeah.
Of course.
It seems so long ago.
Yeah.
I know Luke Murray is injured at the moment. I was drifting down the leg. Did he get anything on it? No.
Umpire reckons that there was a little bit of pad involved.
Yeah, no bat there. That's the only thing that saved a wide.
Have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, just got a bit of thigh pad on that.
If in doubt, appeal. Give the umpire something to do.
Exactly.
I dare say there'll be some slightly more volume in some of their appeals later on.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. You know when they're serious. Shut the houses down.
Like any commentary stint, if it's not a big volume appeal, you'd nearly get a shock if a finger goes up.
Oh, too right.
Ooh, slide inside edge, well bowled.
Yeah, he's asking some good questions here. The batter's having a bit of trouble getting clean strikes on the ball.
As I was saying, Sam Graham, when Andrew settles into his length, he bowls a heavy ball. He's tough to get off his length.
He is. They just need to keep their patience, these two batters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that one.
That's a bit fishy.
Yeah, that he's not very happy with himself there, and I think that's understandable. It was a rash sort of fishing shot, like you said. Just lucky not to get anything on it.
Oh, just imagine how annoyed with himself he would have been if he got a little nibble on it.
Oh, that's exactly right. So after 7, that was a maiden, so still 28 for naught.
Interested to get your comments on the one new ball at each end. Are you a fan? Do you think it's added to the game? Or do you think it's a little bit too much?
I can see the reasoning for it, but I actually prefer one ball per game because part of the interest of the game was how does the ball react as it gets older, and that way it puts new dynamics and it makes it more nuanced, and there's other things that can happen. It just makes the game more interesting as you go into these different sort of phases. So I think that's been taken away a bit from the game with having two balls.
Especially from a bowler's point of view. I mean, even speaking to some of the bowlers when I'm standing there, they're just like, look, even I'm bowling in the 30-odd over or whatever, I'm practically bowling with a brand new ball. I've got a batter who's in, not hard ball, and it's going all over the place. In the past, I would have had a slightly older ball, and might have got a little bit of a reverse swing, might have had a softer ball that doesn't disappear around the ground. But I appreciate that they're trying to mimic ODI conditions where you have a new ball to be at each end, and a lot of the players on show here today are trying to get to that level. So I appreciate that, but also at the same time, you have to learn skills. That's certainly more confident appeal. That and definitely there was movement to the back foot.
Yeah, I think this one is saved by a bit of doubt there by the umpire. If there's look at that from a DRS point of view, you may be walking, but that was a good call. You got to.
Well, everybody I think is suddenly waiting for the replay here with renewed interest.
Yes. No, but I absolutely agree with your point there. I think, it's exciting, sure, to have, big run scores and these sorts of things in the games. But at the same time, I think it tests the batsman to be able to go.
Here we go.
See how close this is. Just watch that back foot there from the batter. It drags it. Oh no, he was back.
It's well back.
Yeah,
good decision.
Yeah.
That's a really good decision.
That's a great decision. This one there just played behind square for no run. No, it was great. Yeah, good call there. No, I think part of the thing about a softball is that, you know, they go for the big 6 shots and you can get caught in the boundary. It's like you either got to go for it and be confident in your shot, but knowing that, well, if I don't middle it, you know, they might not make the distance. That's just
especially out of a spinner's armory, for example. Yeah. For example, if they're having fielders back on the boundary to tempt you into those shots, and if you've got a slightly softer ball, and you don't absolutely get it out of the screws, then you should be caught. In my personal view.
Yes, I think that's exactly right.
But look at. Maybe you and me played cricket in a different generation. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, that's nice. That's just played out to the mid-on sort of region. No, I think so. But it's a shame that, you know, the main reason I thought they might have done it is because sometimes the ball can discolour quite quickly, and that can be watching a grey ball in an overcast situation can be difficult. But again, that's part of the whole excitement of the game as well. You know, you've got to put it, you know, the same with the red ball. You know, red ball can go a bit more brown as opposed to red as it goes on, and so forth. And
well, even turn around another way. Batting shouldn't be easy.
No,
there should be problems.
I mean, you look at IPL, for instance, where they just break these roads and batting's easy. I mean, you know, that's boring after a while. You know, okay. So I'd rather have, a challenge for the batsman as well.
Well, I think you heard my conversation I had here a couple of weeks ago. As far as I'm concerned, IPL is not cricket. But anyway,
no, it's not. It's not. It's just entertainment. It's just a bit of a bash. There's no nuance. There's no seriously thinking about your strategies or anything like that. It's just an easy track, and we just hit it as hard as we can. That's about it, as nuanced as it gets. It's got a very wide stance, this batter.
Yeah.
Sort of 45-degree angle.
But when it's bowled, everything comes into line. Everything seems to be, if you like, standard textbook stuff. But everybody's different.
Yeah, it's an interesting trigger he's got there, isn't it? It sort of moves across 2 stumps. Or a stump, at least, anyway.
Dare say, if there was someone bowling with some real pace, a Barry or a Josh or someone like that, he might have a few more problems.
Just gets a bit of lift there. Took the shot fractionally too early, but it was safe. It's been a good over so far for Pembroke. No runs from it. In fact, the last couple of overs have been very good. We've had a couple of maidens, and there's a few that only 3 who came from it. So they've really put in some pressure on here.
You see, that's what happens when you and we were just chatting about other forms, not watching the game.
Exactly right. This works his one on the leg side to fielder, and there's no run. Another good over there from Pembroke's point of view. It's a maiden. So after 9, it's 31 for naught.
Certainly, if they keep this power play under 40, Pembroke will, even though they haven't taken the wicket, still feel as though that they're ahead of the game.
Well, exactly right. You've got a run rate required now of, it's just under 4. All of a sudden, that scoreboard pressure is just going to mount up and mount up. Doesn't really matter how many wickets in your shed, unless you can start to put the foot down a bit. You're going to leave yourself a lot of work to do in the last half of the innings.
Haven't seen much of the Hills this year. Whether or not they've got some big ball strikers coming in the middle, or what's going on?
No, true. I've only seen. Actually, I don't think I've seen the game. I know that they Pembroke lost to the Hills in the very first game of the season in the league.
Was that not North County?
Yeah, I think so. I have to think about that actually.
But they're only playing each other once until the split happens. So it's one fixture against each club.
Right. Okay. One just driven back to the bowler.
No, I'm 99% sure it was against North County. That might be one of the statisticians around.
But no, I'm not sure they had the same sort of calibre of batsmen. Mind you, it is pretty hard to find people who are as good as Balbirnie and Jack Tactor in the form they're in at the moment. So it's always going to be an ask for their bowlers. It's amazing if these two can weather the storm now and get to the next bowling change. That'd be maybe can change the equation in their favour slightly. At the moment, the bowling's been very tight and it's been hard to get it away. There's enough variation going on. Keep the batsman very watchful. Again, just played straight back to the bowler. This will be building a bit of frustration and a bit of pressure out there in the middle.
It's getting to a stage where a few big shots are going to need to be played.
Yeah, you'd think we're having that chat soon between who's going to go, who's going to stay and be conservative, and who's going to try and put the foot down maybe.
Well, 3 and over, a conservative 3 and over is not going to do the job. And
No.
speaking of doing the job, it's over now to Mr. Senior.
Thanks, Phil. Will, sorry. Nice to have you here. Now we
Come back here.
so that's the end of the power play.
We're trying to get into doing rounds.
Pembroke conceded 34. The Hills have scored 34. No wickets down though, so it could argue that it's a little bit in the balance, but I'd say that it's tilting a bit more in Pembroke's favour, just from the potential scoreboard point of view. At this stage, Pembroke were 56 for none, so they're slipping behind, and this could be very, very difficult to catch up as the innings progresses. And welcome back, Craig.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be back. Change of bowling now at St John's End. Mark Berry coming on. Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
That's all good. Yeah, the first change of the bowling attack.
Mark Berry, a very effective change bowler. Doesn't have much of a run-up. Picked up 5 in his last outing.
This one of them strays a bit wide, just testing that wide line, but they crunch it away to the point region, just pick up a single. And Pembroke will be pretty happy with just conceding 2 or 3 and over. That's just going to get more pressure and that run rate required.
Scoreboard pressure coming into it then, isn't it?
Well, it's approaching 7 now. It's a good
That's
ball
a nice
actually, but
shot.
navigated well. There's a good shot actually out there on the leg side.
Captain Paul Lawson doing the fielding. Patrolling the outfield. Texas Ranger.
Horlock and Shahid are both faced 31 balls now. So they're getting pretty set. That's a good shot, but it's straight to the fielder.
Straight to his hand.
Yeah.
Me, that's coming off a bit of body or boot or ankle.
It's gone through my legs, probably haven't even bent down that far yet. You know.
And it's straight into the hand. Yeah, Paul Lawson, he strikes me as the only member of the first 11 who would fit in at Yellowstone Park, Yellowstone Range. I can see Paul cattle farming. The Tim Tams making their way back onto the commentator's desk. Nice bit of fielding in the deep. Many thanks once again to Paula. I think I've got that right.
Yeah, Paula Bolton. I think it's, I don't know her last name actually, but Paula. Part of the Bolton clan for providing the treats. That one's not even near leg stump.
Well,
but, no, have a go
enthusiastic.
Anyway.
Get the vocal cords working time.
No, you've been to the course at Lucan for appealing. You might as well try it out.
Well, just 3 from the over so far. As James says, that run rate required, well, it will start to climb. And although 7 and over isn't too much in these days of good wickets and then heavy bats, so, but you don't really want it to get too high for too long. That's the problem, is you've got 39 overs at 7 and over.
Well, assuming that they can keep it at 7 and over, because if you have 5 more overs of 3 or less, and all of a sudden that's going to be 8.5.
Yeah.
That sort of thing, then it starts to become a bit of a Mount Everest to climb.
Well, as we go into the 12th over, we're sort of almost a quarter of the way through the Hills' reply to Pembroke's 308 for 4, the backbone of which was Andrew Balbirnie with a magnificent 150. The interesting one for me was the one he ran the ball before the last ball of the innings. And that was taking a bye to the keeper just so he'd have the strike. He really wanted the chance to get to 150, and he took that chance and managed it. 150 not out in that first innings total of 308 for 4.
I want to go back and watch that when I get home tonight just to see if he actually started running before the ball left the bowler's hand.
We may dig that up on YouTube at some stage. Maybe in the highlights package Noel has.
Oh,
this one goes through to the keeper. Oh, past the edge of the bat. Daniel Murray. His brother Luke was watching earlier on from Biarritz Airport. We hope he's at least in the air now. Otherwise, it's a very long day in Biarritz Airport. I was looking back on the Pembroke YouTube channel, Pembroke Cricket Live, previous videos, sort of 7.5 hours. So he'll be hoping that he doesn't get the hold of the game. This one just played down to third. Andrew Bolton with the, I was going to say clean fielding, but we'll take the word clean off it, with the fielding. He prevents it reaching the rope. They just take one, and that brings the left-hander, Shahid, to face. Dan Murray and Luke Murray, both having magnificent seasons, really are pushing on from the potential that they showed last year. With Darragh Cosgrave, another one of that ilk, coming around the wicket now to the left-hander. Driven away on the offside. A call for a single is sent back rapidly. Gets back with plenty of time. No real panic, but there wasn't a single there, James.
No, that's scoreboard pressure for you, isn't it? You just think there's half a chance, and do we go for it or not?
Yep.
And potentially create the run-out opportunity. No, but I've been very impressed with Dan and Luke Murray, and like I say, Darragh Cosgrave this year. Those three have really improved their game over the off-season, and they are just completely different class of players this season round.
The level of improvement has been significant.
Both with bat and ball, actually.
Yeah.
They've really stood up, and you can see that
the hours of practice does pay off.
Yeah, so, whatever their aspirations are, they're definitely on the right track to fulfilling them. So we wish them all the best of luck. And so far, so good.
This one played away on drive. Fielder. Again, they get through for the single, but nothing more. Just 2 from the first 5 deliveries. This is a good over for Pembroke, a good over for Murray. Field changes again, this left-right hand combination, which is usually in favour of the batsman, putting bowlers off their lines and just inducing more loose deliveries.
But so far he's been adjusting very well to the left-hand, right-hand combination. And something he's probably worked on.
Just stroked away. Nicely played. Andrew Balbirnie, he's patrolling, Cyril's way and Michael Sharp corner.
It's at the end of the 12th over. It's 40 for none. Not a bad over that, just another 3 from it. And that run rate now is over 7. Run rate required, that is. But in the Hills' favour, they haven't lost a wicket. So if these two can dig in and maybe accelerate, I don't know, in a sort of 15 to the mid-teens, and go up some gears steady, you never know.
Yeah, no, it's all about wickets at the moment. Pembroke need a breakthrough just to keep the Hills on the back foot, and the Hills need a good partnership. I mean, Pembroke at drinks had reached 110, so you have to think that if the Hills can reach 100, they're still very much in touch.
Well, especially if there's no wicket down.
So, again, we will see how this game unfolds in front of our eyes as Berry drops one in a little bit shorter. Again, these two batsmen, the communication seems a bit off.
Well, I think the batsman, that non-striker, is a lot calmer. The one that's facing at the moment, he seems to be wanting to get those runs, and I can just see, if he's not careful, he's going to open up a run-out opportunity very soon. He's keen, he's jittery.
Yes.
And you look at his trigger movement, he's a lot of move across, so I don't know.
A nervy batsman, you might say. He just survives on his nerves and perhaps needs his nerves to be on edge, to be able to concentrate, and the eye-hand coordination to be on top of the game.
Be careful. Yeah, got to be careful though, not to let the frustration build too much.
Such a wide stance, but his trigger movement does bring it back in, and on this occasion he is cut in half by a ball from Berry, and Sam Murphy doesn't even react. It came off the inside edge, not a chance of anybody catching this. You see his trigger movement is to bring his foot back in.
Yep. He just gets an inside edge.
Well, nobody's stopping that.
No, well, that's, you know, how can you set a field for that? But it's all looks good in the book. Another 4.
Yeah.
And
this is where a scorebook never portrays the drama that happens.
Yeah, the full story of what goes on in the middle.
And as I say, cricket is a cruel mistress. You could play the most beautiful cover drive and it goes straight to Sunil Gupta's hand.
Yes.
Despite it going at the rate of knots, and you get nothing, or you can get an inside edge that goes past the keeper and runs away for 4.
This one's a bit wide and it's played out on the offside. It's good straight to get past the ring, but they'll just pick up a single. There's Andy Balbirnie out there doing a good job on the boundary.
He's got Cyril's way sealed off at the moment, but there is a big gap out at Cow Corner. We mentioned this in the first innings, that senior cricket, they don't feel the need for the guy at Cow.
No. Oh, that's going to be worth a shout.
And the
it is gone up.
Finger of Pat Carthy sends Horlock on his way. He departs for 18, and Mark Berry has broken that opening stand and done it with a superb toe crusher, James.
That was a sand shoe crusher, as they say. And it was a beautiful ball, actually. It's got enough drift in the air, I think, or something, just to deceive the batsman. Tried to run it down the leg, but missed it completely. And it was going to take out leg stump. Breakthrough for Pembroke. Disaster. Here we watch it. And that's the... Yeah, just... Oh, no, it's probably going to take it. Yeah, probably leg stump. Just played all over that one, and it was just too prone. He even knew that was...
He knew he was in trouble, didn't he?
Before he even looked up, I think. Anyway, that's the breakthrough that Pembroke needed, and that's the wicket that the Hills desperately didn't need, because that was the calm batsman.
Yes, indeed. Shahid still there.
They just the last ball, the last over there, just took the wicket.
That does put a bit more pressure on the Hills lineup, but a good opening partnership. 46, I mean, nearly the half century. So they have given the Hills a foundation. If somebody can get in now and push things on, again, the run rate required, 7.11. Nothing to panic about yet, anyway. 37 overs is a long, long time.
Like you said earlier, you know, if they can double this to drinks without losing another wicket, all of a sudden you're in the 90s.
Yep.
And you're not too far off touch. This one.
What they don't want to do is lose another 2 or 3 wickets before drinks. 12 overs to go till that happens. It'll be drinks all around. We'll see who has tea and coffees.
Mm-hmm.
Who has a bowl of soup. But
so
yeah.
Luke Balbirnie's trying to go visit his dad on the field.
Oh, Luke. Luke and mother Kate. Nice shot, but straight to the fielder's hands. Daniel Murray still coming round to the left-hander.
Shahid now needs to take these guys home, or at least put in a big innings today.
Yeah, big stint anyway.
Yep.
They'll be hoping he does. He's been out there for 42 deliveries and he has accumulated 26 runs. He has Cusack in with him now. Oh, great ball from Murray. Snorter. Batsman did well to get his hands out of the way of that delivery. That was a fine.
Yeah, did well not to get any willow on this.
Just playing down the wrong line and not timing it through. In fact, lucky not to get an edge, James.
Yeah. No, it looked like he was actually expecting it to come in or something to him.
Yep.
And it's just
the angle of
stayed straight.
his bat, the angle of his shot.
Yeah.
Playing across the ball, offering hope to Murray. Well, that's more the shot he would like to have played.
You can see the body language here of Shahid. He's just looking very frustrated. He needs to stay cool. His partner's having a bit of a chat to him. as he goes down to do a bit of gardening.
Will, could you nip inside here, and on top of the white box here are 2 cushions. I think we'd all be grateful for the cushions. I still forgot the tea until the bone in my...
Just waiting for some people to move in out from in front of the sight screen.
Well, Murray comes in. Sun shining. Played away on the offside. It's a... Oh, my word! Pat Carthy turns down the appeal, but it wasn't far away from a direct hit. That's why we don't do that in here.
That was planned better than execution.
That's right.
So that was a tough one there. Oh, there you go. That and water pistols, 2 things banned in the commentary gazebo.
Well, that came in nicely. Well played, though, by the batsman. Defended that one well.
46 for 1.
So Murray is actually bowling very well. He's only conceded 4 runs for his 2 overs.
Yep.
And
Berry at the other end taking wickets. So another over slips by. 47 for 1 now. Mark Berry to start his 3rd over. His first 2 brought forth the wicket. And as you said, James, that run rate, we won't harp on about it, but it's gone over 7 1/4 now, just in the space of 2 overs.
Doesn't take long. This one's a bit wide.
That was a lovely shot through the offside, but unfortunately it went into the arc of JJ Garth and nothing was getting past there. Good to see him back fielding in the ring. He spent that game fielding down at 3rd man.
Yep. No, I still think he's the best, as I said earlier to Will, I think he's the best fielder in Ireland. And he's there just to build, apart from the fact that he's the obvious reasons, but, he just builds so much pressure against batsmen because, you hit a glorious shot and it goes straight to him. It's like, oh, come on.
Then you try and hit the shot even better, and it's outside your capabilities of a batsman, and he gains a wicket. Just from fielding.
Straight to mid-wicket there, and there's no one.
Again, another great fielder, Gupta. The man has grace, and just grace.
Yep.
Style. He is the David Gower, the right-handed David Gower.
Yep.
And again, look, he's so eager for the ball. Really leading by example and doing a fine job.
Yes. Good line that these bowlers are bowling, making it really difficult for the batsmen to get it where, open up their arms and open up their wrists, and it's going to manufacture some, you think, an error. They need to stay calm. I mean, Shahid really needs to be there for a long time to give the Hills any chance of a red-hot go of running down his total. But at the moment, it's tough going. There's no doubt about it. But
it's still there.
Well, it's going to be tougher if he's in the shed, isn't he?
Oh, that one just...
What happened then?
He played through the shot. It came off the edge of his bat and ran up onto his forearm, close to his elbow. He's not happy. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden for Berry. And suddenly that run rate again, James?
Well, now we're stampeding towards 7.5. Almost there, 7.49.
It's getting there, isn't it?
That was a really interesting shot, that. It might have caused him a bit of discomfort.
Right, we better take Graham back into the box now at 15 overs. Well, he's sat down, he hasn't noticed.
Yeah, Murray.
Cut away to 3rd man.
Good shot, but there is a man out there, down there in the deep. 3rd man region.
Yeah, singles won't upset Pembroke too much at this stage. It's all about keeping tight hold of this game, and to do that, you don't want to let the Hills get away with some big overs.
No. Well, Cusack's off the mark now. He'd be delighted from that point of view.
Big swing of the bat. Brings forth the wicket. The edge goes through to Sam Murphy. And, well, he needed to stay there, and he didn't.
Well, that's the frustration we were talking about and the pressure, scoreboard pressure. Anything that's remotely wide, you're going to have to try and go over it. But you overswing or overreach, or you don't play the shot that you probably normally would play, and it's cost him his wicket now.
Well, that's one to Berry and one to Murray. It's the change bowlers who have made the breakthrough, and do you know what? That partnership was 2. And that now they've lost both openers within the space of 2 runs, and it puts the Hills in a difficult position where the middle order are going to have to do everything. You could see how quickly Murray's finger reached for the sky. He knew there was an edge. He knew that Sam Murphy wasn't going to put it down. And it's 2 down now, 48 on the board, and we're in the 16th over. Perhaps you should stay here, James. You seem to be more luck for the team.
Well, new batsman Weldon now comes out. So there's 2 fresh guys out there from a Pembroke point of view. If you're the Hills, what would your plan of attack would be now? I suppose the only thing you can do is like stay in till drinks, don't lose any more wickets till drinks.
Even if you're only at 60 at drinks, at least you're still there and still in with a chance, and then you can go for hell for leather. Just take what you're given here now. Hills finding themselves in a difficult position. 2 down, the new batsman, Matthew Weldon. And he gets off the mark nicely with the first one, just a push into the leg side. They will only take 1, but Weldon will be happy. He's off strike.
Yeah, it was a good ball there. It came into the batter, but he navigated it well. Just worked it off the middle stump sort of line and took the single. Cusack will be saying thanks very much.
Hey, yeah, grand.
That's all right, mate.
Short ball, put away over point, and that will crash into the fence. 4 runs, first boundary we've seen in a while.
Yeah, in a while. Sorry, I thought you were going to say the first boundary of the innings, but
no, in a while.
Yep, much needed boundary. It was a good shot actually. You used
Well, we thought you were going to come on 15, so yeah, this is the 16th now.
I want to hear excuses, Graham.
You've missed the wicket, you've missed the boundary.
Murray with head of steam at the moment.
Oh, nicely played away on the leg side though. Cusack deciding that only 1 is the way to go. Despite the misfield. Again, don't run on a misfield. That's the old story. Well, this has been an over of ifs and buts. There's 7 runs have come from it, but more importantly, in the context of the game, Shahid is back in the pavilion, having departed to a catch by Sam Murphy behind the stumps. Well left.
Yeah, happy to let that one go through to the keeper to finish off the over. So the 50 up now for the Hills.
Well, they now find themselves at 54 for 2 in pursuit of 308. They do require another 255 from the next 34 overs at 7.5 and over. Pembroke having amassed 308, and I do mean amassed. That is a big score here. Over a run a ball over the course of 50 overs. And many thanks to James for his stint. And now joining me in the box, Graham Mooney. Graham, it's going well for Pembroke.
Oh, absolutely.
Change bowler's doing the damage.
Well, it's what a change bowler to bring on. Mark Berry with a fifer last week in the Irish Senior Cup, and he's your change bowler.
Well, I do feel that Mark is probably happier not with the new ball.
Yes.
The fact that there have been 10 overs bowled with it.
Yeah.
I think he feels a bit more comfortable with the...
It's not moving as much.
They did try him opening the bowling, but I think he himself is more content in this first change.
Well, he naturally swings the ball, so if the ball's doing something as well, it's sometimes too much.
Hard to know how to control it in those situations. But here he is coming in from the St John's end.
He does so much just with the shoulder.
Well, his run-up is so economical.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you see people with 30-yard run-ups and you think, why?
Yes.
You're doing the same speed at 30 as you were at 10. Some people do it for a rhythm reason. It's just what they've got used to.
Yeah, absolutely.
That one clipped away off the legs. There is a fielder in front of the bar. It is Daniel Murray.
You would have to say it definitely would take a tremendous partnership and performance here for the Hills to claw themselves back into this.
I won't say they're stuck behind the 8 ball, but they're on the table and they're a lot of points behind. They don't need snookers yet.
Yeah.
But you would definitely say that they are the underdogs here now.
Yeah. It's just because, like, as we always say,
score on the door.
Yeah, scoreboard just does something. Always is kind of a little extra for the batting side. Just momentum brings the team down a little.
That one played nicely. It was a late decision to change the shot as he was reacting to the movement of the ball.
But I think the important thing for Pembroke were they came out and the opening bowlers bowled a good line and length to not give a quick start.
Yeah, 34 without loss the Hills were after 10.
Yeah.
And that sort of level of control from the openers as one goes in the air on the offside. No fielder at point.
I think that's why Pembroke love opening with an off spinner. Pace off at one end, gives an extra bit of control because obviously spinners generally not throwing the ball all over the place.
And openers often don't face a spinner until they've been in for a while, and they like the rhythm of the mediums or the quicks. 3 off that over, 57 for 2 from 17.
Well, of course, a few weeks ago, the 2s here against Clontarf 2s, they opened the first pretty much 25, 26 overs or something was all spin.
Yep.
And Clontarf didn't seem to be able to know what to do in the power play.
And again, it's how much do you take the spinners on early on? You know there are only 2 fielders outside the ring, and therefore you should be fairly safe. But how many times do you see people pick out one of those 2?
Yeah. But again, it's a great little partnership Barry and Murray have here going.
Well, he has 3 men out. He does have Andrew Balbirnie patrolling on the offside up and down Cyril's way, but he also has Mark Berry, I think, down at long leg.
Yes.
And then Jack Tector
in his usual position.
Deep square leg.
Yeah. He's so good on that boundary. That's an edge.
It's gone through Sam Murphy with a despairing dive. It would have been a hell of a catch if he'd taken it.
It was just too low for him. It just died so quickly.
Unfortunately, the score bar in your way.
Just see how quickly it goes down.
Oh, you can see it just getting past the edge of his glove and runs away for 4 runs. And again, the cricket, a cruel mistress.
Yeah, it's tough as well. You say, just saying there, Andy Balbirnie having to patrol the boundary after getting 150 and batting 50 overs.
No,
he doesn't get to go to first slip for the match.
That is his preferred spot, as Murray now slips down the leg side and a wide is awarded. Hills already 2 down. That's the words of Andrew Bolton coming through on the Dougals. Good crowd down today, Sunday. It's the first part of the weekend where it hasn't been lashing with rain or about to rain or has just rained.
And I have to say the Hills supporters have certainly come out for them today. They've a good crowd themselves amassed. Such a great family club. Always have a good crowd down there at home games, but they travel as well.
Always looking to innovate and move the game forward. Lovely facilities they have up there.
All built themselves. They actually a few years they were one of the first clubs to try to bring in a stump camera.
And they also, of course, do broadcast their games on YouTube as well. One of the channels I follow is the Hills Cricket Club, and they have a live feed rather than a stream. They have a live feed of their games. I haven't heard a commentator out in the Hills yet, but hopefully one day somebody will just pick up the mic and speak for 8 hours.
Yeah, if we can do it, anyone can.
Absolutely.
No training or ability required. Oh. And then they could have had one.
Well,
the classic.
Once there's a no, it means no. It really does. Well, this has been a good over for the Hills. The required rate there or thereabouts. Still 7.5, just about. At the end of the over, Graham. Do you want to have a take us through the grounds as you see? See if there's any interesting scores out there.
There is a couple, but
good ball from Murray, really fired in at the batsman's feet. He did well to dig that out, but dig it out he did, and it ends the over, and the score now 64 for 2.
Well, like that, there's 2 other matches going on in this competition, with the Trinity and Railway Union game having to be called off earlier. But Clontarf are chasing 285 at home to Phoenix. Clontarf have got off to a flyer, 70 for 2 off 9. They've gotten off, but they've lost 2 wickets, so that's finally balanced.
Yeah.
But they've gotten a quick enough start that they've brought the run rate down to a more manageable.
Yeah, you're going to run out of time. We're about to go into Mark Berry's next over, and you've covered 1 game. Right, we'll come back to that at the end of the next over and see if we can get another game in. Punch down the ground, but there are 2 fielders there. Sunil Gupta, the first of them.
32 overs to go. I'll get through all 32 games.
No, you didn't even get through the first game. So there we go. We might have to wait for the drinks interval to get a couple of games in.
The Oscar music started playing there.
And Mark Berry, wicket taker. Holding a good line and length, challenging the batsman. He's making them play.
Oh, he's attacking those stumps really well, but he's keeping that line and length, so
nothing loose.
No, and it's brilliant bowling so far.
And it's showing in his figures. 1 for 12, and he's into his 5th over now.
And again, we've mentioned it before. He's such a tidy and short run-up. He's getting through his overs quickly.
Yep.
And the batsman, you always love a quick over.
Well, you suddenly look up at the board, and where did those overs go?
Yeah.
And why hasn't our score got any bigger?
I was going to attack that bowler, and his over's up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just the 9 steps. This time he's a bit short. Andrew Balbirnie comes down Cyril's way, collects it, and returns it for just a single. Got away with that one a bit. I felt that was just not a good ball.
Timing on the batsman was just a little bit off there, so he didn't quite middle it.
And maybe that's what Mark was going for. Maybe there's a little change of pace in there, and that's what caused him to sort of drag it down a little bit. This one nearly taking the edge through to Sam Murphy behind the stumps. Really challenging the batsman on that occasion. He didn't get up on his tippy toes.
That got a little bit of extra bounce than the previous delivery. The previous delivery as well, he didn't look to get under it. He was looking to keep it on the ground. That's probably why it only drifted out for 1.
Another good over for Pembroke this. Just the 1 coming from it. And they're going for a second. And they will get there for the second. That will be the end of the over. The score now 66 for 2 from 19 overs. Another good over for Mark Berry, and again it's forcing that run rate up. 7.84 now.
Yeah, and they're only going at 3.5 at the moment, so just pressure upon pressure here from Pembroke.
The scoreboard's starting to apply its own pressure. I haven't got my coat on.
Oh, and change of bowling. The first innings hero coming on for a bowl, so we're slowing down the pace from Murray to bring on Andy Balbirnie.
Well, Daniel Murray, he has taken a wicket. He took that in his 2nd over, and a 3rd over rather, and it reduced the Hills to 48 for 2. They're now 66 for 2 as we enter the 20th over, and the first from Andrew Balbirnie. Sam Murphy, he's calling for a helmet.
You just get the feeling that Pembroke are looking maybe to offer up a bit of bowling for the Hills to attack more, offering the aerial shots.
Well, I think the idea is to come back to spin. You can use pace from this end, and you've got more options, whether you use Dan from this end, or Mark from this end, or Andrew from this end. But he's going to run spinners from the nursery end now for the next few overs.
Yeah, I would say so. You might see JJ bowl a few.
Well, you'll see Andrew bowl a few, certainly, and That's a nice bit of flight first up from Balbirnie. And to take you through these overs a spin, Graham, you'll be joined by Will Houston again. You don't spend this much time in the company of an umpire without threats for a long time.
I was going to say, without being told to do the gutters, the washing up, and
well, yeah.
Don't forget, I live with one.
Oh, that's a
brilliant.
super delivery, and that is a lovely wicket. And Balbirnie has picked one up with just the length of the delivery. It's gone through to Sam Murphy. The score now 66 for 3, and you get the feeling the Hills are in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah.
And to join you for that trouble, I'm going to let Will Houston come in at the fall of the wicket.
Yeah, you just nearly the batsman using his feet too well, coming out and. Yeah, just scuppered by just an excellent flight from Balbirnie. Straight up. On the money. Here we go with the replay. And of course attacking with slip in place as well. Uses his feet, but yeah, he's a mile out for the stumping.
Just Yorks himself, really.
Yeah, he just played over the top of it. And simple enough stumping, especially for somebody with as good as hands as Sam Murphy. He wasn't going to miss that opportunity.
And Sam's been looking for his stumping all inning so far, and he's finally on the board.
An easy decision for Mr. Carty. You love them as an umpire square leg when they're that easy.
Yeah, you'd be a little bit disappointed that the batter just didn't walk off.
Yeah, you just keep going, mate. But you're always hoping you're turning around to see the wicket dropped it and messed it up somehow, took the bails off without it in his hand.
You mean what I used to do when I used to keep? Yeah, you're probably right.
There's lots of wicketkeepers out there who've done that. But that's your only hope when you've come that far down the track.
Well, a lot of it, especially when you're keeping, is that you've gone up too early, or you haven't stayed down, your hands haven't followed, and yes, it's quite easy to make a mess of.
Well, Shazad has come to the crease after his bowling display in the first innings. So obviously a batting all-rounder, all-rounder for the Hills, coming in the 20th over. Straight away, slaps one out. That should just be 4 runs. It is. Murray couldn't quite get around to that. Placed really well, and he'll be delighted to get off the mark. Second ball with a lovely boundary through the offside.
Pleasing looking stroke.
Yeah, just like that, gets across to it. It's wide enough to kind of offer up that free hit, and he keeps it down well. Balbirnie straight back onto it. Again, we're talking about bowlers who bowl quickly. Balbirnie as well gets through his overs very, very quickly. It's only a couple of steps in a gentle action.
Well, there's something that Pembroke have slightly gone away from over the last couple of years. I suppose in around the season 2022, they were regularly getting through their 50 overs well inside the cut-off time. So the problem was, because of how the regulations were written back then, they regularly had to go out and bat overs.
Yes.
In the second innings, before they could take the tee in the scheduled tee.
Yeah.
And it was always one of those decisions that you had to make as an umpire, and you're kind of like, I don't really agree with this, but
you have to go out for 2 overs.
Go out for it.
Yeah, whatever it might be. Yeah.
It was regularly. I remember doing two games, and they had to go out and bat 5 overs before tea, and I was just like, how can you?
You changed the wording.
No, my point was, you have done, you as the bowling team have done so well to get through your overs so quickly. Why do we force you as an organisation, and I'm talking about Cricket Ireland as a whole here, or Cricket Leinster and OCCs and everybody who's involved in making regulations, and then effectively you're
punishing
dishing out a punishment which they should be encouraging.
So Murray has come on to replace Berry from the St John's Road end, and he starts off with a lovely full delivery, but the batsman is able to get enough bat on it. Shazad looks like he's going to be a batsman. He's going to play his shots. And he gets an edge on it and runs down safely for 4.
He would regularly come out for a good time. It's
Yes.
not always a long time,
but it's a good
it's
time.
a good time.
So we're going to see runs higher than the... That's good fielding again from Gareth. Yeah, I would suggest it only needs a tweak in the regulations where it says
Well, it has been
end
now.
end of innings.
Has been now.
Yeah.
And that's only come in. Someone I'm sure will correct me on this. It only came in at the start of last season, and it was a welcome change.
Now, granted, if you bowl a team out in 15 overs, maybe you should go out and have a bat rather than have tea.
But that's a different story. But if you
give the
physically bowl your 50 overs,
yes,
that should be tea.
You should have a rest.
Yes.
But maybe give the option to the batting side. Maybe they want to. Maybe the batsmen are happy to go out for 5 overs.
in
the
the,
two
second,
openers.
in the second innings.
Some might be.
I think you'd be doing well to find too many batsmen who are happily have 5 overs before tea. Thanks.
No, I totally agree with you. But I'm just saying, make it option for the batting side. Give them that choice. So Murray or that's just
sloppy cricket, all right.
Yeah.
How about that?
It's going to be just a bye. Again, that's not going to trouble Pembroke too much. Again, with the Hills needing 233,
they can afford the odd miss and bye to be given, but certainly the Hills batsmen need to get their feet moving.
Yeah, like when you often thought about at the higher international levels, a run rate of 8 and over isn't much, but I think at this level it still is. It's pushing up here now to 8 and over.
Domestic cricket and international cricket are two different things. I mean, you were talking to Craig about facilities there before. You've also got different players at different levels, different mindsets, different skill sets.
Another full, and that has been given wide. Just a little loose from Murray.
Nice piece of work work by Sam, to be fair. He got across to that well. Nice bit of footwork. Then had to pull out a bit of a dive as well. There's a question for you, and we can talk about this in the next commentary stint as well. Best tea?
Oh, the Hills. Ever? No, the best ever. I have a different one. But if you're talking season upon season for regular, I would go to Hills.
Great shout. Personally, I'd go here actually. No, I appreciate that.
Oh no, you're thinking of the curry. I don't count that as tea. I think that's a great feed. But the Hills do it across all the teams.
Valid.
So no, the Hills win as the guy. Like the ones are very lucky get Bavna's curry.
Mm-hmm.
The 4s and 5s don't get that. So, and they do get the sandwiches and the tea. But no, if you're talking across the board, club that produces best teas, it's the Hills. And they've done it across 2 grounds.
Yep.
And they've done it when everyone else stopped. They still kept doing it out of pride, and they were brilliant for doing it.
Thank you very much, by the way.
Yes.
I was one of the very, very happy recipients during those couple of years.
I was up there I've been lucky enough to be up there twice so far this year, and got the lovely fresh pavlova cream, freshly made with sandwiches, and and the hospitality is always brilliant up there.
The homemade scones are pre-game.
Yeah.
Oh, outstanding.
Yeah. But Balbirnie continuing from the nursery end, as just a quick single taken. Best tea ever would have been a one-off. Where was it again? Down beside Mount Juliet. It was normally a Taverners team, but they were playing in a cup competition only. The Dick O'Neill Cup, which is a Midlands Cup competition.
I dare say you might be before my time here, Graham.
Yeah, it was the early it was 2001. And my God, what a tea that was that day. Like I said, they only usually play Taverners.
Were you batting second by any chance?
We were batting second. No, we were fielding second, and we nearly messed up. We only won on the last over, on the last ball. They had an ex-senior one Marion player playing for them, and I forget his name. And he held the innings together. And we were so full. I kid you not, we were beyond full from the tea. Freshly made cakes, freshly made, like the cream was fresh. The scone, we stuffed ourselves silly. It was the best food we'd had in years. And our performance in the field matched it. Great plan from the home team. But that's my best one-off. But no, the Hills will always, for me, win, hands down.
Your best one-off is at the club that you can't remember.
Yeah, I know. It's beside Mount Juliet's. I forget the name of the club. Because, like I said, they never played league cricket. Oh, well, ball from about just missing the stumps. Player looking to pull it to leg side, but he picked the wrong length and just missed the stumps.
Just in the break of the overs, I think honourable mentions have to go to Balbriggan for me, for tees.
Haven't had too many there.
And Clontarf.
Ooh, Clontarf. I was lucky to play again before your time, when the Senior 2 Cup was still a 60-over competition, 60 overs a side. And I played around there in Clontarf. The match started at 11 a.m. We had a cooked lunch at 1, followed by a tea at 5. And that particular night was actually my club's barbecue, so I went back to the club for the club summer barbecue as well. That was a great day.
So you didn't need to be fed for about 3 days.
Well, not my appetite.
That's a lovely shot, by the way.
Yes. Lovely batting. Shazad certainly likes a cover drive. He's really anything wide he's willing to step out to and try to hit through the covers.
Just seems to be very heavy, a lot of hands, and the feet possibly follow. Every so often they just get planted in cement.
Yeah, very much.
Clipped off the legs, finds a gap,
That's
and
a
4
lovely
runs.
little clip. Very well played. Lovely shot from Weldon. Yeah, and the main thing for the Hills, they'll be just trying to hope these two can bat for at least 10 overs together.
On the subject of Matthew, his batting has come on greatly over the last couple of years. He was very much, when he first came into the side, a young tearaway quick, and now he seems to be adding all facets to the game. His fielding has improved. His bowling is obviously still very strong, but the fact that he can now come out at bat at number 5 and hold up an end, he's doing very well.
Yeah, but again, as we keep saying, you can't. The difference between the better sides in Leinster cricket are the ones who have as many all-rounders as possible. That's too high, no appeal. Like that, everyone has to do something in the field. You know, gone are the days where you can stick a guy, he scored you a few runs, now we'll stick him a first slip for the next 40 overs, and maybe he'll catch one. But you're not allowed to hide anyone in the field. Everyone has to produce out there if you're going to compete for the trophies. That's a lovely shot. Too full from Murray. Basically a full toss, but the batsman used placement rather than power, leaning into it, and 4 more to the boards. Paul Lawson using the youth section well there to field that delivery for him.
Getting suitable abuse from Mr. Senior.
Yep. And he'd expect nothing less.
Well, I think if the shoe was on the other foot, Paul would be given plenty to Mr. Senior. So yeah, definitely.
But again, it's just fine batting from Weldon. And again, that's a
lovely shot.
It's even better. Now that won't reach the boundary. Lawson is giving chase. He's going to pull it up just inside. Yep. Just inside. Keeps it to 3. But again, that's fine batting from the Hills. Again, using the pace of the delivery. Just able to lean in.
Just looking where the shots are being played at the moment and the line down is bowling, would it be worth a while moving the middle wicket across and having your 2 covers and say, right, try and hit this 3 cover again?
Well, again, for me personally, I'm always in favour of not having a fine leg. I'm not a big fan of fine leg because you shouldn't be bowling there.
Well, yeah, okay.
If you want to attack and take wickets, get a slip in, get an extra person in the covers. I know the batsmen at this level obviously are better at manipulating the ball around and scoop shots and ramps and all this sort of thing, but Murray is bowling a good line of length. Barry has been bowling a good line of length.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Get somebody into the covers.
Can you go with a 6-3 and a 6-3 field, or?
I think it'd be worth the risk anyway. When you're talking
so many
with
runs
so many runs to play with now. On a different day, maybe not. You'd have to be a bit more wary.
especially as at the other end, Andy. I know he's not recognised for his bowling, but he's doing a fine job here at the moment.
Somebody told me, and I haven't checked it. Was it you who said he's still down on ESPN Cricinfo as a wicketkeeper?
No, that wouldn't have been me, because I wasn't even aware that he ever even
Yes,
keeps.
somebody's. I have to recheck that, but somebody said he's down as a wicketkeeper.
Oh, interesting. I might have to do that right now.
You have a look at that. But anyway, just a push from Weldon down to mid-off, deep mid-off for a single. Brings Shazad back onto strike. 11 off 12. Showing his willingness to attack, and he gets another single out to deep cover. Murray with the fielding. Yeah. Pembroke happy to go just through the motions here if the Hills are just picking up ones.
Okay, onto ESPN. I hate to burst your bubble.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, somebody said that to me. I hadn't checked it. Reject all.
If in doubt, reject all cookies.
Always reject.
Bowling style is right on off break. That's correct.
Yeah.
But you're right. Fielding position, occasional wicketkeeper.
Thank you. Okay, so that person didn't sell me down the river. I've never seen him wicketkeep myself.
I'm not sure if Andy has ever seen himself wicketkeep either, but anyway. They've covered all bases in the fact that they've put down occasional.
I've never seen it. Putting occasional beside. That's like if he was with his bowling, kind of rolls the arm over.
Well, let's have a look at his breakdown here. If in doubt, consult Wikipedia.
Yes.
Because
that never lies.
Oh, no.
That's always honest.
And we're definitely down here, and Roll is batsman full stop.
Wicketkeeper, yeah. He doesn't have himself as anything else. But he's certainly throwing over his arm well here for Pembroke and doing a great job, because it's just gone for 10 runs off his 3 overs and picked up the wickets. So Pembroke could certainly be happy just for him to keep going.
There you are. It's amazing what happens when you go down the rabbit hole of looking at cricket stats. I wasn't aware that he'd even ever bowled for the Irish team.
No,
but he has.
But he has
a bowling average of 34 for the Irish team, with best bowling of 1 for 26.
It doesn't show you when. Does it show you when that was? Was he skipper? Did he bring himself onto bowl?
No, I haven't got quite that level of detail.
So there's going to be another change of bowling again. Bolton to come back on from the St. John's Road end to replace Murray. I think there was a little conversation earlier between the umpires. Because of his age, he could only bowl 1 or 2 from this end because of his first spell.
Strictly speaking, it shouldn't be the umpires that have that conversation. And that conversation should have been had at the toss.
Oh, no, I'm not sure. I'm guessing because I just saw them come together when he came on to bowl, and a little signal between them. Well, Bolton starts with a dot to Weldon. Oh, the great thing about throwing the ball around is sometimes batsmen have to reset themselves to the new bowler, as long as they're bowling a good line and length.
Just come back to that conversation. That's one of the reasons why so many umpires are now moving to use of the radios. So you don't have to have those mid-wicket conversations. You can just have a quick chat in the radios and ask each other about the weather and how many to come and all these kind of things that you don't really want the players to know about.
It's basically just to keep yourselves awake.
I don't know what you're talking about, Brett.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, decent seed.
Gone are the days where you could have a smoke at Square Leg when you're umpiring.
Yes, that's Graham.
Never when I was being paid. It was only when I was.
Even when you did that when you weren't being paid, it was still frowned upon, Graham. Don't worry.
I wasn't the only one.
I never said you were.
I was just following the adults in the team. I can claim I was underage. Oh, that's well ball from Bolton, but they run through for the leg bye. Quick calling, always the key for that little drop into the leg side. 1 to the total, as well. The Hills are just slowly coming up to the 100 mark, just as we're 3 deliveries to drinks. At the same stage, there's not much difference in the teams, to be honest.
Dare say the firepower that is to come from the Hills is not of the same level as Pembroke. However,
at this point, it was the beginning of the Tector-Balbirnie partnership. similar, this partnership here now would have to go kick on. Granted, Balbirnie already had runs on the board under his belt, but yeah, Pembroke were 110 for 2 at drinks.
Right, okay.
So that's another good shot. So not a huge difference. 1 wicket, 10 runs, which is not much in a 50-over game. It's about these two having to kick on, and that's what the Hills will hope for, and maybe give themselves solace at the drinks break to be able to go, look, guys, we're in the similar position. It's about getting in, kicking on, and then punishing if what they will hope is a lot of bad deliveries. But that's well behold. Quick thinking from Murphy.
Keeping everybody on the toes.
And that will be drinks.
That will be drinks. Certainly, as you're saying, it's tight at drinks, but the biggest issue that Hills are having is just so many dot balls at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, there are a lot of dot balls out there. If you look back, if anyone at home has the live scorecard, you can see the ball by ball, and you can see a lot of dot balls in there. So that'll be what's hurting them. So we'll just take a quick little break for drinks, so we can grab one as well. So and we should be back to you in about 2 or 3 minutes if the umpires are doing their job. Back to you in this moment.
Far be it from me to critique. Talk soon.
Welcome back to Sydney Parade as we enter into the last quarter of this game. The last 25 overs of the Hills reply to Pembroke's 308 for 4. The highlight of which undoubtedly was the 150 not out by Andrew Balbirnie. The Hills in reply have reached drinks 97 for 3 and now have 25 overs in which to score a further 212 runs. And that will have to come at just about 8.5 and over. Well, we said that, you know, the important thing was that they got a partnership going, James, and they've certainly taken this one on. These two now have put on 31, and they got to drinks. So they're not out of this, but they're going to have to do some work.
Yes, Craig. You're right, absolutely right. They're not out of it. It's a strange game, cricket. There's always twists and turns in the story of a game, but they will have to play out of their skins. The biggest problem they've got is the top 3 wickets are out, so that just puts a lot of pressure on number 4 or 5 or thereabouts. You know,
where are the runs going to come from is the question, isn't
That's
it?
it. the bowling attack has been very, very tight, and so it's been hard to find runs. And you wouldn't think that all of a sudden that's going to loosen up at all. Yes, you do have 7 wickets in the shed, but it's going to have to be something absolutely extraordinary for the Hills to pull this back.
Well, 97 for 3. Andrew Balbirnie to resume. He's 1 for 10 from 3 overs. Just shows how difficult he is to get away. We'll be up here next.
Yeah, I'm just looking. You know, I mean,
they're only 13 behind.
13 behind and 1 wicket behind what Pembroke were at the same time. So it's in that equation, it looks very doable.
Yep.
If they can just keep the wickets in hand and rotate the strike and pick up the runs that are on offer. However, the required run rate now is just a smidgen over 8.5, and that's going to be the telling part. That's the scoreboard pressure that now comes into play and starts to mess with the batsman's head.
Well, Shazad facing. Firm shot on the offside. Means another dot ball.
And what Balbirnie is doing is just creating great pressure. It's tough to get him away. He's bowling a good line.
And the batsmen, if they want to find the rope, are going to have to find the power from their side of the equation rather than from using the bowler's pace. Slip in place for Balbirnie. Tosses one up wide as well. It is pushed away. They will take the single on this occasion.
It's been a good tide over so far. And finishes strong. Only 2 from it. Great start for Pembroke after drinks. That brings it to 99 for 3.
99 for 3 off 26 overs. Matthew Weldon, he's now on 20 from 29. Shazad 13 from 19. Going along at 3.81, and that's a rate they're going to have to pick up because the required rate now, with 24 overs to go, has crept to 8 3/4. For those of you who prefer your measurements imperial. 210 then required. Bolton in. Straying onto the legs and just pushed around the corner. This is what I mean by taking the runs when they're there.
Yep.
A definite single there. Not looking to overhit it, just get it away. Bolton to his 7th over now. Pembroke looking for a breakthrough shortly after drinks when one often comes along. 100 up for the Hills now. Pembroke, of course, had reached the 100 mark in the 22nd over. That'll give you an idea of the difference between the two teams at the same stage. Balbirnie again back patrolling Cyril's way.
Yeah, Bolton is straying a little bit down towards the leg side.
Is he hunting too hard for the wicket now?
Maybe he's just going to put in an outswinger or something now.
Yeah, maybe he's setting the batsman up beautifully. Slower ball there, and watch very carefully. Dot ball, definitely to Pembroke's advantage.
I guess the challenge now for the Hills is in the next sort of 5 to 10 overs, how are they going to bring that run rate from 3.81 to sort of like more close to 5?
Yeah.
To try and not leave so much to do at the end. And with this bowling attack, it's going to be very, very challenging. So far.
Well, this is another good over for Bolton, just 2 from it. And as you say, it's just adding to the pressure that is there.
However, the Hills would want these two to be out there for a while. One of them needs to go in and get a score.
Flashing blade outside off. And that was that outswinger you were talking about, James. You could see how far Murphy had to go across. And he was searching for that edge, was Bolton. And he nearly, very nearly, came away with another wicket there.
Did well not to get it, didn't he? He just drew him into that shot. Again, a similar one, and he just taps that down on the offside there, no run. And it's a great over there for Pembroke. Another tight over, 101 for 3. There's only 2 from it.
There is the difference between the two teams at the moment. The Hills not too far behind. They've never been ahead of Pembroke's Worm, but they're also not losing touch. But you can see that Pembroke had a long third wicket stand. That, as Niall brings up a DL sheet, at least I'm assuming that's a DL sheet. What does it look like to you, James?
It's a DL sheet, yeah.
Balbirnie then back into the, still in the attack. Getting a little bit of a false shot from Weldon.
Well, at the same time, in comparison, Pembroke are 118 for 2. They're still in touch, as the Worm showed. What can happen now?
It's being a part of the game. Can you just take... Thank you.
Balbirnie's bowling some really good lines here. This one's cut away to point, but there's a man there. And again, more pressure being built. The run rate now is 9 1/4.
Yeah.
Run rate required, that is.
It's just slowly but surely.
Well, it's just choking the innings, really, isn't it?
It is. It is. And the Hills need to do something to break this stranglehold that Pembroke are putting on this game now. But it goes to show just how well Pembroke batted in the second 25 overs. I mean, 308 having been 110 for 2 at the halfway mark, so you basically scored 200 in those 25 overs at 8 and over. And that's the challenge that the Hills faced and still continue to face now. And Balbirnie has picked up a beautiful wicket. Did you see the stutter in his run-up?
Yeah.
There to interrupt the batsman's timing, and that's exactly what it did, and it snuck through, and another wicket falls. The fourth to fall, and 102 for 4 now, and Balbirnie 2 for 13 in just 5 overs. Beautifully flighted delivery for that second wicket for Andrew Balbirnie.
Yeah, he just played all over that one. Tried to do the right thing by moving his feet, but just got himself unbalanced.
Yes.
And it was just a great ball. It was a good Yorker sort of length, really, wasn't it, in the end?
He's been giving it plenty of air, but you can see the hesitation, and then he brings his arm over, and it got through the gap and went onto the stumps, and Andrew Balbirnie celebrating appropriately.
Yeah.
Oh, what a super wicket that was for him and for Pembroke. And 4 down now, and, well, the Hills starting to dig themselves into the little bit of a hole.
Well, all of a sudden, after 150 not out, Balbirnie, after his 5, is 13 for 2. He's having a day in the park.
Oh. We'll have to take your vote as you're going to leave soon for man of the match today, James. I'll leave it with you for a few overs in case you want to think about it.
Yeah.
Kavanagh is the next batter in. You were calling JJ Garth the best fielder in Ireland earlier, James.
I was, and I still stand by that.
Max McNamara doesn't even think he's the best fielder in the club. He doesn't tell me who is the best fielder in the club, but he does tell me that. Andrew Kavanagh, the new batsman at the moment, at the non-striker's end, as Weldon takes on the arm of Paul Lawson and gets safely in for a single. Mike Berry it is, who's bowling from the St John's end. Southside bound dart, southward bound dart.
Again, he's 15 runs off his 5 overs. That's great bowling. The run rate now over 9.5. Batsman still just having a look, just trying to find out where the middle stump trench is. There it is. He's having.
Well, they're going to have to take on these ring fielders, and it could be to their detriment at some stage, but they get through safely on this occasion. There's one there. The two batsmen look at each other and say, yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, maybe. Well, he's off to Mark Kavanagh, so he'd be happy with that.
End of the overs, we will have end of this over, we will have a look at the bowling figures to date for the Pembroke bowlers. As James suggests, they're doing quite well at the moment.
This one a bit wide. So this one is. Oh, good running. Gets the ball return, hits the batter.
Well, they're not going to take a third to that.
I think he's feeling a little bit of a little bit sore in part of his body. Takes one up the clacker.
Well, ooh.
Yeah. Do you have a freckle, Cam?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Another one played out in the offside. Another one gets past the fielder. They'll just jog through for the single this time. Well aware there's no two to that arm. That one came flying back in.
In the context of this game, that's been quite an expensive over from Pembroke so far. 5 from it. But the required run rate is still climbing.
That will well be signalled wide. Did come back in, but not enough,
not
and
enough.
at the right place. It went past the blue line before it started its movement back in towards Sam Murphy. And that wide, well, it'll just be one extra delivery, and perhaps Mark Berry might make the most of it. Last ball of his 6th over. Oh, he gets an edge, entices the edge from the batsman, but it flies down to third safely enough. That looks like JJ Garth with the nonchalant fielding to end the 29th over. 109 for 4, and the Hills require exactly 200 runs in 21 overs, and that will have to come at over 9.5 runs per over.
Yeah, that task is starting to be a bit more Herculean now.
Cleaning the stables, isn't that one of the tasks?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, and this is a lesson I suppose every team can look at, if you bowl good tight lines and lengths, you know, you just create pressure.
Yep.
And even if you're against great quality batting, it just
if you're consistent.
If you're consistent, it makes it so hard. And you just get 1 or 2 wickets down, and it just starts to put doubt in the batting side. You know, how are we going to get through this? And then it starts to feel like a huge task and a monumental task, and then like an impossible task.
Yep. Well, not quite mission impossible for the Hills at this stage, but certainly mission very difficult.
Yeah.
Balbirnie getting one past the edge of the bat. He's smiling away to himself.
Enjoying himself out there, isn't he?
He is, and it's great to see him back in black, back in the Pembroke colours. He's been magnificent this season. A couple of centuries already, and now proving his worth with his off spin. Kavanagh delighted to get off strike.
This brings the set batsman Weldon on strike.
Matty Weldon, fine player in his own right.
He's done well under these conditions.
Played away, decides he can take on the fielder. Another single taken. But again, these singles aren't really helping Nelson the score.
Well, no. It doesn't, unless they start getting boundaries, that required run rate is just going to climb, and well fielded there by the bowler, by Balbirnie.
Another dot ball. And you can see that it makes a big difference to the run rate required. That figure clicking over now on every occasion there's a dot ball. That's going to go up to 9.82.
He called it.
Me and Michael Clark, not cut from the same cloth. 20 overs to go then. 112 for 4. 197 required. Well, James, I'm going to leave you and let one of these gentlemen in. How are you fixed? You're going to head?
I'm going to have to head off as well. So
we'll let these two resume their partnership.
So thank you, Craig. Thank you, team, and thank you all the viewers. we hope you enjoy the rest of the telecast. I will leave you with it and say good evening for tonight. I've got places to be, and look forward to your company at another opportunity.
Well,
Good night.
safe drive home, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you, James. So back to Graham and Will show. Just the one little change since we gone, Will, an absolute perler from Balbirnie.
Certainly, Andy is showing that he's more than a net bowler, shall we say.
Absolutely. Yeah, to have, what would you say? Most people would say I've changed bowler, but he's not even. He's showing today he can turn the arm over with some of the best of them at the moment in the Division 1 when it comes to spinners.
Well, he's been around been around one or two franchises as well, so might have picked up a few, one or two tricks.
Absolutely. Barry again. He hurries the batsman with that slinging action. So again, if he's tied on that third off stump, he just cramps up the batsman very nicely. So yeah, we've moved in now. We're over 10 and over now. It was coming up on 9. Oh, well fielded when we left the comms box. Now it's over 10. So you'd have to say the Hills are staring down the gun barrel.
Currently coming a very strong second in a 2-horse race.
It's in the air.
Another wicket.
Brilliantly taken by Gupta. Superb fielder. Explaining now to the rest of the team how brilliant that was.
Controversial comment coming. Could he have taken a step to his right and just taken it?
He probably could have, but he likes a dive. But all that matters is he held on to it. Once he left the ground, the important thing is when you hit the ground, often you can see a ball pop out. But brilliant pair of hands. He's such a good fielder. And that sees the end of Weldon for 27. A good innings. Here we see the replay now. The end. Very so often tight. He just drifts one out there. Off the ground. And holds on.
5.6 for the dive.
Yeah, he didn't do the full spin. Yeah,
points off.
And if you don't finish in the right, when your feet land and you stick it and you lose points. Yeah, so. But now that's 5 wickets down for the Hills. You have to say now, we were just saying they're looking in the barrel. The blindfold is being handed out.
It's not going to help their position losing at that wicket, all right?
He was batting really well. He kept the innings together. Saw them pass drinks, and unfortunately just chasing one. He didn't get quite on top of it, and saw the end.
The scoreboard pressure is really going to start adding to the Hills' problems. They've lost wickets. They're behind the run rate. It's going to take. I think I heard one of the previous commentators saying Herculean.
I think it would take 2.
I'd go with mythical.
It would take at least 2 Herculeans, maybe 3. Well, what you often see now is, and this is the double-edged sword for the Hills. What can often happen in a chase this big is you can just see a lot of wickets fall quickly. We just saw 2 players from the Trinity team who couldn't get on the pitch. I was just going to ask them how bad was the umpiring to not get the game.
Well, the fact that they're still talking to me, they're obviously happy with everything that happened.
Sorry, there's the worm anyway. The Pembroke bowling card. You can see such consistency and accuracy from them today. But Bernie continuing.
It's nearly worth a spot in the team for his bowling.
I was going to say, yeah.
150 runs. Anybody can score 150, surely.
Yeah, bowling's always harder. Bowling's what matters.
Certainly
You know,
from-
bowlers win games. Batsmen just, for show.
You'd never guess you were a bowler in your day, Graham, would you?
Well, we did a hard slog. Especially when you know, 20, 25 over stints. You know, you put in the hard slog and then the batters just come in and make it look good. And they generally get man of the match.
Obviously, that last comment was made tongue in cheek from what I've heard. He put on an absolute batting clinic today.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And back to back, it's never easy going back to back. Oh, big swing and a miss.
Problem is, big swing, no ding.
Yeah, you go for it. You got to connect. And Murphy again with great hands and so quick with the bails gone.
Wow.
It's all in one go, and another easy decision for Carty.
Oh, I'm going to rob a famous commentary phrase. Andy Balbirnie is having a day out.
He is. He's what a Father's Day he's having.
There's a point. I completely forgotten about Father's Day.
Yeah, well, he's having a great one. His son is having a great time on the sidelines watching his dad. Down the track, drifted. Oh, not even. Yeah, no decision. Walk, and the batsman pretty much was walking. Didn't look to the umpire. So, God forbid, he's on for a fifer.
Fifer and 150. I wonder which one he'd be more happier with.
Oh, it's definitely the runs. He's a batsman.
Might be more surprised with the fifer.
He definitely would be. He'd take it. He'll take 3. He'd be happy if he finishes up with that. And Pembroke are definitely delighted to see 6 wickets down.
Tomorrow's really coming to the crease, an experienced campaigner, and
yes,
from what I've seen this season, he's got a few runs under his belt too.
He has.
So a little bit surprised that he's as far down the order as he is.
Maybe they just thought they'd send somebody in who was going to swing and maybe come off. You often see it. One batsman, it's his day with the bat, and everything he swings for connects and goes to the boundary. Maybe that's what the Hills were, just switching it up a bit. Who knows? The thinking. Rooney, of course, I think is skippering today.
Yes, he is.
So, but of course he did bowl. So
True. Got to spread the jobs around the field or around the team.
But again, that's another quick over.
Quicker and flasher to finish off the over. Another successful one for Andy.
Just one run from it, but of course a wickets. So yeah, back-to-back wickets and back-to-back overs for the Hills. 2 new batters at the crease. Rooney, Murphy just facing those 2 deliveries, and Cavan has only faced 11.
Paul still shouting at the orders. Wants to make sure the standards are kept high.
Absolutely. He only knows one way. So Barry, you would suspect, will bowl his 3 overs outs. I don't. Oh, there's an edge for 4. That is one-day cricket at its finest.
The question is, because he's only going a 3 over, would he be looking over to a skipper and saying, any chance of a slip, please?
Yeah. I would argue when you're in this position, why wouldn't you? Even a wide slip, just kind of covering first and seconds.
1.5 slippy.
Yeah, but when you've got this many runs to play with like that, the run rate's over 10. 191 still needed.
Well, we were talking about taking a mid-wicket on the last.
There's a 6. That's a great little pickup shot from Kavanagh. Follows the streaky 4 with a fine 6 to backward square.
That's a fair shout, Craig. That is a fair shout.
I missed that.
You said that Pembroke had plenty of runs to play with so many runs to play with. There's so many runs to play with, they could bring you on.
Well, I'd like to thank my fellow commentator for continuing the day's abuse. Started in the first innings, has continued on. But all I can say is, I still don't think they'd give me a ball.
You might make the game interesting, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't. If I can't even defend myself, no lawyer will take that up. That's well played again from Kavanagh. Just a bit wide of the stumps, leads into it. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that at least it might give the crowd something to chase.
Well, to be fair, on this over, they've done quite nicely.
Yep.
They've obviously got the 4 when they start the over, and they've got the 6 and little and another educated edge down to the third man.
I think again, when you're talking, it's about having to keep it up for so long. That amount of runs
into the corner, everybody descending. That's a super piece of work on the boundary.
Woof, that is superb. Just a fingertip flip from Gart.
This deserves a replay, to be fair. This is excellent.
Little bobble there. And Astaire is
he's come out of nowhere. He has come out of nowhere.
So just because as he jumped over there to stop that, I have to say, just seeing there today, what do you think of the new law change from the MCC?
It's only a law change as of October 2026.
Oh, okay. Is it that one that's coming in?
Yep.
So from October 2026, no more bunny hop on the boundary catches.
Well, I literally only had a conversation about this morning, and I think at our level of cricket,
you very rarely see it.
You're very rarely going to see it, and 2, the incredible athleticism that we see on around the world at international level, because you have cameras and these kind of things. That's it, and that's your decision made.
Yes.
But if you're in a non-streamed, non-televised game, you can only go on your gut feel anyway.
Yeah.
So I think at our level, it's not going to make a massive change anyway.
Well, at least you can say, he's dropped him and then missed the something.
I think it was off the pad, to be fair.
So it came off something. The dive came from Murphy.
It's the only reason he's not stumped. Let's go with that.
Yeah. You got something on it. The ball, Bernie on fire with the ball here, causing all sorts of trouble. Down the track. Got back into. He's so quick. We didn't get to show you that replay. Back into the.
Might have to keep that for storage for the end of the over.
End of the over now. Maybe is the reply.
No promises.
Maybe something else will happen. He's attacking those stumps so well. Here we go.
Here we go. Or not.
We'll see if we can get it in quickly.
Calling off the pad, not off the bat. Yeah. Missed it. Yeah, it's missed the bat by a long way.
If he'd held that, though, it was an easy stumping for him.
Yeah.
That's a fine shot from Kavanagh. Better uses of his feet that time and hitting straight down the ground into the scores for 4. He judged that a lot better, got to the pitch of the ball.
Well, Andy's been around the Hills first team for a long time, and he's been up and down the order. Quite a long stint at the top of the order, so he's a very capable batsman.
Oh yes. And it was nice of him to follow up that compliment with a miss.
Yeah.
Playing a miss. Batters are always going to do that for you.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Be a little bit happier with that shot, alright.
Nicely played onto the leg side from Kavanagh for 1. That brings him to, he's moved on to 25 from just the 20 deliveries. So he's getting a start here. But at the end of the over, the Hills have moved to 134 for 6. 34 overs gone, so just to give you an idea, at the same points, and again, what was the key for Pembroke was only 2 wickets.
It's never a good sign when one of the departing batsmen is already putting the gear in the car.
You hope he comes back, because that's not good. You're here for the whole day and the whole 100 overs.
And there's no I in team.
No, you stay to the end. But yeah, at the same stage, Pembroke 157 for 2, but the key was for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Balbirnie and Tactor were in full flow at this stage, picking up boundaries and 1s and 2s nearly every ball. That's a big hit from Kavanagh. He doesn't even attempt the run. He knows it's going to get to the boundary.
It's only just getting there after plugging.
Couple of bunny hops out. That could have been embarrassing for him, but it did get to the boundary. And for 4, I think Kavanagh's decided now. It's go time. He's pressing the button.
I think he might be needing some power-ups.
Yeah. Oh, good reply from Barry. Getting tighter on the line. Back of a length. Doesn't give Kavanagh the chance to get to the pitch.
Well, he seems to be much happier on the front foot, Andy, and obviously dragging his length back. Mark is trying and forcing him to use his back foot.
Again, Pembroke are keeping the same sort of field out. For the straight drive, fielders are in the ring.
Into a gap again.
It's going to be a neat. Oh, we've gotten the
no.
That's a brilliant throw from Tector.
The question is, I reckon Andy might have made it, but his colleague certainly wasn't going to make that, and make that too.
Good call in the end from the Hills. Just one run.
It's never a good idea to run at your skipper, just for anybody listening. Not a good idea.
Shots from Murphy. Just be the one. Again, that is such a strong arm out there, Tector. Patrols that boundary so well. Great set of hands if they do go aerial. And so quick around.
Go on, Graham. We'll keep hammering you today since Craig has been at you all day.
Yeah.
Worst run out ever involved? Yourself?
So many. So many.
Well, first,
if you want to talk about running your captain out.
There you go. Okay.
Me, as the captain.
Okay. Not a good start, this.
This player's first game. I was the victim. I was the captain. And it was this player's first game for the club.
Right.
Comes to join me at the crease. I'm at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
And he runs me. I get run out of the non-striker's end because he hits it straight back. Lovely straight drive, a left-handed batsman. Lovely. He was a lovely batter. And of course, the bowler gets something on it, and I'm run out at the non-striker.
Okay, I've got two very important questions on that. One, if he was a lovely batter, what were you doing in before him?
It was his first game for the club, and I was the skipper.
Right. We'll park the first question.
I usually my best position was 1, 2, or 3 when I batting, so that's why.
Because you were the skipper.
Yeah, and there's a few good innings. I can point to a few decent innings as opener. So
one swallow doesn't make a summer.
I've about 700 opening partnerships, 7 or 8. So they're not fads. So runs up at the top, base at the top for the rest of the guys.
Anyway, my second question is, was he picked the following week?
Oh, most definitely. Like I said, he was one of the best batsmen. We were very lucky to get him. He won us quite a few games.
Excellent.
He was a great player.
Still around?
No, he gave up after a few years, like his job, an optician, and actually he travelled the world. He goes to, third world countries, helping out. So, yeah, James Lockman was his name. Fine guy, lovely guy, teammates. He took one of the best catches I'll ever see in a cup game in Portlaoise. Full length dive, that turned the game.
Oh.
To help win us that cup. That was a year we made 3 cup finals. 2001.
Win them?
We lost the first 2 and then won the third. The first one was the T20 the 15 over. The 15 over, 8 ball over. 8 ball over, the Whelan Cup.
Yeah.
Final was in Railway. We lost that, unfortunately. One of our players got man of the match. He batted so well, but nobody could stick with him. Then the Junior Cup played in civil service against Mullingar. We lost that on a silly run-out, if you want to talk about silly run-outs. We were cruising, and then the batsman who was getting us there, for some silly reason, ran out the skipper. And we only had a couple of kids to come in, so we lost that after we looked like we were going to win it. But then beat Ballyhonus in the third final in Norcal there. So winning on your own ground is always lovely. In the Midland Dick O'Neill Cup.
Okay.
That was nice. I took the winning wickets. That's always good.
Well, your unfortunate run out perfectly segues into my most embarrassing run out. Cup final.
Yeah.
First over.
Oh no!
First ball beat me all ends up. I went, okay, this is a good baller. Second ball, I nearly closed my eyes and swung.
Oh, that's a full toss. That's going to be a no ball by the looks of it.
Probably going to be a warning if it is above waist high as well.
It's right in on the body from Murray. Change of bowling. Murray does come back in at the St. John's Road end for third spell. No, it hasn't been given.
The umpires are giving them the benefit of the doubt.
We'll see here on the replay. It was quick. Maybe it is just on the belt, which isn't above waist. He did advance.
He's advanced,
but still, I think I would have given it.
To be fair, and this is more for viewer understanding. When you're standing where Pat is at the bowler's end, you do tend to look for guides from your square leg colleague, and if they don't call it and you call it, it does look strange. So you need to be 200% definite when you're at Pat's
full
end.
Straight from Murray, big appeal. It's gone down. Question is, does he give it leg buys?
Fancying us.
He is giving leg buys.
Leg
so
buys
it is
given. I was going to say possibly a scratch.
No, leg buys given. We'll see here now.
Have another look.
Outside the line, we'll possibly see. But a big shout from Murray. Oh, just missing leg. Just missing legs. A little bit too much there. Oh, definitely umpire's call.
Okay, let's have another. If we can get that replay up, I reckon you can see off and middle, which would normally mean you can't give it.
He got some late movement there. That's what beat the batsman. That's full again. Played away onto the leg side. It's brilliantly fielded again by the fingertips. Keeps it to just 2. Again, some fine fielding. Pembroke keeping their standards high. I think that's Prendergast down there. In front of some of the... He probably got a bit of abuse there from the home crowd.
I was going to say, you got some encouragement, but you're probably more correct than I am.
Friendly banter. Friendly banter from the home crowd.
Friendly advice.
Yes. None of them have ever fielded that well in their life, I'll put money on. Murray again. Across the line, not the length for that shot. It is often funny though with the bowlers with the LBW appeals. I thought a great example once playing a match in Clontarf, and again this wasn't with neutral umpires, but it was players umpiring each other. On that particular day, we had a guy playing. He'd never played cricket before. We were short, and he basically was lucky that he could hold the bats the right way up. And he went in. That's a quick taken single. He went into bats.
Well judged.
And the Clontarf bowlers appealing, had been appealing a lot of the day for LBWs. And our player who'd been out umpiring was like, not out on it. And I was like, so this batsman comes in, he goes, right, fine. You will see now. Because they were bowling the same lengths and they were going over the top. Because this guy couldn't even get in line with the ball. Over the top of the stumps, over the top of the stumps, over the top.
Just looking at the replay here again, folks, on that big appeal. As you on contact, you're seeing off and middle.
Yeah.
Late movement will bring it down.
And he is right on the crease level, so there is a bit of space there to play.
There is half a stride.
Yeah.
Good decision.
Yeah. So Balbirnie to continue.
And again, just going back on the decision and the decision-making process, you can only give it out if you're 100%. It is out.
Should only give it out if you're 100%. Again, we said we talk about a lot of umpires. It is if in doubt, not out. Is the general term that they say. Not always the case. Would you go? No. But in all honesty, when you say, like we said earlier, 60-40, 70-30, 80-20, 90-10, or is it always just 100%?
I'd like to say that if you're comfortably in the 90s,
yeah, you can never say.
I mean, look, the essence of the game, there is always going to be something.
Yeah,
always. It just has to be, because if you overthink it, you'll be sitting there making the decision for 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, down the track, probably little half appeal He had used his feet.
But to give you, I suppose, the umpire's cap answer on this, you make the decision that the game would expect.
Okay.
I.e., if delivery is has pitched on and it's gonna hit middle stump halfway up, there's not a lot else you can do but put your finger up. However, as we've seen with the previous appeal, there was a semblance of doubt. The umpire considered it and decided that there was a semblance of doubt and kept his finger down.
Yeah. So that's Balburney's, the end of his 10 overs, a brilliant 3 for 26 after 150 with the bat. Not a bad day at the office.
Not a bad day in the office, all right?
Yeah, worth every penny. So no.
Might even enjoy his dinner after that.
I think get that man. If he wants a takeaway, he can have a takeaway. Get him a pint, whatever he wants. But
a Father's Day, as you say, that he'll probably long remember.
Yes.
Reloaded it again.
But so.
Is that the end of Andy's spell?
Yeah, 10 overs, 3 for 26. Yeah, and 150. Yeah.
So he's down for selection next week, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, average. Yeah. Add it all up, I might get there. So Murray to continue. Still showing good pace. That's a fine delivery. Still showing good pace that youth and energy brings. He's searching for his second wickets. He's into his 8th over. So the Hills have just passed 150, 152 for 6.
He's been unfortunate that he's actually gone at the rate that he has. I mean, he's had a lot to go through for a slip.
Yeah.
Again, subtle nudge, wink over to the skipper. Any chance?
Yeah. Again, back the line you're bowling. He's bowled a great line today. Again, I'd rather give an odd, maybe boundary than to fine leg, rather than seeing the ball fly through the slip area.
Well, let's go the other way. You've currently got 2 behind square.
Yeah, 1 is enough.
So one is fine.
Yeah.
You keep your mid wicket.
Yeah.
You keep your mid on. You keep your mid on.
Yeah,
Stick someone in slip.
He's not bowling half tracker, so you're not worried about cow. Like if if the batsman is good enough to get under one and get it out to cow, that's poor delivery. After picking him up like that, he does bowl one down leg, and in a full toss that's been called wide.
Well, it's your go with the commentator's curse, so that's fine.
But I would always say when the lines and lengths he has generally bowled today, I'd be happy with a slip, especially with 150 to play with.
Sorry, I forget. We never finished my run out story. I'll get to that in a second.
Right to the end of the over, halfway there. So that's a good shot, but straight to the fielder. Again, he can't get under it, so it's just along the ground to go up to. Already shown today, fine pair of hands, safe fielder. So yeah, sorry.
So we were saying, beaten all ends up first delivery of the match. Half closed my eyes and had a swing and somehow managed to get the ball to the boundary. So I was thinking, this is great.
So that was your natural shot, eyes closed, swing.
Make contact.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very good
shot.
On one leg nearly.
Yeah,
straight back.
Flamingo, Kevin Peterson style.
Here we go. He has an open stance, Kavanagh. Looking, as you said, he often opens, so it's not like he doesn't know how to bat. And then, it's just the way he played that. Both feet firmly planted, but it seemed to come across his body.
Came lovely.
Yeah.
So anyway, third ball goes down, half track. I was never happy on the back foot, so I literally had a slap at it. And in civil service, which is where it was being played, everything for everybody, it went to the corner boundary.
Yeah.
Over here.
Yeah, I know it well. Yeah.
And I immediately knew that I wasn't going to get to the boundary because I half-towed it.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that I was quick, so I said 3.
Oh, that's a small ground.
We were on, it was back in the days before they turned the square.
Yeah.
So it was going out into this long boundary, and I was running as hard as I could, head down.
Yeah.
Needless to say, I hadn't looked at the other end to see what my colleague was doing.
You hadn't moved.
My colleague had meandered to. I was halfway through my fourth, where I turn up and I see a hand of my colleague, literally with a big stop sign.
Yeah, but nothing out of the mouth.
Nothing out of the mouth.
Yeah.
I nearly completed 5. Was run out according to the umpire by about 6 inches and going back to the other end.
Oh, Jesus.
Full on dive had been pulled out. And to compound, and the reason that I give this as an example, he was obviously then on strike next ball because it came up to the end of the over.
Yeah.
His next delivery, his leg stump was trundling about 10 yards behind him.
So 2 down.
Yeah, 2 down pretty early.
Yeah.
Needless to say, he didn't really talk to me for the rest of the day. I was not a happy camper. But thanks to the cricketing gods, we won the game.
Oh, good. That's all that matters.
And we exchanged commentaries on the incident over several. Probably were fat frogs or something like that went into the cup, and it was all forgotten about.
Well, when you win a cup, you can get over anything.
It does tend to help.
Yeah. But Barry back on to bowl his last over. This is his 10th. He's had 2 for 45 so far. His first bowl from the nursery ends. Just trying to finish out. I would say the thing about civil service as well, for anyone who doesn't know the ground, it's one of the few grounds where you can actually throw the ball back in over the boundary.
Yeah.
You could feel the ball back in over the boundary, technically crossing the boundary rope twice to get it back in or keep it in play.
Quite
It's just a weird angled ground.
Almost a rectangle. It's probably the best way of putting
it.
It
is, but with that little indent and enough of it, and that tree that used to hang over, it's probably still there. Should be still there because it'd be protected. You wouldn't be allowed to touch it. Hanging over, so you could hit the branches. So they have to have local rules. That is a fine strike from Murphy. Uses his feet down the ground, back over mid-off, who was inside the circle. So a safe aerial shot. It's often the field setting, you would say it's almost power play-esque. Oh, it's a fine hit.
Well, when you're defending 14 and over, you're just hunting wickets at this stage.
That's a good comeback from Barry. Yeah, no bowler likes to be hit for a boundary, but there are different circumstances.
During his spell, when he tends to have overpitched, he's been a bit floaty. But when he's hit the pitch, he's had the rewards.
Yeah, with his action, if he's getting it fully through like that, that's an extra bit of pace in that. Well fielded from guards.
Bit of action off the pitch.
Yeah. But that's ideally what he wants to be doing, and that's the end of his spell. 10 overs, 2 for 50. Good day at the office for Barry, you'd have to say, when your change bowler is picking up 2 for 50.
Well, as you were saying, he had a decent week last week, so he's 3 wickets down from last week.
Yeah, he's in great form. Like that, he's. Oh, I'm just going to step out 1 moment. Sorry, you scared me and flustered me. Sorry. The cops just saw me.
Yes, officer. I'm very sorry. Graham will be with you in a minute.
So 10 overs to go. The last 10 overs of this Cup quarter-final.
Hello, Craig.
And good afternoon. Well, 146 required. They're only just over halfway, really.
Yeah.
6 wickets down. You know that Thomas Rooney Murphy is not going to hang around one way or the other. He's going to be looking for his runs and quickly. Kavanagh's doing well.
Chipping away.
40 off just 39.
Unfortunately, though, run a ball ain't going to do it.
No, it's not. Nearly 15 and over required now. This really is becoming a mountain. A peak too far. Paul Lawson warming up in the field.
Fancy some cheap wickets at the end.
Oh, he's got him.
Gone.
He's got him. It looked like inside edge, just enough to deflect it down onto the bails. And it flicked the top of the bails, and Kavanagh departs 40 off 40. 1 and 1-6-3 for 7.
But after his strike bowling, that's just a reward for Andrew. He's bowled very nicely. Only going at less than threes.
Well, all the bowling today on the Pembroke side has been relatively tight. We saw it in the first innings as well. The evenness of the economy rate across the board. Nobody above 7 and only one below 6.
Oh. That's certainly
Still
quite
stats like that
quite a
stick in
stat
my
to
mind.
see.
Yeah.
And on that point, we're going to ask Niall for the bowling cards to see everybody's.
Oh, that's me. That's me failing in my duties.
Oh dear.
New batsman already out in the middle. We're waiting to the end of the over. What do you want to see?
Well, this would be Feb and Minaj. It's more just to see the, as you were talking about, the economy rates of the bowling from today. From what I've seen since I've been down, Dan's been unfortunate that he's gone for as many runs as he did. He'd be the only one who's approaching anywhere near a runner ball. After that, all the other bowlers have been very, very tight from start to finish.
Well, Bolton now into his 8th over, so he's bowled a fair few at this stage. He's picked up his first wicket, but his overs have only cost 19 runs, and that sort of reflects what you're saying. He's going at less than 3 and over, and that's a big reason why this game is slowly seeping away from the Hills. A lot of runs still to get, and not too much time to get them in.
Well, even at this stage, I dare say that the Hills have resigned themselves to defeat. If they were interested about chasing 14 and over, for example, that last shot dotted into the infield would have had to have been taken on, even for a risky single. Everything has to be risked at this stage. When you're chasing as many runs as this, it's either do or bust.
Well, that's it, isn't it? There's no point in hanging around at this stage. You are talking about, over 2, nearly 3 and over, 3 a ball. And, well, as I said earlier, they don't quite require snookers yet, but they're not far away from it. We'll see that run rate climbing the more that we see these dot deliveries. And that's the 4th dot delivery of this over.
Well, you could possibly understand this tactic if you're in league cricket, where you're looking for bonus points and the like. But when you're in a knockout competition of a quarter final, it's either do or die on the day.
It's chance your luck time, isn't it? It's almost time to bring out your shortstop. The fire alarm going off in the background. Clark Kent. Oh, it wasn't Clark Kent, was it? It was Dick Tracy was the one who had the phone on his watch from the 40s. As we see Paul Lawson now about to enter the attack. See Sam Murphy picking up the helmet. He'll need that.
Question is, what will there be a change in tactic here from the Hills? Will they try and take him on? Needing what are we now? 16.11 and over.
Or do you just, as an individual, say, I'm going to treat this as a net session. I want to bat for 9 overs. I want some time in the middle. I want a red line. I want some runs.
I would really like to think that there is no I in team, but there is a stuffed up me. So yes, there could be that, and it could be that thinking. All right, but you'd like to think that they're team orientated, and it's I'm not looking after me.
Even if you hit 4 fours in an over, you're still going to fall short. And that's a hell of an ask.
Well,
I don't think their teammates would be too upset if they don't hit out.
Let's turn it around a different way. If you've got 4 fours and over, I guarantee you're not batting 9 next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Lawson then in from the nursery end, and the first one going past the edge of the forward defensive of the batsman. Yeah, 16.4. He just possibly beyond batsman from the lower to middle order.
Another dot ball to add to the ever-growing number of them.
Well, he saw a bit of width on offer there and really wanted to go after it, but couldn't quite get it right. We saw him on the side for his bowling earlier. This time, sweeps one out to the leg side. Jack Tector.
Should be looking for 2 there, really.
Again, as you say, if they were wholehearted in their approach to chase down the total of 308, then those 2s have to be taken. But I get the feeling that they're just looking for time in the middle. However, Rooney Murphy may have a different view on it. Certainly looking to play his shots, but again, it's just pushed down the ground for a single. Singles only see the required run rate jumping by 1/4 of a run now.
It's not going to be long before it's above 20.
Well, good over from Lawson, just 2 from it. That's 6 from him that have cost 20. And we did say we wanted to have a look at the Pembroke bowling. He says, calling it up.
There we go.
Wonders of modern technology, I have to say. Absolutely
when
amazing.
When you can use it, you mean?
Yep. When somebody like me can use it.
Well, look at that. There's only 2 outliers, and I think they're both very unfortunate for the number of runs that they've been. Dan, as we were saying before, and Mark Berry, both going at 5 and 5.8 and 5.88, and everybody else is 3.33s and in the 2s, which.
Well, Andrew Bolton back on. Currently going at 2.5 and over. Afternoon, ladies.
As we usually say with Pembroke, they've had very, very few passengers today. Everybody's contributed in some way.
Well, that's just pulled out to Cal. Sunil Gupta will make sure that they get nothing more than a single for that. And then he gets called up into the ring. Manoj. Not really being thought of as somebody who's going to clear the ring. I think there's a good chance. Searching for his wicket. Bolton looking for the outside edge of his bat, thudding into keeper Murphy's gloves.
But as we were saying on the last with Graham, I really don't understand why they haven't put a slip or a gully in. There's no catches close to the wicket, and it's just ring fields.
Short delivery, pushed out on the offside, into a gap, gets through for another single. That's 2 from 4 balls. That's not the sort of run rate. Run rate from the Hills has never got above 4. They never really have had the stability in the batting. Every time you sort of thought a partnership has bedded itself in, then a wicket has fallen. You know, over 13, 16, 20. And then, of course, 2 in the 31st and the 32nd would have made a big difference.
Losing a pro early obviously never helps any team.
Yep. Well, they'd have been hoping for more.
Batter not very happy with his shot. Apologies to viewers if you picked that up on microphones.
No, I don't ever apologise for language. If somebody in the commentary box does it, then they won't be in the commentary box. But if somebody on the field does it, that's life. That happens.
True.
You know, Sky. I mean, if you actually listen to a football match, they could spend 90 minutes just apologising because of the fruity language of the crowd or whatever. So no, and these guys are amateurs, and they do have emotions and feelings. And if you did happen to hear the word and you didn't understand it, then all the better.
Yes, okay.
That's the view I take on it anyway. As Lawson played out on the offside, Gupta again. He's almost like a matador in the field. You can imagine him with a red cape. Played back towards Lawson. He lets it go through. Lets the batsman go through for a single. Yeah, this game's just meandering now. It's come through the rapids onto the floodplain, and it's just slowly making its way to the end.
Made contact with that shot now a couple of times. Just can't beat the fielder.
Keeps playing it at the same angle and finding that fielder just behind square.
Ooh, leg slip. Not sure the batter has even picked it up, that there's been a change behind him.
Lawson getting through his over very quickly. And this one played away, square on the offside, and finally a boundary is scored. And he'll be grateful for that. Lawson just going a little bit too wide. Got him to free his arms, carve it away. 4 runs, a boundary. It's not going to affect the result, but it will affect the mood of the batsman. He'll be a lot happier for that. Sweeps another one around the corner. Lawson just perhaps a little bit.
Chase.
It's a long way down there. They pick up 3. 177 the score.
And yes, even with that shot for 3, the run rate has still gone up.
Yes, 22 and over required now.
We'll have to break out the thesaurus here for descriptions of what will need to happen here. We've tried Herculean, we've tried mythical.
Well,
there'll be 1 or 2 other ones that we could probably add to that.
It's absolutely gigantic. Andrew Bolton aiming in at the stumps, clipped away on the leg side. A single is purloined. And as you say, even singles now, seeing that rate jump by almost half a run. This is going to get ugly and ugly quickly. We really are reaching the closing stages of this game. Pembroke not able to take the 3 wickets to finish it early, and the Hills not able to score the 309 that they required. That's the way the game stands at the moment. 5.4 overs to go. Does everything. It makes a mean cup of coffee as well, Will.
Professional to the end, Niall. Professional to the end.
That's a slower ball, a bit wide, and the batsman recognised it. And as a result, we'll pick up another 2 runs.
Work to do for Jack on the boundary. Efficiently done as ever.
I don't think he minds a little gallop up and down the boundary every so often.
Saves him from getting cold.
Run rate finally goes over 4 and over for the Hills. As Pembroke search for these last 3 wickets. Big swing without a ding. Results in another dot ball, with Pat Carthy confirming with the square leg umpire that there remain 2 balls in this, the 45th over. It's a matter of staying awake now, Will. Pushing through to the end.
Got to be ready all the way through.
I thought Graham might have been down here for the last 5.
I think he might have hit the bar. Shot.
Classic shot. Drive off. 4. Boundary gone. Nice shot though. And as I say, Rooney Murphy, if he sees anything loose, he's not going to hang around. He's after it, and he connects with it on this occasion, and it's a beautiful shot. Comes forward using his feet, opened up the face, and crashed it away. Lovely shot.
The interesting point is, even with the 4,
the run rate still went up. Yes, it's over 4 a ball now.
So it was 24.19 before that delivery. Now there's been a dot ball. We're on exactly 25 per over.
Well,
I've seen 25 scored a couple of times off an over. I've never seen it scored off multiple overs.
If it happens now,
This will be a very, very entertaining commentary stint, and I'm here for it.
well, not only that, but I suspect it would go viral. If you needed 125 in 30 deliveries and you got them, that is a clip that people would pay to watch. Oh, look, here comes Graham, stampeding back to the commentary position. If he does come over, we'll let him finish out.
Yep.
As we see the first of the unorthodox shots coming out. It just results in another dot ball. But I'd like to thank James and yourself for your stints today, Graham as well, and of course Niall, our producer, director, coffee maker extraordinaire. All this one he just manages to trap and keep out.
Careful, batter. Don't do that as a habit, please. That causes great angst.
By the way, Andy said he would have preferred the fifer.
A roving reporter Graham being off check with Andy Balbirnie, fielding on the boundary, and he would have preferred a five further to 150.
Or maybe even 100.
Well, and that's what happens when you score as many runs as he does.
Yeah, you get to choose.
Lawson in, and again,
Shot.
nice shot, but a fielder in the way, saves another 3 runs, and that run rate just keeps on climbing. 4.2 overs to go. Lawson puts in the slower ball. It gains him a dot ball.
Plenty of air on that one.
That is the end of Lawson's over, end of the 46th. He's bowled 8 overs for 30 runs, and now the Hills require 123 from 4 overs at 30.75.
You guys stay in for the last 4.
Oh, I hadn't commentated with you today. Thought we might have done the finish together. I'll let him do the finish, Will.
All right, I'll relegate myself.
It's not relegation, it's leave.
Am I stepping in?
You're stepping in. Yeah, you can have these headset. Talk soon. Thanks, everybody.
As long as I keep the 2 umpires apart again. I've never heard so much discussion in the box than between 2 umpires. And that one's wide down the offside. Pat Carthy saying not wide enough. And 186 for 7.
So never so much intelligence, interesting. Anecdotes. I know, sometimes we do meander.
Like this game has towards the end, towards the finish now. Dan Murray looking to finish it off. Started with a dot ball this over. It's a big swing of the bat, but to no avail. It only trickles out.
Yeah.
And Paul Lawson keeps it to a single.
You just kind of feel from the moments and the difference in the game in that first few overs with what would have been a spectacular first slip catch, but the moment when the catch wasn't taken off JJ, it's kind of summed up the Hills' day, really.
Hasn't really run their way, that's for sure. Any sort of
luck
seems to have come down on the Pembroke side. That catch between keeper and stumps was just
bizarre.
I still would like to ask somebody who was there what actually happened.
You'd be afraid to ask.
The one that went up in the air from JJ and landed straight on the ground again.
Yeah.
And nobody moved, and I just couldn't believe it. Stunning one for me, and as I say, I don't know what happened out there, so I'm not going to speculate.
No.
As another attempt at a big shot turns into another dot ball.
It was just a weird moment, and one that JJ was obviously delighted to remain.
Well,
but it would have been an early breakthrough.
And who knows how things. You only need to change one thing, butterfly effect and all that.
So it was great from a Pembroke point of view, disappointing from a Hills point of view, but it just seemed to. The game after that just seemed to everything go Pembroke's way. Like there was the odd wicket for the Hills, but runs kept flowing, boundaries, 1s and 2s, which obviously led to a super.
Well, it was a veritable batting order of oh no, not him. Yeah. Oh, we got rid of him. Oh no, not him. Yeah. And it's been like that a few times.
Yeah.
But it's been a good performance from Pembroke. They'd be delighted with the batting. Obviously, Andy again in form. His last 2 innings now. Yeah. What's that? 280 runs or something?
Yeah. The average is good. Oh, that's a fine strikeout here to deep mid on.
And this will be some fine fielding from our commentator, Will Houston.
We don't see him throw it in. He's not going to risk the arm. Leave it for the kids. But yeah, it, you know, and like that, as you said, Jack Tector, when Blake McDonald got out, the reward was Jack Tector, who was also in fine form in the last few weeks. You know, match-winning innings in Marion in the league, and well, quite frankly, some of the batters to come were fine hitters of the ball as well, in good form.
Yep. Well, plenty strong, long lineup. You were talking earlier on that you know, in a few weeks' time now, we're going to see the next round of the Irish Senior Cup away to Clontarf, and it'll be interesting to see what side Pembroke put out on that day, because the guys who've gotten there as far as they have done really well. That having been said, I think Pembroke would welcome perhaps the return of Barry McCarthy, and certainly the return of Gavin Hoey.
Absolutely, Gavin has been in great form this year. Well,
he's been the linchpin of the side this year so far, really.
Match-changing moments.
Just another single taken into the last 3 overs now.
Well, it'd be interesting speculation, and it's great to do that in this game. What they'll do between the league game on the Saturday and the cup game on the Sunday.
Everything is speculation to those who aren't in the know.
And that's me.
It's in the air, and it's gone away to the boundary, and that is a fine shot in a what we accept now will be a losing cause. It will mean that the Hills just require 112 now from 15 deliveries.
You'd still give me a ball?
I would now. 44.8 required per over. They do require snookers.
The one thing I guarantee you is I wouldn't bowl you a wide or a no ball, so they'll get 36 at the most.
Well, certainly not a no ball, because you can control that with your feet.
Yeah.
The wides?
I think I'm fair. I think
your accuracy was certainly a real thing, Graham, and you were a consistent bowler. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I didn't mind the batter hitting me for 6 every ball. I think I'd put it on the stumps.
That's still consistent. So 197 for 7. The batsman, I think, has come out with some dry batting gloves.
He's done
How
well.
many times do you see a batsman get out next ball?
Yeah, it'd be painful. And there is a shout, but the umpire not interested.
You see, if it was James Cresswell sitting here, that would have been out. He wasn't, it isn't.
And the skipper continues, skipper to skipper here.
Fifths are on next Saturday here. A couple of women's games during the week.
It has been given this time.
He's not happy with the decision.
No.
He has to depart.
There's actually the women are next Saturday are playing a triple header match, 320s. They'll have 2 matches, but there's 3 matches in the day.
And that's here, is it?
It's in Rathmines. Leinster are hosting.
Oh, okay. No, who's here?
Oh.
What's our next broadcast?
Our next broadcast, well, Tuesday nights.
The fifths, Tuesday night and Wednesday night is the men's women's
twos, women's threes.
And then on Saturday it's the 5s. Yeah. And who is here on Sunday?
On Sunday, give me 2 seconds. Pembroke are at home to Cork County in the Premier League.
Well, there we go. Sorry, would you show that again? Yeah. I'd like to see that replay again. Here it is again. You be the umpire here.
Yeah.
You are the umpire here. So, right? Picture's in line, that's fine.
Yeah.
What did it hit?
Well,
I thought it hit his hand.
Well, that's what the batsman's, I think, is claiming. I couldn't see because the wicketkeeper's in the way.
I think that hit his hand. And he can count himself very, very unlucky there. But it is the 8th wicket down. There is just 13 balls remaining. Ahmed comes out. We saw him bowling earlier on. He came on at first change.
Yeah,
and
he bowled well.
He did indeed.
Left arm, batting right-handed.
Just keeping that one out, and that is the end of that over. That's the end of Paul Lawson's 9th, 1 for 35 on account of that wicket he's just taken.
So tidy as usual.
197 for 8, and Pembroke still 111 runs ahead.
Yeah.
With 2 overs to go. Run rate now is immaterial.
56. Yeah.
Completely irrelevant. They're not getting 56 and over twice.
No. Not even the West Indies on their batting performance today will do that.
The only time I've heard of more is 77 off 1 over.
Oh, Jesus.
Which is deliberate no balls in hope of forcing a declaration.
Oh, right.
So you didn't want to waste time changing ends or anything.
Yes.
So the captain brought himself on, didn't want to ruin anybody else's figures.
Yeah.
Brought himself on and just bowled no ball after no ball, just tossing it up and letting him be hit for 6. And he conceded 77 in the over before the other team declared.
Oh, okay, just get it over with. We know he'll have to bat a big one. And whatever, defend it or block out.
This one carved away on the offside. I think it's all bats to the windmills now. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to change the result. No. And they pick up 2. And the run rate, well, that will slow the ascent of the run rate required.
Not much, it jumped. Actually went up there by 10 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so few balls left now. 10 deliveries left to get, well, they need 11 a ball.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it goes up to 100.
Oh, it'll go way past 100, Graham. Yeah. I've seen these before.
Oh, well bowled.
I heard Wood. I did hear Wood there.
But that's a brilliant length to bowl to a tail ender.
You watch now. Just jumps, and with 1 over to go, it's going to be 110.
Yeah, obviously.
And then with 3 balls to go, it's going to be 220.
Yeah.
You know, it really does jump now.
The ridiculousness of it.
Oh, it is. It is. We all know that from a long way out, they weren't going to get to 308.
Yeah, again,
but
good
these two
length.
doing well. They've now got the Hills to 200, and that will be a matter of personal pride for the side. They are still 109 away from victory, but, you know, 200.
Look, they'll point to the first innings where obviously Pembroke won it with their batting and go, well, obviously, you're up against one of the best batsmen the country has produced in Andy Balbirnie, and a guy on brilliant form.
146 in 22 overs.
Yeah.
That partnership really did take it beyond the Hills.
Yeah. And that's what they'll say. They'll just go, look, they'll point to they didn't have enough penetration.
Well. Yep.
And they couldn't get the wickets.
They did put down that awful chance.
Yes.
But other than that, their fielding wasn't bad.
Yeah, there were no major drops. There were no.
The bowling was good. They were just today, I think, the class of Andrew Balbirnie stood tall.
Well, you'd always
sunflower in a field.
Yeah, you'd point to there weren't many shouts even for LBWs. There weren't like they could point to if the umpire had given a stat or the umpire had given. There were very few of those moments.
No, I think Pembroke have been the stronger team and have shown that today. And now we go into the final. There you go, Graham. Yay. 109 is the required rate from this last over. Paul Lawson taking it on himself.
He's shepherded this innings very well, the skipper. Used brilliantly all the assets he has at his disposal. Again, Pembroke have been pointing to this being a difficult time with so many players away on Ireland duty, but all the other players have stepped up brilliantly, taken their chances.
We always say that people who are called up for representative honours are presenting opportunities for others. And you have to say that people have stood up and taken their opportunities.
Yeah.
The understudy has taken to the stage, now deserves the bouquet of flowers.
Yeah, and
they have done a fabulous job, and to be a fly on the wall of the next selection meeting will be interesting.
Yeah, we stick a bug in the room.
Well, that one is nicely carved out toward the Wellfield Road gate. It reaches the CRM interior fit-outs sign to the left of Con's Nook.
And that gets Ahmed off the duck, so he'll be happy. Brings his strike rate up to 100. Oh,
Lawson getting that one. The batsman is trying to show things to Paul beforehand, and that's not going to faze somebody with the experience of Paul Lawson.
No.
And he'll be very happy with his day's work. 624. That was how high it got. And that.
Well, scores are showing match over.
Well, let's see what happens with the last delivery. Can the Hills get it to within 100? And the answer is no. And Pembroke win this one by 101 runs and now find themselves in the semi-final where they will face either or.
North County or Balbriggan.
Where?
In Pembroke.
On?
The 20th of July.
There you go. That's how you do these things, Graham. That's teamwork. Now, as the crowd goes wild, a subdued end to the game, really.
And the money is on North County to be the winner in that match. They put 2-3-3 on the board. And Balbriggan at the moment are 162 for 8. So that will take some effort from the Balbriggan tailenders.
Well, it all depends on who's in batting, doesn't it? If Christopher Freitas is one of those two, then you wouldn't write that game off at all.
It's not. Christopher Freitas is out. He got it 58 today. It is the number 10 and number 11 at the moment.
Oh, there you go then. Yeah. It's more likely to be North County.
Sorry, the number 9 and the number 10, sorry.
Well, we thank you very much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here with us for this game at Sydney Parade. Just before we go, we will take you through the story of the match. Let's just turn down the Hoover. And there is the Pembroke batting card, and there's no doubt about it, Graham, the star of the match, Andrew Balbirnie.
Oh, absolutely. An epic knock. What you want from your opener any day of the week. Commanded out there, 150 off 155. I suppose the only disappointment he'll find in he slowed down a little in the last few overs because just, feeling the niggle.
Tired.
Yeah, it's hard.
Tired and sore, I think, were the two excuses there.
Yeah,
and damn reasonable ones they were too.
Yeah, but Bolton with a brilliant cameo at the end, 37 off 20. He's done really well at the dead overs in the last couple of weeks. Yeah, the only unfortunate person in there, Joe Prendergast, with a brilliant delivery from McNichol to be sitting there watching Tector for hours watching Tector and Balbriggan, and then to come in first ball and get an in-swinging Yorker on the toes. So unfortunate.
So Pembroke set a total of 308, and McNichol was the most successful of the bowlers. He took 2 for 65, and you can see on the economy rates, nobody really went for loads and nobody really kept it tight. So it was the stand for the third wicket of 146 between Jack Tector and Andy Balbirnie. And then a good stand at the end as well of 62 between Andrew Bolton and Andrew Balbirnie. And that last over was worth watching because the fifth ball they were taking a single no matter what to get Andy Balbirnie back on strike. Yeah. He managed that superbly well.
There was a few people wondering would the young Aussie go for the 4-6 or try to get Andrew on strike. But he missed the ball. And went through to the wicketkeeper who fumbled it and allowed Balbirnie to get on strike, which allowed him to bring up his 150 off the last ball of the innings.
So the Hills had 309 to chase, and that's how they went about it, Graham.
Yeah, again, Horlock and Shahid, a good start. Unfortunately, they were, from the word go, just...
Everybody got in.
Everyone got in. Nobody
got some runs and then got out.
And got out, yeah. They were always behind your run rate, never kept up to it, never got ahead of it. So we're always behind.
They were always dropping behind, weren't they? And it was a shame. Just the 10 extras in 50 overs. Pembroke will be delighted with that.
Yes.
And in fact, that was a net gain for them of 11 runs. Which may not seem many, but in tight games that can be the difference.
Huge difference. You see
and Pembroke's bowling, well, Andrew Balbirnie, a star with the bat, star with the ball. 3 for 26 from his 10. And again, the economy rates, nobody going for more than a run a ball. Daniel Murray did take a bit of tap today, but...
It was unlucky.
It was unlucky, and he created opportunities. He won't be too upset with that. Mark Berry bowled very well, 2 for 50. He was the one who made the early breakthrough. He took the first wicket to fall, and it was very necessary. Paul Lawson opened up with Bolton, and he took 1 for 42. And then, as we say, Daniel Murray may have been the most expensive, but still less than a runner ball, which when you're defending more than a runner ball, you can't ask for more than that.
Exactly.
The partnerships, well, 46 at the start, and after that it all went a bit Pete Tong, and there was another one of 49 for the 7th wicket, but as I say, the game was gone at that stage, and the Hills finished up on 207 for 8.
They were close. At drinks, they were a very similar score to Pembroke. At drinks, they just didn't have that firepower after drinks to keep them in the game. So, and that's where unfortunately.
And that's the match summary. Pembroke through to the semi-finals of the Leinster Senior Cup. Our next broadcast here on Pembroke Cricket Live will be on Tuesday. The women's seconds are playing on Tuesday and the thirds are playing on Wednesday.
Correct.
And then next Saturday, Pembroke Fifths, the stars of the club, will, in fact, no, the sixes are the stars of the club. They're the unbeaten side, 2 from 2. The Fifths, having a bit of an up and down season, will be looking to bounce back, their bounce back ability on Saturday. And then on Sunday we have...
The Ones.
Is it the Ones again?
The Ones, yep, playing Cork.
Cork County?
Yep,
in the league.
Yeah. Cork County with a great win against the Hills yesterday.
That's the next. That is the next forecast. And in the T20 in Breedy, the West Indies reached 256 for 5 from 20 overs.
Very fine response.
And a fine response from Ireland in return, 194 for 7. One tends to ask the question, how many did Andy McBrien have to get?
Was he wasn't playing, was he?
I don't know. Anyway, there is the figures for today. And, well, Ross Adair getting 48. That's good to see. And our own Harry Tector getting 38. And they were the main run scorers for Ireland. Yeah, I don't think we want to see that one. The bowling figures. Yeah. Matthew Humphreys, 2 for 16 from 4. Just shows how expensive the others were. So thank you very much for joining us this weekend. We're sorry yesterday's game was completely washed out and there was no coverage at all, but we hope you've enjoyed your game today and we hope you'll join us again soon. Please like and subscribe the YouTube channel. We are up to 1,352 subscribers. We picked up another 5 this weekend, and thank you very much to each and every one of you. Thank you to our fan clubs in Sydney, or fan clubs of the players, let's be honest, who use us to watch their favourite players, and thank you to them. Thank you to Niall, Graham, James, Will,
Charlie.
Charlie was with us as well today, so a full house, and we hope you'll join us again soon on Pembroke Cricket Live.
Thank you.